Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is I, your host, Lateral, joined by other hosts. We've got Zach, we've got Jesse, we had Charlie temporarily, but he will be back, rest assured, because it is the first ever, the first annual, hopefully, the Lateral Mega Hour-ish, and trust me, it's going to be more than an hour-ish, NFL Draft Special. Guys, it's finally here. The NFL draft. We're doing our best ESPN impersonation. We've done the research. We've done the mocks. We've booked the guests. It's go time. So, Jesse, how are we feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, man. My team's got the number one pick, so I'm super excited for that to happen and for them not to screw it up. So, yeah, it should be a good time.
Yeah, my team decided to break the NFL and Twitter today, so that's going to be fun. Definitely excited for that. Zach, how about you? How are you feeling?
I'm scared but excited at the same time. My Jets are picking second overall. They're going to take Zach Wilson, and I'm cautiously optimistic that he could be part of a turnaround for the Jets franchise.
He will be.
Yeah, is cautious optimism basically how all Jets fans exist for like a certain period of time?
Yeah, you could also say it is like impending dread. It kind of goes both ways, but it's tough. There's some doubt coming in, definitely. Especially because I feel like I would rather see the Jets take Justin Fields. He's continuing to slide. We'll see how far he ends up going tonight. They've had Zach Wilson made up for a couple of months now, which I think is interesting, but you know, sometimes you just got to root for the guy, even if he wasn't your pick, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Zach Wilson's going to be really interesting. I am probably the lowest of a lot of people on fantasy Twitter on him. I've got him firmly in the QB5 spot, and we'll see if I eat my words on that. But regardless, I think it's going to be tough for the Jets to do worse than the Adam Gase years. So I think you at least have that going for you. Jesse, what is the pick you are the most excited about tonight other than the Jags pick? And maybe a pick we haven't talked about yet.
Yeah, I think four should be really exciting because if Atlanta stays there, I have no idea who they're going to take. I think this needs to be like an all-defensive draft for them. If they take a defensive player at 4, I'd be very surprised, but it's definitely within the realm of possibility. They could trade out. I'm looking at teams like Denver, Chicago, New England to move up and take a quarterback. 1, 2, 3, 4. I could see that happening. I think it's a really exciting. That's kind of, 3 you could say is where the draft starts, but I really feel like it's 4. So I'm excited for that.
Yeah, and just so everyone who's watching is aware, we did a thing, and we actually made a little chart. We've got some picks. You can see my picks. You can see Zach's picks. You can see Jesse's picks. If he gets around to it before the draft starts, you'll maybe get to see Herm's picks. Fingers crossed on that one. Though luckily, we did a mock draft the other day on Jesse's Baking Games podcast. So while some things have definitely changed between now and then, hopefully you got enough of what Herms is looking at in that one. And again, you're going to get plenty of him tonight, along with some awesome guests who are probably coming in about the next 5 minutes. But so I will say at the 4 spot, and one thing to keep in mind for this mock draft that we're going to come back to, it's based on the board as it currently is. We figured that was the best way to be honest about it rather than like everyone trying to figure out, oh man, like what trade's going to happen here. It's going to be impossible to guess every trade. So we wanted to go with what was currently on the board. And it seems like we're all currently thinking Kyle Pitts at 4. Zach, would you agree? That's like pretty much where the head's been at the entire time.
I would say so. I mean, I think the decision for Atlanta comes down to Kyle Pitts or a quarterback, one of the non-top 3 quarterbacks. We may see 4 quarterbacks go in a row. But it looks like Atlanta is firmly in the Kyle Pitts camp. And given how high people think he is, like already being a borderline Hall of Famer before playing a snap in the NFL, it's hard to blame them for feeling that way and being so set on him being their guy, especially if they're not looking to trade out of that pick.
Yeah. Now, Kyle Pitts thinks he won't be drafted by Atlanta. That to me is possibly the most interesting thing of all this.
Yeah, it's certainly interesting. I'll say that. I feel like that's just a real prime trade target. So I don't know. I don't think he'll be an Atlanta Falcon, but we'll see.
Oh, all right. thought exercise here. Going to go to Jesse, then Zach. If Justin Fields is on the board at pick 4, does Atlanta take him?
So if Atlanta stays, right?
If Atlanta, not even if Atlanta stays, it's like if Atlanta is up, they haven't traded the pick yet. They could still trade it.
Mhm.
Justin Fields is on the board. Is Atlanta going to take Justin Fields?
It's tough to take like a 4th overall guy, right, and have him sit for like 2 years. So that would be pretty tough. I think that's kind of where my head's at here. I think it'd be smart to take a quarterback. I just don't. I don't know how fans feel about number 4 pick being there, or how ownership feels about that, or how the quarterback themselves will feel like that. It's pretty tough. I'm in the camp of trade out. They should trade out, or if they have to stay. I mean, look, I think there's some really special cornerbacks in this draft, but cornerback is pretty deep. But if they want to take a guy like J.C. Horn or a guy like Farley, even, I know he won't go there because injury concerns, but or Surtain, I guess too. I wouldn't hate any of that. That's not a bad pick, I don't think.
And for the record, you wouldn't hate them like trading down to get that. You would hate them taking it at 4.
They should trade to 9. They should trade to Denver. Yeah.
What about you, Zach? What do you think? Justin Fields is there. Atlanta hasn't traded the pick yet, but they still could. You're the GM of the Falcons. Who are you taking? Are you taking Justin Fields?
So I think that's like 2 different questions. Who I would personally take would probably be Justin Fields because, again, I think I'm a little biased towards him. I think he's one of my favorite prospects in a while. And I think quarterback is just the most important position in football by far. And it seems prescient to think about moving on before it's too late and being ahead of the curve like we saw a few times in recent memory. And then I think in real life, if Justin Fields is there at 4, I still see Atlanta taking Kyle Pitts. I think we see like time and time again in all of these expert mock drafts, Fields is falling to 4 and then continuing to fall because Atlanta is taking him or passing over him, I should say, to take Kyle Pitts instead.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I agree with you. I would say that like I'm personally, if I'm the GM, I'm going to take Fields because yes, it is tough to have a quarterback of that caliber sit behind Matt Ryan for 2 years, which he will almost certainly have to do.
Yeah,
unless he's better
that contract is horrible.
Unless he's better than Matt Ryan at a certain point, in which case then Matt Ryan will be the most expensive backup in NFL history. Like, I mean, there's no way around it. At that point, he would have to be the most expensive backup in NFL history. It couldn't probably even be close. Yeah, I think that'll be a really interesting one to see. And I agree with Jesse.
How much was Brock Osweiler? Was he an expensive backup? I forget. Or was he just signed for cheap?
I think he was surprisingly expensive, but I don't think he'd approach Matt Ryan contract.
Yeah, for sure.
Zach, what about you? What is the pick you are the most interested in outside of your Jets?
That's really tough. As far as if nobody moves, I think I'm really interested in what Carolina is going to do. I think they're kind of in the spot where they could go best player available in a couple of different areas of need. Right now in my mock, I have them taking Rashawn Slater, but I also think that if a quarterback falls to Denver or Carolina there, that would be really interesting for them. They might take that, not being prepared to fully commit to Darnold and pick up his 5th-year option, which they haven't done yet. They still have a week to do that, though. And then I think you have them taking Jeremiah Owusu. Oh, no, you have them taking Elijah Vera Tucker.
I do have them taking Vera Tucker. I think I'm a little on a limb there, but for me, it comes down to his versatility. I think being one of the top-rated interior linemen, like if you look at this draft, there's not as many highly rated interior linemen as there are tackles. Like there's a ton of offensive tackle talent. Like Elijah Vera Tucker is projected to go like in the middle picks, and he's clearly the top interior guy. So Carolina needs, I think, an interior guy more than an exterior guy than a tackle. So I could see them reaching a little for Vera Tucker here if he's someone that they really like.
The only thing that I would say about that is I feel like NFL teams don't value inside as much as they do like tackles and stuff. So it could be. But I mean, I do think of Vera Tucker. he'll probably go in the first round. I could see it for sure. And if a team's really high on him, there's no reason to not like that versatility, even if teams don't normally spend up on guards. I mean, if they want to play tackle, he can play tackle, so it's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I do get where you're coming from. That I do agree. I will also say that I listened to Peter Schrager talk a little about Vera Tucker earlier in the week, and him talking about the versatility and how there were some teams that really liked that. So that is part of why I bumped him up a little. Same with actually, we've talked a little bit about pick 9. I've got Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah going here. And the big reason I have him going here is because he doesn't have the issues that Micah Parsons has. And in that same Peter Schrager interview that I was listening to, he talked about how NFL teams might not want to take a risk on the guy with question marks with their early draft capital this year because the season was weird. COVID was weird. They don't have quite the same tape. They don't have the uniform medical checks, the uniform combine numbers, et cetera, et cetera. And so, Parsons' situation, a little different because his is more an off-the-field issues thing rather than an injury thing. But I do think that, if Denver wants to take someone safer, Owusu-Koramoah is still pretty much a, universally liked first-round talent. Everyone's got him going in the first round. I think even before pick 20 is where the consensus is at. So I think you could see him possibly rise and Micah Parsons possibly fall. But Jesse, you clearly disagree since you think Parsons perfect landing spot for Denver.
Yeah, I think it's a good landing spot. I think it's interesting because we're thinking about seeing two guys maybe in the top 5 or the top 6 who didn't even play last year. So there is a whole bunch in this draft that is going to be kind of crazy because teams don't have film from that because they didn't play, they opted out, right? So there is already that kind of thing already there. I had JOK. Give me Justin Simmons flashbacks, and I was never a fan of him. So, but I think JOK is actually better. So I personally feel like it's a little too high to try and reach on a guy who's jack of all trades, master of none, and I feel like he works best as a coverage linebacker, which is great, which is pretty good. I'm just not sure how much teams really value that, but I get Denver. It is Denver, and they are missing not that much, but they are missing a linebacker, so it does make sense to me. And he can obviously move over to safety, but they have, 2 good safeties, obviously. But it's an interesting pick for sure. I just don't want to have Justin Simmons flashbacks because I was never a fan of him. I think it was if he was a second round pick, it would have been cool. I think if JOK is late first, second round, it's pretty good. It's pretty damn good because you take a chance on that guy any day because of what he could be. And I'm not, completely, shutting down Justin Simmons being bad or anything like that. I just want to say that I just didn't think I think it went too high, especially for an Arizona team that was 8-8 last year, where if they had an impactful player at 8, they might have been able to sneak into the playoffs.
Yeah, totally understand that. Zach, your thoughts on that 9th pick for Denver?
Yeah, they're kind of in the exact same boat as Carolina, where I could see them going in a number of different directions, and they're in a good position to take advantage of the board no matter how it falls. They're also, I think, a strong candidate to trade up, and then that changes the board significantly, like we were talking about earlier. I have them taking Patrick Surtain right now. I think Denver could use a cornerback, and I also think Surtain is likely to go before J.C. Horn in the draft right now. So I have Surtain going 1 pick ahead of Horn, kind of sniping the Dallas Cowboys from getting him themselves.
Yeah, it's really interesting that there seems to be a lot of gamesmanship around the cornerbacks. Teams wanting to trade up, trade back, trying to see what they can get. So actually, we have our first guest of the evening. He's here. He's ready to talk draft. It's Jay. It's at G-Man Jay. What is up?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
I appreciate you guys having me on. Almost there. Love it. What's going on, guys? We doing all right?
Good.
Doing pretty good. So, Jay, we just talked a little bit about cornerback. So I'm wondering, who is your pick for first cornerback off the board tonight? Jay, you still there? Okay, so we may be experiencing some technical difficulties. Jay will be back on momentarily. In the meantime, let's see if we can't pivot. Jesse, who's the guy you're most excited about on offense that is not Kyle Pitts and not a quarterback? Who's like that guy you're just like really curious to see where he lands in this first round?
Yeah, in the first round, Jalen Waddle's my guy. Heck, it could have been Devontae Smith too, because I'm really curious where he lands. But Waddle's my number one wide receiver on this on my draft board. I'm really excited to see where he lands because I think he, like Smith, might be off some draft boards, but he's just such a playmaker. And I usually don't fall in love with guys who are big playmakers with these really gaudy, awesome highlight reels. But he does it so often. He creates so much separation. He's just great, and I'm really excited to see where he goes. And I think I have him Detroit in our mock, so that would be a really fun spot for him, I think.
Yeah, Jesse. Zach, what are your thoughts on the guy? While I pull up the mock here.
I was actually going to say Jalen Waddle too. I think it's really interesting to see just how high the NFL is going to take him this year. I actually have him going to Philadelphia at 12 right now.
Yeah.
But I would not be surprised one bit to see him at 7. And I've even seen him mocked to the Dolphins at 6 a couple of times, even over Jamar Chase, due to their concerns with him sitting out the season for COVID. It seems like a couple of teams in the league are wary of players that did opt out of the last season. So it could cause Jamar Chase to not actually be the first wide receiver off the board in a small number of scenarios, I guess. But if I had to say someone else, I would probably list Elijah Moore. I think Elijah Moore is going to be a really good player in this league. I think he's like electric. He's got ridiculous stats he's put up in college like his entire time. And there's a number of teams where he's being mocked to, like in the late second round, where I think he would do like a phenomenal job and produce right from the get-go. He would fit in really well at Tennessee, like at Tennessee's at 22, or even a little bit later in the first to Green Bay or New Orleans, if he happens to fall to like 27, 29.
Yeah, I could definitely see that. I think Elijah Moore hype is getting very real. I think the one thing with Jamar Chase is we all kind of think he's going to go to the Bengals. So Miami, whether they want to pair Waddle with the Alabama quarterback, whether they don't want to take a chance on Chase, I think we all kind of think it's not going to matter because he won't be there at that point. But let's see what our illustrious co-host Herms has to say about this.
Hi. I'm really excited about what happened. What's going on?
We're talking about Jalen Waddle and Jamar Chase. And sports.
Because the draft is to the NFL. Okay, right. Oh, that was today. Shit. Okay. Well, Jalen Waddle, very fast. Jamar Chase, also very fast. They both play wide receiver, and they're both really good at it. Analysis.
That was some analysis. I'm ready.
Yeah, definitely checks out. Okay, Herms. We had asked this question to Jay, but then Jay had some technical difficulties, and hopefully he'll be back with us here very shortly. Someone is playing guitar during the draft right now. That's interesting. I got the TV on here, and I'll occasionally be checking in as the picks come in. But anyway, who do you think is going to be the first cornerback off the board?
The first corner. Well, okay. I mean, Pat Surtain makes a lot of sense. I think that the logic would definitely dictate that, especially because, him going to Dallas kind of feels like it's a near lock. But I don't know. I feel like there's rumors about the Saints wanting to move up into the top 10, and it's not for a quarterback. So I could definitely see them going for a corner if they really needed one. That's an area that they could try and address. I don't know. If it weren't for the health concerns, I could definitely see Caleb Farley. But, I mean, I think it's got to be Patrick Surtain.
Yeah, well, we do have a couple of guests waiting in the wings. So let's see what they have to say since the subtlety of the private chat was not working. So we've got Josh. We've got Linda. We've got the most people on a Lateral live stream ever, I believe, at one time. It's a sort of world record.
It's amazing. Oh my Lord, we did it!
Fantastic.
How's it going,
I'm glad
guys?
I could be part of history. That's all I can say. That's all I can say.
History adjacent. Let's not get carried away.
Yeah,
Got two
part of my history. How about that?
2 rules for tonight: don't get carried away, and don't call me McCorkle. Other than that, we're all good.
I might be able to
Linda,
handle that. We'll see.
awesome to have you on.
Yeah.
Question going to you. Cornerbacks. Who do you think's first off the board in this NFL draft?
Cornerbacks?
Corner with a C.
Okay, I got to tell you, it's real hard to think about anything else except for the Broncos winning a Super Bowl with Aaron Rodgers at the helm. But yeah, I'm not ready for that question. Give me just a second. I got to pull up my ranks and shit. Hold
Perfect.
on.
Well, Josh, we can go to you while we vamp a little here. First cornerback off the board. Who do you think it's going to be?
10 overall, the Cowboys, they're picking Patrick Surtain. It's happening. I heard you talking about it. You had an excellent breakdown, Herms. I could see it being Caleb Farley, but yeah, like you said, the injury concerns, it's just not going to be. I actually could see another cornerback getting drafted above Caleb and Farley later in the draft, J.C. Horn. So we'll see what happens, right? But Patrick Surtain at the Cowboys, it feels like one of the few locks already.
All right, Linda, you think it's a lock, or do you think there's going to be some magic that happens?
Oh, well, I can only hope that there is some kind, like anything that's a lock is like, ugh, that's like boring to me. I want the chaos. So while I think that would be the smart thing to do, I don't necessarily think that's the Jerry Jones thing to do. So that's what I would do, but I hope that they cause chaos right out of the gate.
We do know
That's
Linda,
a great point.
not the biggest fan of locks, being a Broncos fan. So
Hey, it's
I
about to
understand
not
the
matter
trend.
much at all. I'm like, listen, I don't want to take in somebody new and make just try again. But Aaron Rodgers, are you? Okay.
I got a fun sleeper alert. Evidently, the Broncos have an impressive Rodgers offer. Boom!
Yeah.
The Niners have one too. It's called Rodgers actually wants to play there. Anyway,
No.
Jay's back. Jay.
I'm back.
Oh my gosh! Hi, Jay.
Hey!
What's up, guys?
Awesome
What's
to
up,
have you.
everybody?
Yet
Sorry
again.
about the technical difficulties earlier. I think my laptop went crazy. So laptop's just working overload. I got everything going on all at once. The draft, Twitter, I got this. So apologies about that.
Dude, no worries. Honestly, same situation over here. So I honestly thought it was me until I saw Jesse and Zach's screens moving as well. So no worries about that at all. But let's put that question back to you. First cornerback off the board. Who do you think it's going to be?
Well, Josh stole my answer. He must have my notes because I completely agree. I think it's going to be Surtain to the Cowboys. There's just been too much smoke there. And Linda, you are correct. Jerry Jones is Jerry Jones, so you could never rule out that he wants to trade up for Kyle Pitts. But his son has been a lot more involved as of late. I heard that he was trying to a couple years ago. Jerry wanted to draft Manziel, and Stephen Jones ripped the card out of his hands. So I think they'll be smart, and I think they'll go with Surtain. So
I don't even I
don't want them to be smart. Trust me.
There's 1,000% of me that believes that Manziel story, by the way. That seems like the most Jerry Jones thing of all time. All right. Well, we have so many awesome guests on, all fans of NFL teams. So go around the horn here, ask you, who do you want your team to take with their first pick, though, in the case of Zach and Jesse, since they're Jets and Jags fans, we're going to go with your second pick on this one. So, Zach, the Jets' second pick in the first round. Who do you want them to take and why? Go.
Right now, my optimism is just really making me want anything other than a running back at 23. I really just don't want to see a running back. If it's Najee Harris at 23 to take it right in front of the Steelers or Travis Etienne, I don't want to see it. I think it's too early, and I think this team is too far away. So I would be happy with pretty much any defensive player, or ideally trading back if I can choose that, just to continue to build assets, because we're the Jets and we have way too many holes to fill in just one draft.
You could have just
so I think we're better.
Jets.
Yeah, we're the Jets, and then that's all that needs to be said, unfortunately. So I would choose either any defensive player or trading back. But if it was a defensive player, I'd be really happy with someone like Tevin Jenkins or Micah Parsons. You were talking about falling a lot due to character concerns. in a dream world, maybe he falls to 23 for the Jets. I would be okay with taking a risk on him that late in the first round.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent choice. Herms, we know that you're maybe a little more excited about a running back for your team's first pick, which is a good reason you wore a Bears jersey today, which is not your team.
Hey, look, we got it. Cole Komet Club represent. All right, I got to rep the boy. But I will say, all I have to do is turn my head slightly this way, and you can see my new hat. Wow, I got really close to the microphone. That was probably loud. I got a new hat. Yeah, so it's Steelers. Yeah, dude. Najee Harris, please. Please. Oh, please. That'd be so cool. No, seriously. I mean, honestly, so, all right. Just purely as a fan, it would be awesome to have the stud running back. But if I was going to try and do the whole put myself in the shoes of the GM thing, the offensive line is garbage. With Bud Dupree leaving, there is a need at linebacker. I know that Zaven Collins out of Tulsa is somebody that has been talked about. Tevin Jenkins is a name that came up before. Shout out OK State. That would be super neat. I mean, I'm not sure he's going to last that long, but I don't know, dude. Oh, it's so hard, but Najee Harris, please. There we go.
The good news for you, Herms, is all other three members of the Lateral have your team taking a running back. So I think you might get lucky there. Linda, your Broncos, we've talked a bit about them already. That pick number 9, you can't pick Aaron Rodgers. They're keeping the pick in this instance.
Okay.
Who do you want
I have
them
that
to
answer
take?
too. That's been the plan the last several weeks for me. I'm still adjusting. But I think I like Rashawn Slater a lot, the offensive tackle. And then I've seen a lot of Micah Parsons. If we don't move out of the 9 spot, which I don't see happening at this point, but if we're still at 9, I think we take Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I think that's a serious possibility. I think before character concerns kind of came to a bit more the front, every mock I saw was like Micah Parsons going to the Broncos. So if they feel comfortable with him, it wouldn't shock me. In my mock, it took a little bit of a risk. I've actually got them picking the number 2 linebacker in that class, little Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah. But we'll see how that goes. Over to Josh. Josh, who you got your boys taking with their first pick in the draft?
I think Josh froze over there. It looks like.
Oh shoot!
Yeah, there he goes.
Happens to the best of us.
Jesse, Jags pick. Who you got? Pick number 2, by the way.
Yeah,
who freezes and has to leave? Like, who does that? Seriously.
Just totally
yeah,
classless.
There's like a billion options I want them to take. They have a lot of needs, but they have a pretty young defense. So like, if we don't go defense, it's okay. Because if we take a tackle, I think it's fine. I would love to see Greg Rousseau because I think he can kick inside or play like a 3-4 D end, and I would love that because that guy's a monster rushing from the inside. He's just a monster anyway. I'd like to see him. If a tackle falls, like a Tevin Jenkins or maybe even a Darrish or something like that, I'd be happy taking him. Taking Farley would be cool, even if you have to sit for a little bit because he's got that injury because we have a pretty deep cornerback group, but we don't know where it's going to be next year. So there's a lot of options. I'd be happy with anyone on the defense besides linebacker. And maybe a tackle. But otherwise, I don't want anything else.
Well, how do you think about Trayvon Moehrig? Because that's who literally all 3 of us picked to go to your Jags.
Yeah, he's the best safety in the class, but I think safety is really, really deep, and they have 2 second-round picks, and I would love for them to take a safety there.
Fair enough. Jay, this board got shuffled on me a little.
Mix around a little bit.
You are all that is left.
Yeah.
So who do you want your G-men to take?
I would really, honestly, we could go 4 or 5 different ways, and I would be happy. My number 1 choice would be one of the Alabama wide receivers, Devonta Smith or Waddle. I would be perfectly fine with, even though we signed Kenny Golladay. As much as I love Sterling Shepard, I don't even think he's a number 2. I would rather see him as the 3rd option. Have Darius Slayton as a big play guy. If we're gonna go all in on Daniel Jones, we got to get him some weapons. I mean, so there'd be no excuses for him having Kenny Golladay, having Waddle or Smith, Barkley in the backfield, Butterfingers at tight end. We've got to get him some
Pro
weapons.
Bowler Butterfingers. Thank you very much.
The worst Pro Bowler in history. But it's similar to what Linda was saying. I would love to see Micah Parsons there. We need help on the O-line. I'd like Slater. I'd even be fine if we took one of the cornerbacks. If I had to choose, I would say Waddle. I think he would really complement Kenny Galladay's game very well. So that would be my number one choice. But honestly, it is Dave Gettleman, so he'll probably find a way to screw it up. But it's going to be hard
100%.
for them to screw this up unless they really reach.
Maybe some Gettleman action here, some McCorkle.
McCorkle to the G-men. You heard it here first, folks.
How quickly
Chaos.
would that jersey be off your shoulders if they drafted Mac Jones?
Oh, well, you know what? This is a Michael Strahan jersey, so this one.
So it deserves the respect. You're right.
This is the pre-Gettleman. I'm unfortunately one of those live or die. No matter how many terrible decisions I make, I'll still ride with my team. So I was talking. I was going to try to find a college football team to cheer for because I'm a Duke fan, and they're not known for college football.
Oh,
but
I think we're losing Jay. I think Jay's got to go.
Yeah. I really thought that for a second. I was like, oh, did I freeze up again? I can't do it. I can't imagine putting on another team's colors. So I got to stick with my. Hey, if I've been a Knicks fan for all these years, you know that I'm not a fair weather fan. So
well, here's the solution. If you're not looking to put on another team's colors, find a team with the same colors. Boom, problem solving right here with your boy Herms. I got you. Okay, That's all you got to do. Find the same colors. Boom. That's it.
Herms is living in 3021 while we're still in 2021.
I'm out here, man. I'm out here in these streets with all these fire tweets and all these thoughts.
The Bears, they got red and blue. So there you go, Jay.
It's orange. It's orange.
Go to the Bills.
Go
to the Bills.
Right?
Josh Allen.
No, I always live or die. If I could live with him at the Super Bowl 42, I could live with him with Dave Gettleman. So.
Mel Kiper's talking. That means it's probably almost time for Goodell.
What's that?
That was beautiful.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I appreciate that.
I really respect that. Unfortunately, the teams I was a fan of before my Niners fandom were the Washington football team and the San Diego Chargers. So I've just been screwed my entire life. Then one day I turned on the TV. This Greek god was under center, just slinging balls down the field. That's my quarterback.
Are you sure you were watching football on there?
Actually, it was that first season when the trade happened, and it was against Tennessee, and he absolutely lit him up with Marquise Goodwin. It was fantastic. I could not turn away from the TV.
There you go.
I get that the time has come to move on for my Niners, possibly McCorkle. But that button, by the way, that button's going to be really handy.
This is the McCorkle button. There we go. I love it.
But Josh, we have you back. I believe that is a Ravens jersey. If my eyes do not deceive me,
this is J.K. Dobbins. Let's
go,
team
baby. That famously beat the living daylights out of Jay's G-men. As a Balmer area resident, a very fond memory, I must say.
Oh man, it was great. I was pretty young at the time, but
I went to the NFC Championship the game before that against the Vikings. The Giants won 41.
Literally never higher than they were.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We had a huge party at the house, and it was awful. I sat there the whole time. Just all my friends are out hanging out. I'm sitting here like this. The only time I got excited was Ron Dixon running back that touchdown. And then the Ravens came back. No. Yeah.
Good times. Oh,
well, thanks for bringing back those terrible memories. I appreciate it.
It's what we do.
Yeah.
Josh, pick 27. Who do you got the birds? Well, those birds taking with that
purple
pick?
birds.
Purple birds.
So who do I got or who do I want? Because they might be kind of two different answers.
Who do you want? Let's go with who do you want?
I absolutely want JOK, Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa. Let's go. I'm so excited to I said his name. I know how to pronounce it. Simon knew who I wanted.
6 times every day on the street.
I'm proud that I know how to pronounce it. I'm not good with names.
Impressive.
So.
I give you credit. It's very impressive.
Mad props, dude. It's a lot of syllables.
But outside of his name, what I like about him is he's just he's built for today's NFL. He's kind of in that hybrid mold where I don't even really know what position he's going to play, and I don't care. He's just so good. He played slot cornerback at Notre Dame. He played safety. He played middle. He played everywhere. The Ravens will find a way to use him. Maybe it's middle linebacker. Maybe it's strong safety. We even need kind of both areas. So I would be so excited to get Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah on our team.
Well, one part of the lateral thinks you may just get that chance. Zach actually does not have him going in the first round. The rest of us think he'll be long gone by the time you're up to draft. So,
oh god, that's just a mistake.
Very polarizing player. Very polarizing player. I get it, Zach.
Just a
I get
mistake.
it.
I totally forgot
Zach.
about him.
Sorry to put you on blast like that, Zach. Okay.
Oh,
I think
you're right. I totally omitted him.
Well, we're waiting for the Jags to make their pick, keeping all the suspense with us. Possibly
should take the entire time. I want them to take the entire time.
You guys
Down to
watching
1 second.
a very strange video that's happening right now?
What is that?
The weird animation thing?
Yeah.
They're doing that some more.
Oh, that's
with
not
the
good.
guy who didn't put on sunscreen.
Yeah, that was very
properly.
strange. Made me uncomfortable. I thought it was real. I was like, what's happening? And I looked out and I was like, nope, Sims.
Well, we'll do this for every pick, but we'll probably end up keeping this one short unless they're currently putting together that Rodgers offer we think is coming. Zach, who do you think the Jags take with this pick?
My head says Trevor Lawrence. My heart says Tutu Atwell. So we're going to go with
moving
50-50. 50-50.
Herms, who do you think the Jags take with this pick?
Oh, geez. Well, before I say anything, check this out. I'm the lateral head. Look at me. Oh, my Lord. Oh, it's good. Anyway, I just figured that was...
there you
I've
are.
been waiting to do that.
Yeah.
for
Yeah, I didn't know where you went.
Oh, look at me.
Wait, Herms.
Speaking purely for... it is I, the lateral bot. I will be speaking on behalf of Herms. The lateral bot picks Trevor Lawrence. Herms also picks Trevor Lawrence. I think that's very... It's, we get 2 answers in 1.
Probably seeming like the right pick. Let's see if Jay agrees with you. Jay, who do you have the Jags taking?
I think it's going to be McCorkle. No, I'm just playing. It's going to be Trevor Lawrence. There's no question.
Wait.
I'm here for the chaos.
McCorkle!
There it is, McCorkle. No, it's going to be Trevor Lawrence.
All right, Linda. Who do you got? Jags, pick 101.
I got no arguments. And I think in this case, like, I don't want chaos. Just fucking let's do it and get past it.
Well, if the ESPN telecast is any indication, for 7 more minutes, you get all the chaos. So, Jesse.
They're just playing highlights of Trevor Lawrence, just so we're clear. Like
Getting that commercial time.
Okay, real quick. Do we think that the pick has actually been in for several minutes already and they're just like holding it at this point?
Yeah,
probably.
Like,
I think
it's not
been
even
in
game
since Clemson's last game was over. Like that's how long it's been in.
But it's like it's not even gamesmanship from the Jags. Like the Jags have they gave the card to Goodell during the handshake when they met this afternoon. Like ESPN's just like
we knew the pick like 2 years ago. I mean, like just for God's sakes, like say it. It's fine. There's no suspense.
Supposedly the NFL told the 49ers to keep their pick close to the vest.
They did.
Decided. So I think you're right. I think it's the NFL trying to keep the drama up.
Yeah. If they said that was for ratings, I actually call bullshit. I think it's for gambling reasons. They need gambling money to continue to be a thing. And if that pick leaks and destroys tons of bets and books and all that, they are in serious trouble with their new partners in that space. So
I think you're right.
It's a 2 birds, 1 stone situation.
Yeah, right.
Linda's
I think it's
right.
right.
Yeah.
Linda's right. I think it's both.
I usually,
But yeah, because it's changed a few. Oh, that's what we love about you, Linda. I think you're right. It's changed a few times today. Lance went from the second favorite to the favorite. I don't know if it's changed again, but this afternoon he jumped up to be the favorite.
Well, let's see if Jesse thinks that Trevor Lawrence is still the favorite to get taken by his Jags. We got to do this, man. We're doing it for every pick. There's no exceptions. Who you got?
I think they'll take Lawrence. But can we trade for Burrow? I'll take that instead. But
Okay. We can stay a little on this spice. Why Burrow over Lawrence?
Yeah, I mean, look, I watched both their films, and I have never seen a person. I've only been doing this for a few years, but I've never seen.
You've never seen a person on film.
Yeah, I've never seen a person on film. I've never watched one.
Yeah, they're all vampires. It's crazy.
You see that back there? That's I've never seen that before. No, but yeah, I really like Burrow's film. I just fell in love with it, man. He had an insane season, and not that Trevor Lawrence is a bad quarterback or not a generational prospect or whatever, but man, I just love everything Burrow did forever, and I think he'll be probably the best quarterback out of these 2 classes for sure. So
I have to say, I don't think I've ever seen a player look more comfortable in the pocket than Burrow at LSU, including our boy McCorkle.
And they're gonna go out and draft a.
And-
Am I allowed to swear a freaking wide receiver? And
you
just
can you
Watch
can
your
fucking
fucking
hear
language.
all the fucking
Sorry.
None of
forget
us
to
are getting
ask.
hired by a network. It's fine, or at least
Okay.
I'm not. So I'll say
Look,
whatever the
You're
fuck I
on with
want.
Herms. What I mean, you can say damn
I
near
just have
anything.
to
I don't-
make sure.
I
Feels
understand.
better.
Always respectful, of course.
Look,
That's
I mean,
why
they
we love
seem
you.
comfortable with like Riley Reid and getting back the guy from the draft the first 2 years ago or whatever. So they seem comfortable.
Jonah
with tackle
Williams, I
enough.
believe.
Yeah, Trent Williams or whatever. Yeah, Jonah Williams, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I have to
well-
say, Burrow was my guy last year. I like him a lot this year to be the sophomore breakout late round QB in fantasy. And Herms will tell you, I was really hyped on Burrow last year. I was like, I'm getting this guy in like every draft I can. And in just about every draft I could, I did.
But are you as
He was
hyped
performing
on
too.
Burrow
I mean,
as
he
you
was
are
doing
this
well.
year about McCorkle?
McCorkle.
That's the real question. I mean, like, you know,
Joe Burrow is better than Mac Jones, and I like Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones is a good quarterback. I think he will be perfectly fine in the NFL. And if the Niners draft him, he'll do well. If the
I like
Patriots
Mac
draft him,
Jones because he
he'll do
makes me
well.
feel like I can be an NFL quarterback. We got that same
See, that's
cut.
like the reason I don't like Zach Wilson is because I feel like I could lay him the fuck out. Like I look at him, I'm like, I can hurt you.
it's Disney
Yeah,
looking at.
and that's
He's
the
like
problem.
he's a little too pretty looking too. Like
I
his
would,
size,
Linda,
when you
my
read
money
the
would
number-
definitely be on you if you guys.
Thank
were in a
you.
fight. No question.
Me too. And I don't even like. I'm not a fighter. I've never done it, but I think I would win.
I don't
Easily.
believe that. I don't believe that even for a second. You've
That
never
I've never
fought.
been in a fight. Nope. One time I almost fought a man at the bar because he wouldn't leave and he was going to get my friends kicked out.
I would have taken you in that fight.
I would have taken me in that fight too. He couldn't stand up, but my friends wouldn't let me fight him.
Well, another man who can't stand up because we're all seated at laptops, Josh. Let's end this exercise in futility.
Yes.
Who are the Jags taking with the first overall pick
I
of the
don't
draft?
know. Just the best
Classic.
quarterback in the draft. Trask, right? Not joking. No, I don't know. It's Trevor Lawrence. I mean, has it not been in there yet? They haven't made the pick yet? Still?
I'm
There's
showing
a
2
minute
minutes and 20
56
seconds.
left
I'm 30
on the
seconds
clock.
behind.
Oh, man.
Oh my
It
God.
really is about the drama.
No joke. It was a minute and 56, and I don't know if there was a glitch with ESPN's clock, but it went to 9:59.
It did just
it
go
is
to.
a glitch. It's because the pick is in, so the clock did a
Oh.
little reset thing. The
Oh.
pick is in, people.
I'm streaming, so I'm
I
like
did say
30
that.
seconds behind everybody.
Yeah, I'm also streaming. Yeah. So,
Oh,
So do I get to play spoilers?
Yeah.
The pick
you
is
do.
in. Oh my gosh! I wonder who it's gonna be. Oh, this is gonna be. Oh, my God.
Well, actually, I've got you guys here. Let's talk about some people Trevor Lawrence could be throwing to this year if he is indeed the first
Ooh.
overall pick.
Everybody
Talk to
knows.
Jay. Talk
Zach.
to Jay. Talk to
Zach.
Jay.
Yep.
I'm thinking redraft, actually. Who is the Jags wide receiver you want on your team in redraft this year? Go.
I think I got to go with Laviska Shenault here.
There it is.
Um,
There it is, babe. Ah.
I like his chances of breaking out a lot more. I think he's a really talented player, and he's also really versatile, which could really help him out a lot in this new Jags offense with Trevor Lawrence at the helm. DJ Chark is really good, and Marvin Jones is also like a factor to think about there in terms of like late round value. But DJ Chark doesn't interest me as much because he's really only had like 6 or 7 really good week stretch in his career, and the rest of it has kind of been injured or not so great. So I'd rather place my bets on Laviska Shenault here, I think.
A solid pick to be sure. Herms, I'm sensing some agreement from you.
Yeah, dude. Visca's where it's at. That's my dude. So
Well,
yeah.
Let's not keep Jay waiting. Jay, you seem eager to talk about this one. I'll even do you one better. Who do you want if you are in redraft this year, and who do you want if you're in a dynasty start?
Well, that's going to be the same answer. And if anybody follows me on Twitter, I am a huge Visca truther. I talk about him any chance I can get. I'd think he, especially in this offense, like you said, I think Urban Meyer's going to use him like he's used Percy Harvin. The one thing I would have actually, believe it or not, liked Chark better before Marvin Jones signed because they both play a similar type of role. They're both
Guys,
going to be
the pick is in.
Girls coming.
McCorkle! That's
Oh,
Trevor
finally.
Lawrence. It's Trevor
So-
Lawrence.
I knew it would be Mike Oracle.
Sorry to interrupt you, Jay. But
No worries. No worries at all. I'm a huge
Visca-
Visca truther. I'm very excited. The only thing I will say in redraft Dynasty, he's taken already. The Visca truthers already had him, and you're not getting him for cheap now. Redraft, it does scare me, all the hype that's around him now, that he's going to be expensive. So honestly, in redraft, I would probably take Chark if Visca's ADP continues to elevate, because as much as I love him, you can't overpay for somebody. I'm not going to take him in the 5th round, where you know what he keeps going up and up.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think value is important when evaluating that pick, and that's why for me it's actually Marvin Jones. He's the Jags wide receiver I want, because I'll get
like
him
that.
dirt cheap in redraft.
Yep,
Like,
I like that a lot.
Dynasty, absolutely not. I want Visca in Dynasty, but for redraft, give me Marvin Jones all day long. They brought him in for a reason. They paid him money. Linda, someone else who gets the big bucks, what Jags wide receiver do you want in redraft this year?
In redraft, I want Visca, but I haven't seen the moving up that maybe Jay has seen. I have a feeling that might be because they know Jay is a Visca truther.
That is
but
very
like
true.
when I do a draft and Tyler Wallace goes 2 rounds before he should. So I don't know. I haven't seen that, but I was in on DJ Chark at the beginning of the offseason, and then I just slowly started to get nervous about his ankle. It's always that same ankle. If it were several different injuries, I would be less concerned, but one ankle over and over again is very concerning to me. And then they signed Marvin Jones, and like you said, they play a very similar role. I'll have a lot of Marvin Jones, both in redraft, I think, and in late round dynasties. You can get him in like the 17th round or some shit. Like, there's no reason not to have that. He can, finish out his golden years on your roster, and then you got a flex option if you need it. But I like Marvin Jones for the price right now, for sure.
Incredibly sage advice. I think we all learned something there. Jesse, these are your boys after all. Who do you think is the move in redraft this year of the Jags wide receivers?
So we're talking about value here, or just generally the wide receiver?
Who's the one you want on your team?
Yeah,
So
I want
value
Chark.
is
It's
important.
not close. Yeah, it's not
Okay.
close. I want Chark. He's a great wide receiver. I mean, he's played in 11, 15, 13 games. I mean, you're right about the ankle injury. It does concern me, but this guy got 93 targets in 13 games last year. He was getting balls from Luton, Glennon, and Gardner, and these guys can't throw deep balls at all. Look, I get that Chenault is good. He's fine. Wasn't a big fan on him before the draft. I'm a bigger fan now. But Chark is an insane deep receiver, and this guy's going to give you multiple games of standout value. And with Trevor Lawrence on the team, it's going to be great. It's not close for me. It's Chark.
Oh, fair choice. He definitely is the deep threat. Josh, agree, disagree? We've heard all 3 big names come up so far, so you could break some ties here.
No, yeah, absolutely. And it's like I'm like almost in the middle here. I feel like they should be drafted around the same spot in every draft league. And I think it's going to end up like that when we finally get there. I know Jay said that Chark feels like he's rising. I think you made a great point that I think everyone knows how much you love. I mean, not Chark's rising, Chenault's rising. I know everyone knows how much. So whenever you're in something with them, they're always like snagging them right in front of you.
They got to get them, right? Because otherwise I'm
Exactly. So I think a little bit of that's happening. I bet you DJ Chark is drafted ahead of Chenault by the time we get there. I would rather have DJ Chark for redraft. And I would rather have Vishka for dynasty purposes. So.
All makes sense. All right, real quick, we're going to go back around the horn here. Jets. This one's a little more in question as to who they're going to take. So real quick, who do you think they're going to take, Josh?
Zach Wilson. Unless they are just being very manipulative and they're great at generating smoke, which I know they're not good at doing. So it's Zach Wilson. It's Zach Wilson.
All right, Jay, are you feeling like you're in agreement there? You thinking it's Zach Wilson coming off the board here?
Yeah, I think it's Zach Wilson. I think I think they should go Fields, but they're dead set on Wilson. So I agree. I don't think the Jets are the team to pull the wool over everybody's eyes like this. It's going to be Wilson.
I mean, they do now have Robert Saleh there instead of Adam Gase, so the competency has gone up a little. But
Which I think was a great hire. I really do.
It was a great hire, but only a little bit more confidence.
I hated it personally because now my team doesn't have Robert Saleh, but subjectivity aside, yes, it's an excellent hire. And Linda will have an excellent answer for us here. Zach Wilson, is that who's coming off the board here at pick 2?
Yeah, I think so. I agree. I would take Lance Fields and Mac Jones over Zach Wilson, but
yes,
I know the Jets seem to be pretty all in on him, so I just hope he can throw it to Denzel Mims and I'll be golden.
Shout out Denzel Mims.
I hope anyone can throw it to Denzel Mims because I'd like to see something out of him. And we got a little
I have
bit
a lot
of
of
it last
Denzel
year,
Mims, so I completely agree.
but
Right there with you, Jay. Right there with you, Jay.
Denzel Mims feels like a potential bust that might never be any fault of his own. Like just the team that he's on.
I didn't know I was going to come on and you were going to hurt my feelings. Like I didn't.
I hurt everyone's feelings. And Jesse, not going to hurt yours though. Who you got coming off the board? Because the pick is in.
It's Zach, and it should be Zach. I think he's going to be really great for Mims. He's got such good ball placement. A big guy who's good contested catch. I think will be really good with the way he puts the ball where it needs to be. It'll be great for a big guy like that. So I'm excited for him. I really love Mims too. Huge fan. He was like my wide receiver 5 or 6. Like I was very high on him coming to the draft. And yeah, it should be Zach Wilson. It will be.
Herms and Zach, do you agree? Zach Wilson coming off the board here.
It's going to be Zach Wilson's Disney looking ass. So.
Oh man.
What about you, Zach? Another
it's
Zach?
It's gonna be Zach Wilson.
Zach's picking Zach. All right. That's not confusing at all. It's going to be Justin Fields. Moving on. Niners are coming up. No, it's going to be Zach Wilson. But Justin Justin Fields could be going at number 3. I think this one is genuinely up for debate. So, Zach, I'm going to start with you here. Who do you think the Niners are going to take off the board? We know it's going to be a QB, most likely, unless they're really pulling the wool over our eyes. Even I'll be a little annoyed at that point, unless it's Kyle Pitts, and then maybe I can be forgiven, or I can give some forgiveness. But Zach, who do you got?
I was gonna say I would love it if they just drafted Kyle Pitts to play him and Kittle together in 2 tight end sets, like it's some 4D chess. That would just be incredible.
0 complaints.
It would be so fun to watch Shanahan just thinking about the game completely differently and be like, I'm going to have 2 game-breaking tight ends and see what you can do about it. No, I think it's going to be Trey Lance here. I feel like we can be relatively confident it's not Justin Fields at this point. And between Lance and McCorkle, it seems like the odds have really shifted in Lance's favor in the past few hours.
Okay.
So I think he's the bet there.
I'm leaning Lance as well, though I'm much more nervous about it. Herms, what about you? You feeling nervous? You excited? The heart pumping a little?
For fantasy purposes, sure. I don't have the vested interest that you do, but I will say, it should be Justin Fields, but it's not going to be Justin Fields, and it makes me very sad. Trey Lance is probably going to go to the Niners. I mean, like, there's no way that they moved up that high to get McCorkle. Okay. You know what I mean? If they wanted, like, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I mean, like, dude, he's built like me. You know what I mean? Like, you don't move up to number 3 for a dude built like me. Like, that's just not how shit works.
God love you. You and Mac Jones are not built the same.
He's built more like me with the dad guy.
I and Mac Jones are built the same. And as a fellow Mac, you were not so great at throwing the ball around, but no.
I'll go mom voice on every single one of you motherfuckers. Don't test me.
He's a good, well-built Scottish lad from down south, and I can respect it. Jesse, who you got the Niners taking off the board?
Yeah, I struggled with this for a while. I kind of had Trey Lance like in there a little bit, but this afternoon with the bets and stuff and everything coming out, it just put me over. I've got Lance here. I think it should be Fields, but going with Lance, and he's tough because I'm not really sure what to think about this guy. D2, he played 1 game last year. I don't know, or whatever it is, FCS or whatever it is. But I think him waiting behind a guy like Jimmy plays the whole season, which I think is totally possible, is probably a better bet than one of these other guys who are more pro ready. So.
Makes total sense to me. Linda, who do you got the Niners taking? And do you think we'll see Jimmy G on this roster for week 1?
I actually spent most of the last 2 weeks in this argument on the Mac Jones side, but I think so did the 49ers. And then everybody was like, what the fuck? And they were like, are we making a mistake? And so they have reevaluated maybe. And I do think it's Trey Lance. I have been saying for weeks on podcasts all over the place that it should be Trey Lance. I think he needs to sit half a year to a full year behind a quarterback. And I think Jimmy G is a fine quarterback to do that. And then he still gets to come in and has Kittle and Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. And he's learned the playbook and had the time to really get ready. But I think the NDSU thing is, I mean, they run a pretty pro parallel offense. So I'm not as worried about that as I think consensus is.
Yeah, I mean, we literally saw a top 2 quarterback come out of there once before. It's not going to shock me if a top 3 quarterback comes out of there. Jay,
so shout out to Michael Hasty.
Jay, your team had to play against that top 2 quarterback on occasion. Do you think North Dakota State getting in the top 3 this year? Is Trey Lance coming off the board here?
I do. I think so. Like to echo what pretty much everybody else has said, and I think exactly what Herms was saying as well. McCorkle isn't the type of guy that you give up that type of trade capital to go up and get. When, if they were on the if they weren't on the clock right now, they could have traded up at the maybe 6, 7, 8 to get him. So I think Trey Lance I think it's a perfect situation. Like Linda was saying, half the year, something along those lines, learn behind Jimmy G, and then come on and take this team to try, hopefully, to the playoffs and even deeper.
Malcolm is stressing out so hard right now, dude.
They're calling him the pick. I'm pretty sure they're calling him the pick.
I'm showing 3 minutes and 13 seconds. What are you at?
I'm seeing 2:55, but they cut to the Niners room. Everyone was clapping, and someone picked up a phone.
Yeah, I just
picked
saw
up a
it,
piece of paper.
Before it gets in, I'm going to go with Mac Jones here.
Josh, let's go with McCorkle.
I'm going with Mac Jones here. Listen, I think this is always who he was looking to try to get. I really do. I mean, there's people close to Kyle Shanahan that were saying it was going to be Mac Jones. Maybe it's smoke. I'm not sure. And I know the odds in Vegas have changed towards Trey Lance, but I really think it's going to be Mac Jones. He had the highest completion percentage
Who's
ever.
Mac Jones? I only know McCorkle.
It is like hanging out with a bunch of 12-year-old boys. I have never heard y'all giggle like this before.
It's the NFL draft.
It's mostly just me.
I don't know. I can't help myself.
No, it's everybody. No,
sorry, I'm a child.
It's me.
Fantastic.
For me, it's mostly the fact that I made a mistake and didn't grab a beer before sitting down.
I got margarita.
Rookie mistake.
To host my 4-hour live stream.
We'll take care of things. Go get a beer, man. Like, we got this,
I'm gonna trust me. I'm going to need a drink after this pick, and I'm going to get a drink.
Who do you want? Who do you want them to take?
I would like them to take Justin Fields, but they won't. So I think
McCorkle
I think they will take Trey Lance. I would like them to take Trey Lance because I think you keep Jimmy Garoppolo around for a year. I really do. But I'm a Jimmy Garoppolo stan a bit, so a little bit of subjectivity there.
He's a bum.
For the record, I hope it's Mac Jones.
You heard it here first.
For chaos sake.
I
also think it'd be fine.
The pick is in.
The pick is in.
Everyone said Trey Lance, right?
Yeah, everyone said Trey
Yeah.
Lance except for Josh said McCorkle. And the pick is in.
Oh my god, dude!
Riddick is talking.
I'm geeking so hard right now, dude.
This is like where the draft really starts.
Like little girls.
We knew what was going to happen with the first two picks. This is the first one that we're like, what is going to happen?
Right? Oh my gosh, I'm so
That's
excited.
why we practiced the prior 2 picks.
Oh my gosh, dude! Oh my god, dude! Like,
I got
conspiracy theory. Whoever they take ends up getting traded to Green Bay. Sorry.
Don't say it.
I would love, for the record, Aaron Rodgers is the quarterback I really want. I am a huge Aaron Rodgers fan. He's my favorite player in the NFL. I have a Super Bowl jersey from the year they won the Super Bowl. Like,
hey, we don't talk about that.
That's badass, actually. That's badass.
Yeah.
Well, he's going to be in Denver, so.
He does not want to play in Denver.
Denver
with
was
those weapons, though? Yo. That'd be
It was
sick.
Denver.
Yeah, he
the
said
Raiders.
Denver, Raiders, 49ers.
Bell's walking up.
Oh, I saw
You
hope
guys
there.
believe me?
All right, don't
Yeah.
say it.
Don't say
I
it.
won't-
Don't say it.
Oh, you
I
can-
won't-
you can do whatever you
I
want.
need to see for my own eyes.
Yeah, sleeper ruined the Odell pick for me when the Giants.
Wow.
Bro, you got to turn sleeper notifications. I don't know
Yep,
how
that's
people
why-
live with sleeper notifications on.
I turned him off.
I like being
Yeah,
the first one in
I turned that
now.
off. Yeah, it's
He's
Oh,
walking up for
Trey
me.
Lance! We got Trey Lance! Yeah!
Yo,
Oh,
Get more Corkle out of here.
no
Yeah,
more
no more
McCorkle. No
Now, how
more
far do you
McCorkle.
guys think McCorkle's going to fall?
he goes to the Patriots.
Patriots.
That's where.
Corkle's falling to the Patriots.
Easy.
It just
Thank you.
feels like
I
it.
I think they're going to trade up and
Unfortunately,
get
the
Fields.
Patriots don't
I
have
think the Patriots are going to
dick
get Fields.
for weapons.
Okay,
That
That's
is
what
true.
pissed me off.
That's, that's what we'll pivot to here.
Before you do that, I have to run. I'm going to hop on with Jeff Hasley. So
Dude,
As
thank
do
you
I.
guys for having me. I appreciate it. Maybe
Absolutely.
if you're still on later, thank you guys. It's been a lot of fun.
We will be on until about 15 minutes after the draft ends. So you are
maybe,
more than
maybe
welcome
I'll hop
to.
back on later on. We'll see.
Dude,
You
just
never know
shoot me a
what's gonna happen.
DM. Be like, I want to pop on, and we'll be like, let's do it.
Sounds
Hell yeah,
good.
bro.
Happy draft day, everybody, and we'll
Oh,
talk to
I'm
you later.
so excited.
Jay.
Congratulations.
Love you.
Love you too,
Jay.
brother.
Oh,
Hey,
Yep.
and Josh, you know what? Trading makes fantasy fun. Just wanna
Oh,
throw that out
yes, it does, man. Let's go.
Yeah, I traded a lot for Drew Lock last night when I was
there.
drunk. so.
Yes.
A lot.
Oh, I heard about that.
That was in our league. Yeah.
Multiple leagues. More
love to
than
see
one.
You love to see
Okay,
it.
I have to go too. My headphones are going to die, and I've got to charge them for at least a couple minutes before
No,
I go to my next show.
totally understand. Again, if you have time later, you're more than welcome to come on. But we're glad we had you for the time we had. We'll definitely have you on the lateral again sometime. Thank you so much, Linda. It's been a
Yeah,
blast.
congratulations on Trey Lance. I'm glad I got to stay for that.
Much love.
I'll
Oh,
see you
that
guys
was
later.
amazing.
Actually, though.
See you, Linda.
Oh. All right, and then there was one solitary guest, and so I'm gonna also dip and get that beer. Herms,
Get your beer,
the
man.
floor is yours.
got
I'll be
You
back
earned it,
in a
Malcolm.
minute.
Go get your beer.
Oh dear Lord, it's the Herms show now. Ha ha ha, ha, ha. Oh man, dude. Okay, so I'm gonna change it up a little bit. Okay, what should the Falcons do, and why is the answer trade down?
You pigeonholed me here a little bit, Herms.
No, for real though, dude. This is the one pick where I'm just like, okay,
Actually,
like there's like three very realistic scenarios. There's been a lot of smoke around, hey dude, it could be Kyle Pitts, but then there's also some thought process being like, hey yo, get a quarterback, you know, that can be groomed behind Matt Ryan. Looking at you, Georgia native Justin Fields, who knows? And also
Holy
trading down, because there's a lot that they got to do, man. So like, I don't know, whoever wants to, you know, take a stab at that first, like, what do you think the Falcons should do with this pick? I'm really curious.
Yeah, I'll take a stab. They need to trade down. They need to go all defense for the next 3 picks, or that they have currently. They need to trade down. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If they're keeping Matt Ryan, they signed to this deal. They're going to try and win, and they've got a pretty good offense. Not going to lie, I like Mike Davis a lot too. They got a good offensive line. They got 3 good weapons. I'm including Hayden Hurst in that. You know, I just think they need to go defense. If they take one here, I think it's fine, but they should trade out and get more picks. Trade with Denver, please, or like do it. It's make my life feel better because I want her. Not Herbert. God, not Herbert. Definitely not Herbert. I want Fields.
McCorkle. I summoned him.
There we go. Yeah, I want Fields to quarterback the Niners, or not the Niners, the Denver. So that'd be cool. But I mean, they really should take defense. I think if they take defense here too, would be fine. But they really defense slam it.
Shit, hell yeah. What does anybody else think that the Falcons should do?
Pitts, just take Kyle Pitts.
All right, I dig the vibe.
You're stuck with Matt Ryan for the next 2 years. Don't take a quarterback. If you could trade down, sure. I'm not going to knock that, but take Kyle Pitts. Just go with the generational guy. Be done with it.
I feel like I hear generational talent tight end way too often, man. It scares the shit
This
out
one
of me.
counts. This one counts.
That's what they say every year. It scares the shit out of me.
This is the first time I have ever said it personally.
This is the
I'm not
most
thinking of
hype.
different.
This is most hyped a prospect has been.
It-
Like, let's
It
be
does
honest,
feel
right?
like that. It does feel like that, man. And I
It
watch
is,
his tape.
though.
I love his tape. But
Since
it just-
Vernon
it
Davis,
scares me.
basically.
And Vernon Davis
He
is
was
great.
really
Like,
good.
it should
But
be
Vernon
like a
Davis
fifth.
is 6'3". Like you can't compare the two.
No,
Like,
I'm
they're
just saying,
different
no, like
guys.
most
Yeah.
hyped.
A
That's all I'm
6'7"
saying.
guy or 6'6", whatever. It doesn't move like this typically. That's the thing, you know.
But
But
he's
yeah,
great.
you're
I
absolutely
don't
right.
disagree. He's great.
Yeah, there's something
yeah.
special about him. There is something that like I haven't
the
seen
fact-
before.
The fact that he'd be the number one wide receiver in this draft class if he was a wide receiver instead of a tight end, that's what's different.
I'm not
I think an
there yet,
argument can
but-
still be made. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
with
the argument
Jamar
can definitely be
Chase.
made. There's some really good wide receivers here.
Yeah.
But he's
And not
also
even
update.
just Jamar Chase.
Update. I have turned off sleeper notifications.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
I feel a lot better now. Like a weight has been lifted off. You know,
Oh,
like that.
man. Guys, they're running a graphic that's showing the first, second, and third quarterbacks all drafted in the same class. It does not inspire confidence. Like, we're hitting maybe on one of these guys. Like Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, Akili Smith. Like, I'm just like, I
What
don't
a
need
class.
to see that.
What a class.
Donovan McNabb
Yeah.
was great.
Yeah,
good for,
there you
good for the
go.
Jets. I mean, good for them.
Okay.
I don't remember anything about Akili Smith, to be honest. but,
So actually, Atlanta, while we're focused on that, go around the horn here, and I'm going to start with our guest, Josh. Who is the Falcons wide receiver you want this year?
It's Calvin Ridley, especially with the rumors of Julio Jones maybe even getting traded. Like before these rumors kind of started coming out, I probably would put Julio Jones just slightly ahead of Calvin Ridley just for this year. But you add in Julio Jones' injury history, you add in these trade rumors now, and who knows where he's going to go. Like, it just seems like the Falcons are trying to build towards Calvin Ridley. So I would, even for this next year, I would probably go Calvin Ridley.
The pick is in.
So yeah, I do want to say the pick is in, so it doesn't look like they're trading back. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna say it. Whatever y'all make fun of me, I don't care. I'm saying it's JC Horn. That's my pick.
Whoa, all right.
Wow.
Little spice.
Okay.
All the way at 4.
That
Okay.
is
I get
super
it. They have a
spicy.
tight end ready, and he doesn't need to be a tight end. He can obviously line up as a wide receiver, and I think that's great. He's very good there,
Dude.
but that's what I'm going with. They need
Hayden
defense.
Hurst
They
is
have to go
solid.
defense. Yeah,
this is
that's
going to
just my
be
opinion.
insane. Oh my god, dude, this is so exciting. I love this so much. Oh my gosh.
And
Oh
the draft's
my
like my favorite night, dude. I love the draft.
It really
I'm
is.
watching all it all the time.
All right.
Every
Jesse,
year, I watch all 7 rounds since I was like
Yeah,
12 years old.
100%.
No, like I'm done after tonight. After this, it's ESPN
Oh,
push
no.
notifications. I'm good.
Yeah,
I don't
going.
know what it is, and it's probably because you haven't really like fell in love with the team. I know you have. You got your San Francisco 49ers. I'm sure you love them.
I'm
but
pretty
like,
good
man,
now.
Since
So I
I
tried-
believe it.
I tried the Ravens, and it
Goodell.
didn't ever.
Here comes Goodell.
We can get into that here in a bit. I can tell you
Oh
my
my
story.
Oh my
Yeah, I mean, I was a
I
Jets
wanna
fan
see
before
this
the
picture.
Kyle Pitts, let's go! Come on!
It's Kyle Pitts.
There we go.
Ah,
He's ranked as the number 2 guy or one guy for a
He's
lot of
number
these
one on my board.
experts,
He's
right?
literally number one on my
So
board.
yeah, for me,
Sure.
yeah, he's right around there. So why not?
Do we think Hayden Hurst is, on the move or something now, or do you think he's just working both in there?
I think they'll obviously try and shop him a little, but
He can block. He's pretty
they'll
good at that.
keep him. He's still solid, and people use 2 tight ends. Like,
Yeah.
I think they won't just like give him away now. But like, if
Sure.
someone comes calling with a good offer, like Pittsburgh could use a legit tight end, and Hayden Hurst would have potential if the the
We got
offer's not
Stone
insane.
Hands Ebron. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Come on, we got
But
it.
it's like if Pittsburgh makes a not insane offer that doesn't cripple their team to Atlanta, and then Atlanta's able to get rid of a tight end that is less useful now than it was before, like that could be a win-win for everyone potentially.
Mhm.
I think the
But yeah.
difference is negligible, but I do like Hayden Hurst and everything that he does for mental health awareness. So shout out Hayden Hurst for mental health awareness. Very, very important. That's my
Former
point.
Hayden
Raven.
Hurst he was drafted as a pitcher actually
Yes.
for a bit MLB, and he got the yips.
Yes, sir.
Oh God.
So just an interesting story there, actually.
All right. Speaking of interesting, this pick's going to get interesting. Zach, I'm going to start with you. Who's Cincinnati taking off the board? Because I think this one we really don't know.
A lot of options.
I honestly feel almost as confident about this Cincinnati pick as I think we all did about Atlanta. It looks like all 3 of us, and I think a lot of other people, have Cincinnati taking Jamar Chase here. I know there's a lot of concern with them not taking Penei Sewell, especially with what happened to Joe Burrow, but you could make the argument that offensive line talent is pretty deep in this draft, and Chase is maybe separating himself from the pack more as a wide receiver than Sewell does at offensive line. And then you could also say like Burrow tore up his ACL, but that's a freak play, and you shouldn't let yourself get distracted from the number one player on your board or the highest rated player on your board just because of that. Like, I think there's that argument to be made, but I feel pretty confident that they're taking Chase here.
Yep, that makes sense. Again, we all picked Jamar Chase. By the way, we're 4 for 4 right now, guys. Not too shabby. Even if Jesse did try and throw in J.C. Horn there. Yeah,
I did. I mean, look, I stand by J.C. Horn. He's gonna be a great player. So,
well,
okay, Jesse. Oh, sorry. I was gonna say Jesse. Sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh God. Oh God.
I'm the worst. I'm so sorry, McCorkle.
McCorkle. I'll find it. I swear.
Jesse, do you feel confident that J.C. Horn is the first cornerback drafted, or do you think if he doesn't go in the top 9, it's still Surtain going before him?
I think Surtain is he's not a lock for Dallas, but I think he goes to Dallas. So he'll probably go there unless another team possibly trades up or anything. I don't see Carolina taking him. So I feel like it'll probably be Surtain now.
Okay. Well, who do you think that Cincinnati's going to take, and then we'll go to Herms.
Yeah. I got Jamar here. I don't think it's the right pick. I think Penny's the right pick, but I think they'll go Jamar.
Okay, Jabbar, LeJefferson Lamar.
Also,
gotcha. Herms, who you got here?
Well, did you see Jamar Chase's shoes? Because that's kind of a dead giveaway. I mean,
no, I didn't see his shoes.
Oh, bro, you should see his shoe. Like, dude, because so I can't remember who, but like somebody tweeted it out like a while ago. Like, homie's got the Bengals colors. He rolled up in Bengals colored shoes. Like, I mean, like, there's no way he does that if he's not expecting to go there. So, I mean, like, that was like a little bit of a teaser we got directly from the player itself. So it's just like, I feel like at that point, you know what I mean? Unless for some reason he thinks he's falling all the way to the Browns for some reason. Or for some reason, maybe the Broncos or something, which wouldn't really make any sense because they were black and orange shoes. Like, yeah, dude, I'm just saying, like, at this point, kind of feel like it's, that's what it is.
Oh, I see those what we got going on here. I like that. I like that a lot. And yes, that definitely is, he's going to the Bengals. That about locks that up. Josh, you got any thoughts to add there?
I like to be a little bit different, maybe. I don't know. I picked Mac Jones. Everyone else picked Trey Lance. That was obviously wrong. But I'm gonna go Penei Sewell here. I just think that's the right pick, and I understand the Jamar Chase, the Joe Burrow connection. Joe Burrow apparently was trying to talk the Bengals into drafting him, so. I get it. I completely get it. Yeah. I don't blame them at all. I think Jamar Chase deserves to be a top 10 pick in the NFL. So I don't blame anyone for doing it. But Joe Burrow it's very safe to say he did not have the cleanest pocket to work with his rookie season. I think the Bengals offensive line was ranked as one of the least, I think it was 30th, if I remember correctly, in the NFL. I don't remember exactly. They need to invest in their offensive line a little bit. I know they had some guys injured, but Penei Sewell, I think he's generational too. Maybe. I hate throwing around the generational word, like you guys already said, but right there with Jamar Chase, I think in terms of talent.
Yeah, I think Penei Sewell is actually generational as well. He is number 2 on my personal big board, just behind Kyle Pitts, and then I have Trevor Lawrence. I think he's so damn good, and honestly, Zach. Your boys messed up. I wanted the Jets to have Mekhi Becton, Penei Sewell on the same O-line. And basically, you don't need a quarterback at that point. You just put LaMichael Piron's small ass right behind him and just shove it up. Jesus.
I've heard worse.
Wildcat all day long. That's all you need.
Dude, you don't need it.
That's the
Mekhi Becton, if you look up, that's a grown-ass man in the dictionary. Mekhi Becton is a grown-ass man. Yes, Herms, the pick is in. I do see that. And do you think Burrow had a lot to do with this, making Chase come to Cincy?
I mean,
If that's
yeah.
okay.
I mean, dude, that historic
thought we were
season
ahead,
they
yeah.
had a couple years ago. I mean, like, dude, 100%. Also, I just oh wait, so Malcolm, you're watching this on TV, right?
Yes.
If we
I'm
could
on
have,
ESPN.
if we could have like a 5 to 7 second moratorium for those of us streaming.
Yeah,
Because-
I haven't seen that Chase is the pick. We're just like kind of.
Oh,
assuming.
he
Oh no,
is.
no, no! I'm just
But
saying.
he will
I'm just
be.
saying because, like, because
Uh,
like the last couple ones where it was like shouted, and then I was like, oh shit, but I haven't seen it yet. So I'm just want to throw that out there.
You were never getting a modicum of professionalism or calm regarding the Niners pick. It wasn't happening. But
Fair enough.
I can give it to you going forward for sure. So the other thing I think that changed a lot of people's minds in mocking this pick is once Miami made their trade. So with that in mind, while the Bengals pick is making its way slowly but surely into Goodell's greasy, grubby hands, this is not a pro-Goodell network, by the way, just a FYI. If it is, it news to me. Josh, who do you got going to Miami, and why is it generational, Penny?
I love that. They could go quite a few directions here. At this point, I would probably just scoop up offensive linemen, honestly. Penny Sewell, right? That's why not, right? Improve that offensive line, had talent, protect Tua. I like it.
Yeah, because I mean, they invested heavily in the offensive line in the last draft. They found some guys that are pretty solid, but at the same time, like, dude, if somebody like Sewell's going to be there, you can't pass that up, right? I mean, come on.
Yeah,
It's perfect.
Pay attention. This is it.
Oh my god. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. Here we go. Got to type it in.
What do you?
All right, we're way beyond 7 seconds, man.
All right, I got it on mine.
Oh my god! Okay, all right, there we go. Yeah.
What you all failed to mention is the dude had a matching orange pocket square.
Oh,
Just wear
wait,
that.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, dude. I forgot about that.
Oh, if I knew that, I would never have. Oh, okay, yeah, all right.
Okay. Also, for the record, since it seems I'm more than 5 to 7 seconds, just shout it. I'm past that. I'm just not going to be surprised this whole night. I don't care.
I will be fair and I will give it a bit of time, but yeah, that was definitely a bit more delayed than we thought.
Yeah, I'm a little puzzled, but
okay. But moving on, Sewell. Why is he going to be the pick here, Josh?
Well, sorry, I just have to say real fast. Rip Joe Burrow's legs. I just got.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, Riley Reef and Jordan Williams or whatever's not that bad. We'll see though. We'll see. I would have taken Penny here too. So.
Yeah, you're right.
The fact that you can't remember his name has me a little bit concerned.
He's a Williams guy. He was a first-round pick 2 years ago.
Jonah. Yeah, right?
Jonah.
Yeah, he's been injured the whole time, it's whatever. But no, he is good. He's really good.
I think so.
But Penny Sewell is versatile. Like he could play guard. He could be the best guard in the league stepping in his rookie year, maybe one of the best. So that's why he's the pick. He's so versatile. You could put him anywhere on the offensive line. He's just the best player available.
By the way, low key, Jamar Chase might now be one of my favorite players in the league. The drip is on point. That double-breasted suit is phenomenal. And that black number 1 jersey looks fresh. I know that isn't going to be his number, but ooh.
No, it could be. Remember the single digits thing. It could be. Honestly, like that would be pretty fresh if he stuck with number 1.
Let's move on here because the pick is in for the Dolphins. So Jesse, who do you think they're going to take? Because that was quick.
Yeah, I do like guys like Robert Hunt, and I do like guys like Jackson that they drafted last year. In the first and I think the second round, so they have invested draft capital in there, but I think it's going to be Penny. Hard to pass up on a guy like this.
Makes sense. Herms, Penny for your thoughts.
Oh my gosh,
we got the joke in. We got it in.
We
Shut
did
up.
it.
There you go. Thanks for hopping on with the Lateral Mega Hours Draft Special, everybody. You can find me on Twitter at dude. Okay, so Sewell definitely makes a lot of sense, but at the same time, I'm just gonna go for the sake of making things spicy and making things interesting.
Yes.
Okay, maybe not spicy, but at least interesting. Jalen Waddle. You know what? Why not?
I like that.
That's spicy.
From in Miami. Let's
That
go
was
for
the
it.
only person I would say. I was going to say, if no one mentioned it before, the only outside shot I see for someone other than Sewell getting taken would be if Miami is really convinced they need a wide receiver, an offensive weapon, and Waddle is the number one guy on their board right now after Chase and Pitts have gone. I could see them making that bet. I agree. It's Sewell. I think that's the smarter pick. But as an outside chance, I think Waddle is probably the only one that's getting consideration here. No disrespect to J.C. Horn again.
What are the chances it's Rashawn Slater?
I was going to say it. There's some people that
I'd be
have him
surprised.
above Sewell. I would be surprised too, though.
I'd be surprised.
Some people are wrong. It's okay.
I mean, look, I could see it happening. I could see him being a better guy overall, but we haven't seen Penny in a year. He's very young. I'm not really sure the development's going, but I believe in him. But I
think I saw somewhere that Penny Sewell can go through his entire rookie contract, get his 5th year picked up, and get a 4-year extension, and still be 29.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Same with Jamar. I mean, they're both really
crazy.
young. Jamar's the same way.
This kind of reminds me of the Ravens a few years ago when the gas mask video for Laramie Tunsil came out. So I mean, but that's a different kind of circumstance. But I was very surprised to see who the Ravens drafted that year, Ronnie Stanley. So
that worked out pretty well.
Yes, it worked out fantastic.
Worked out so well that Orlando Brown's not there.
Now, I have Waddle going to the Eagles, which I think is not going to be an uncommon take when we get there, provided he's still on the board. But I do guarantee that this pick will be Penny Sewell or Jalen Waddle. It's going to be one. I do not think it will be Devonta Smith.
It should be Sewell.
I do not think it will be Rashawn Slater. I think it will be Penny Sewell or Jalen Waddle. And I think it'll be Penny Sewell.
It'll be McCorkle. I guarantee you it'll be McCorkle.
Could you imagine?
No, literally could not imagine that. That would be absurd, especially
I had to get in another McCorkle.
It's not too late for them to actually have traded for Deshaun Watson.
Well, I mean, to be honest, I am surprised no one is looking to trade up for any of these quarterbacks at this point. I mean, I guess we're going through some really good guys here, but I'm surprised there's nothing going on yet.
The thing I would say is we're not unintelligent. That's why we're able to do this, and some people pay attention.
People think I'm intelligent?
Wow. Intelligent adjacent. And we've gone 5 for 5. This has been a pretty chalk. Sorry. I was going to lump you in with the rest of us. But this has been a pretty chalk draft in the sense that we were able to predict everything.
I mean, in a first round where I was able to trade up, which was on the side, I did have Fields going forth trading up. But I mean, for not trading stuff,
I would have had it late in trading too. Again, I totally get that. That's part of why for our mock drafts for this, I did not include trading because it's just we're just not going to know.
It's smart.
The pick is in.
Shout out Malcolm's drip though.
Thank you. It gets even better. I got some patterned pants on.
He didn't even just wear boxers.
Yes.
You know?
Oh my god!
I used to sell suits.
You have to tuck it in too. You need the pants. It's a whole thing.
All right. The pick is in. For those of you who don't know, it is Jalen Waddle reuniting.
What?
With Tua Tagovailoa.
What did I say?
I didn't know. Devonta Smith.
I agree.
I was talking about that.
Nice.
Wow.
What?
So Sewell to the Lions?
I love it.
Maybe?
I love it. So excited. I mean,
it was fun.
Waddle's a great pick.
I'm gonna go through what I think the next 2 picks are, but then we'll focus on Detroit. We'll go around the horn here. Justin Fields is going to Detroit, and Penny Sewell's going to Carolina, and Carolina will not be trading that pick.
Carolina just fell into a gold mine, honestly. I mean, this is a dream scenario for them. Oh my God. Shout out if the homie Jordan Vanek, wherever you are, I'm happy for you. I mean, holy, dude, this is I'm sure he's probably doing cartwheels Like,
Big Carolina fan.
Dude, oh my gosh, this is insane. My god.
I think we have our first true shock of the night.
Yeah, I'm
with that
shocked.
pick.
Except for Herms, because Herms picked it. But no,
I feel
for real
shocked.
though. For real though.
Herms, you picked no one. You got in 0 and 32
Herms
picks
did
at
call it.
times.
I
He did.
picked
Herms called it.
live in the moment. I
He did.
refuse
He
to
did.
be bogged down with
giving it to
prediction.
him.
That
You know,
Lions
like
pick went in
I got
fast.
that.
The pick is in already.
Oh,
It's in
wow.
fast.
All right.
They wanted
Who do we think?
Sewell.
Who do we think? Zach, go,
Right?
I think Detroit takes Justin Fields here. I don't think they see Goff as a long-term option, and he can't keep falling.
Yeah, all
He
right.
can't keep getting away with this.
Herms, quick. You are on the clock. The pick is
Dude,
in.
honestly, I think they're going to take Sewell. It's too good to pass up.
Fair enough. I don't necessarily disagree. Jesse, who you got?
That pick came in fast. I'm feeling Sewell here.
Fair enough. They've got the guy who fell to them. They didn't think it would be there. Josh, it's up to you. Who do you think this is? I think
For
we're
the
going to
same
come in under the
logic.
wire.
For the same logic, I think it's Sewell. It just went so fast, but maybe they knew they wanted their quarterback, like Justin Fields. So I don't know. They were excited to get this pick in. So I'm excited to see who it is.
By the way, Justin Fields has to go in the next 2 picks, right? The Denver is still up.
I don't agree.
I'm not.
Denver. If it goes Denver, I don't think we'll pass up on a quarterback. Yeah,
Denver is not passing up on Justin Fields.
yeah, I don't think
right?
so.
There's
Yeah.
no way.
I'm not afraid of
Unless
Teddy
they take
Two Gloves.
McCorkle.
Like McCorkle.
I
Oh,
don't
man.
think Denver is going to take McCorkle with Fields on the board, but that's just me.
I mean,
Is there any disagreement here? Anyone that wants to chime in?
look,
Someone's going to trade
Jets
up,
go
bro.
anyway. They go anyway. So I don't know. It could be. I'm not saying they should, but it could be.
Okay, Josh, who do you think this pick is?
So I just think there's going to be a bunch of craziness coming up. I think that 2 quarterbacks could go in the top 10 still. Like so
Yeah.
I think it could get weird real fast right here. Like this is where stuff starts to happen. I think people are going to get nervous about both McCorkle and Fields getting taken, and they're going to start making moves.
All right, I've noticed no one thinks Devonta Smith is going here. Now, is that
I would
because
have.
of- Is that because
But,
of how
like-
the board has fallen?
Not for
All
me.
board.
I think he's off some teams' board, and I'm just like some teams' boards because he's too small or whatever. And I don't agree with any of that stuff, but I'm not sure that. I don't know. The Lions do need a wide receiver. Their wide receiving core is pretty goddamn terrible. I don't even know. It's like, God, they signed like
It's worse than
Williams.
terrible.
Yeah, it's really bad. So
Not great,
take a wide receiver like Smith here would be great for them. I
Yeah.
think. But
Yeah, you're right.
there are a lot of good wide receivers in this draft. They could go.
I
gotta
realized I
say-
didn't answer the question. I'm gonna go with Sewell.
Okay.
Yeah. No, because I think I understand the logic behind it potentially being Fields, but remember, Jared Goff's contract is fairly immovable. And think about the amount of money that they would have to pay the 7th overall pick on that rookie, which again is still it's
Counterpoint.
cheaper, but
Counterpoint: that contract has literally already been moved.
I'm just saying, but it was difficult. I'm just
It
but
was,
either way,
But I don't
it's
think
a
they
fair retort.
necessarily.
Yes.
They are in a rebuild. I don't think they're necessarily cap poor. Like they could get away with it. And there could be a team that will
Sure.
ultimately
Totally.
want Jared Goff next year. I think it'll be tough to
Maybe.
move him this year, but honestly,
maybe.
the other thing is if you're Chicago and you don't land a quarterback this draft, is Jared Goff better than Andy Dalton? Because I think yes.
I think yes.
Can
Oh, I
Chicago
think-
do that to their fans again? Literally, bring in another one
They
of
will.
those kinds of
They
guys.
will, though.
Can they do that? Oh my god!
Chicago
I can only
hates their
imagine.
fan base.
I
the
think they
Lions cap
do.
situation's not that bad, honestly. So
Yeah, it's I
Okay.
don't think
Just-
I think they either want Fields at QB and then they'll take him, or they actually don't have Fields as the highest guy on their board right now. And then they won't. I don't think cap consideration or Jared Goff plays a role into that.
Yeah. I don't know. And also just the pick being in that fast
It was in
really that
Yes.
points to school because I don't know.
not that
He
it
could also
stopped
put-
ESPN from talking about it for the
Sewell
next
or a
10
quarterback?
minutes.
Sewell
Yeah,
or a
so
quarterback?
it kind of
Yeah.
like it can't be Smith, right? If it's in this early, it feels like it
Yeah,
can't
it
be.
could be. You
I
would
mean,
think they would wait,
Feels
but
less likely,
still
but I'm
could
also
be,
this is
though.
feeling
he
out.
does end a tier. Waddle just went.
Yeah.
So like,
I mean,
so
again,
maybe
oh,
yes, maybe.
I'm so unsure now.
I
know, me
I
too.
literally had Devonta Smith mocked here for the longest time.
God.
I did
so
too.
it wouldn't
I did
shock
too.
me.
Yeah, I did too. I just he could be off
Okay.
that board. I don't know.
Lions
I want to go in
graphics
here.
are on the screen. Oh god.
Okay, I'm changing my answer. It's Smith.
But who do you
I
You
think?
love
guys
it.
talked me
I
into
love it. I love it.
It's
I'm still
Smith.
sticking with. I'm
it
still
Smith?
sticking with
Guess what?
Fields.
Okay, we got
Oh,
Goodell.
no.
Penny Sewell.
It's
I
Sewell?
can't stand it.
Okay, yeah.
Good.
There it
Great.
is.
Best on
It
board.
was
Fell
smart.
to him.
Thank God he finally went off the board. Honestly,
Yeah, seriously. At this point, honestly, I wouldn't call on the Lions to try and trade for Sewell if I was like almost any team. The Chargers, the Minnesota, they're close enough where they can make deal. I wouldn't call them easy. You know,
Okay.
Sewell's great.
So here's where it gets really interesting. We're going to go around the horn, starting with Zach. We're going to end with Josh. Did Sam Darnold's fifth-year option just get declined?
good question.
It should. Honestly, it should. At this
Zach?
point.
This is interesting.
Thoughts? Words?
I think it probably words are not how do words? I don't know. No, but I think it probably should right now. They gave up a second, a fourth, and a sixth for Sam Darnold. But I think at the end of the day, like if you want to win a Super Bowl, if that's your ultimate goal, you need a good quarterback. And I think you have a much better shot at getting a good quarterback with Justin Fields, who we saw just nothing but like excellence from, versus Sam Darnold, who we've got a couple of years of maybe he's just not the guy. Even though my Jets were just horrible for him, we were a dumpster fire. I think we have evidence that Sam Darnold isn't that guy. And I would rather see Detroit or Carolina at this point take a shot on Justin Fields.
Herms, your thoughts?
Oh gosh, for Carolina, I mean, it would. Oh god, I don't know. I'm confused now. Okay, you know
All right,
what?
Jesse, your thoughts.
Yeah.
Wait, so sorry, is this who I think they'll take, right? Are we talking about that now?
Do you think Sam Darnold's
Right.
fifth-year option just got declined?
Yeah, it shouldn't have been. Honestly, it shouldn't be entered into. I don't know when the date for that is, but they should bring in someone else too. Absolutely. I mean, they traded some decent draft capital, sure, but you go for the best quarterback. It's the most important position in football. If you have a guy you like out there better, which I think they might, you just go ahead and do it, man. It's great.
Fair enough. Herms, back to you.
Oh my gosh, dude. You know what? They should take Fields. They really should.
Josh.
I mean, honestly, I could see that fifth-year option getting declined if they trade back right here and don't get a quarterback in the first round. So
Oh, okay.
Like-
A little
like-
spiciness. I like
I'm
it.
just saying it's a possibility. I don't know if it's going to happen, but I think they should take a quarterback. I'm just saying Sam Darnold, I don't think they should feel confident is their long-term solution.
I mean, is Carolina fielding offers now too for quarterback?
I
Like,
think they have the entire night. I think Carolina's phone has always been not on site.
This
Sure.
could be the spot we see the first trade.
I mean, I'm just gonna say because I mean, Denver is going to take a quarterback. I assume. I mean, they really should, and they might not.
I mean,
But it really feels like the next pick's gonna be there. So someone wants to leapfrog and take a quarterback. Now is the time. So.
And also, if Denver feels like they love Justin Fields or Mac Jones more than the other, like, I mean, maybe give a little bit more to even move up just so that
Yeah, I
doesn't
could see that
happen.
too.
Yeah,
I could see that.
like, I'm just saying, it could,
God.
any team could trade up here. Not
I mean,
any team that
Carolina already got back their sixth, essentially. Like they got a sixth from Denver for Teddy Bridgewater. What if they also got a second and a fourth from Denver for this pick? Like,
funny. That'd be
it's
funny.
not impossible. I think the issue here is I think the pick is in, by the way.
oh god.
I think that
Oh god.
I would have been okay with rolling with Sam Darnold for this year because I just rolled with Teddy Bridgewater, and I think Sam Darnold could be better than Teddy Bridgewater if he's healthy, if he's given the right tools, which in Carolina he very well could be, but he can't be better than Justin Fields. He's just not. And I think that's really what it's going to come down to.
So I'm gonna make a prediction here. I don't know if we're doing that stuff. So but
Do it.
I'm going
Yeah.
with Slater here. I think they're just gonna take Slater here.
Okay.
The pick.
Real quick,
That's what I was tempted to say.
back around. We'll confirm these in. Josh, you have Fields.
Is he on mute?
I think he's on mute.
It's
I
on
don't know.
you.
I'm not muted. I'm not muted. What are you talking about?
Yeah, come on. Yeah.
Like that. Yeah, I'm gonna go with Fields. Here. I like Slater too. Those two seem to make the most sense, or a trade back.
Yeah.
All right, Jesse, we obviously covered you with Slater. Herms, you sticking with Fields here? You going Slater? You going off book? What do you got?
Oh God! The more I've had time to think about it, I mean, honestly, give him Slater. I mean, I feel, yeah. I'm
really
just gonna.
think Fields can drop that far?
Yes,
He's
I
dropped
do.
far already, you know.
True. Though, to be fair, Atlanta through Detroit didn't necessarily need quarterbacks. Like, objectively, Carolina and Denver need quarterbacks. Like, Jared Goff, we don't love him, but he can get you through. He's been to a Super Bowl. He can get you through a season. Now, is Detroit going to be good enough for him to do that? No. But are they necessarily going to be good enough for Justin Fields to do that? Also, no. Like,
Sure.
So I get that. Like with Penny Sewell, Detroit just got better. Jared Goff just got better than he had been before, which admittedly was way worse than him being in Los Angeles on a borderline perfectly constructed roster.
DeAndre Swift just got better for fantasy.
DeAndre Swift just got better. That is
And they're taking a wide
1,000%
receiver in
true.
next round. They gotta. I think
100%.
personally.
There's a lot of wide receiver depth. So actually, Detroit, what wide receiver can you see them taking in the next round, Jesse?
I mean, there's a lot of. I really feel like one of the Moores is going to fall out of the first round. A guy like Bateman could fall out of the first round. So there's a lot of options. I can see him with Terrace Marshall. See him there. They just need one because they have no depth. I mean, I love Quintez Cephas as much as the next guy, which might not even be a lot. But look, I think they need to take wide receivers. Well, wait.
Yeah.
I didn't get it yet. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Wow.
Oh, no.
Wow is all I have to say.
What happened?
Wow.
Let's quarterback off the board. Let's go.
Wow.
Oh,
go.
Jesus.
Let's go.
Okay. All right.
Dude, he's so good.
I have
Good
nothing
call,
to
man.
say.
I mean, to be fair, in a vacuum, J.C. Horn, not a crazy pick for Carolina. He's just
Not at all.
He's not. I think with the way the board currently was, thought it maybe was not the way they'd go. But, like,
Yeah.
it's still a good pick. Is it their best pick? I'm personally going to say no.
Oh, well.
But you're not crazy if you say yes. Like, J.C. Horn is good. All right, let's get.
I completely agree. He clearly has the ideal size that the NFL wants. He's 6'1". He's super physical. And he's not shy to come in there and make the tackle. So I just think he is a tier of cornerbacks, top 3 with Surtain. So he does, and Farley, and he deserves to be picked here.
And his dad was pretty good too.
Just watch the film against Hits and Florida, and then I hope you'll see what I see.
All right. Well, we're now moving on to Denver's pick, and unfortunately, we're moving on from Josh and his time.
I know,
here.
guys. I love you guys. You guys are amazing. Thank you for having me.
It's been fantastic. You're more than welcome back next year. Like, this was great.
Anytime, guys.
As well.
Your
Bring our
parting
fantasy for a
words. Who does Denver take?
Who does Denver take? I mean, like, we keep saying it, but I'm gonna go with Fields. I feel like the slide has to end here. The slide has to end here. If it's not them taking him, then I don't know what they want. I don't know. McCorkle.
McCorkle.
It's gone from funny the first time to unfunny, and now it's funny again. I'm back on it.
There you go. There you go.
Well, either way, guys, thank you for having me on. I'm gonna get out of here. Remember, in fantasy, trading does make fantasy fun, so always get those trades in fantasy. You know what I'm saying?
100%.
See you guys.
Sounds good, man. Take it easy.
Thanks, man.
It's been a pleasure
Take
having
care.
you. Wow. That was a blast. The end of that run of guests. We might have two guests ready to come on, though. Oh,
wow.
Let's see if they nod their heads. I can see their cameras. Okay, they're going to need a second because apparently the private chat is not as intuitive as we thought it was going to be. Jesse, let's start with you. Who do you think the pick is going to be here for the Broncos?
I don't know what's going on with the slide, but I think it continues. I'm going Parsons here.
Wow. Okay. Fair enough.
I just real quick. I'm sorry. I Bridgewater lock. I'm not sure they're giving up completely on lock yet. I think it again should be Fields, but I think they're taking Parsons here.
It's a fair thing. I don't think it's a crazy pick. He was very high up on a lot of people's big boards to start out. I do see you with the thumbs up there. Don't worry, you guys will be coming on here in just a minute. But Herms, let's get your pick in, and then I'll bring these guys on.
All right. So for as much as oh my gosh, I hear a dog. I love dogs. Oh my gosh. The Lateral is a pro dog network.
I didn't want to jump Herms here. I gotta get ready to step off actually, but it's been an absolute blast drafting with you guys. I completely agree with Jesse. I think Justin Fields should be the pick. But I think it will probably end up being Rashawn Slater, and the slide will just kind of continue.
Wow. All right, with those parting words, we got two guests going off. We got two guests coming on.
See, dude.
We're just rolling with the punches. We got Austin, and we've got Taylor, I believe. This is the first time we've ever spoken to them. So hopefully I got those words correct. You guys are with Dynasty Nerds, if that is correct.
Yeah, we both work at Dynasty Nerds, contributing writers. By the way, if you guys can hear me fine, let me know. If you got any issues, let me know.
Yeah, you got a little bit of background noise, which we had already talked about before, and I think that's going to be just fine. And I think we can hear you, though. If you wanted to turn up slightly, you could get away with it.
Awesome.
All right, Jesse, we covered who you think they're going to take. Herms, we never got to you because there was an adorable dog as a distraction.
Oh, yes, but of course. So, all right. For as much as we all believe that they need quarterback help, there had been talk the entire time about Denver bringing in competition to push Drew Lock further. So, assuming that they achieved that goal in acquiring Teddy Bridgewater and they just want to continue to build elsewhere, linebacker makes an incredible amount of sense to me. And Micah Parsons is an excellent, excellent player. So I believe that would probably be the choice. So that's where I'm at.
Real quick, I want to address the chat real quick. I see Eamon in there. He's my roommate from college's brother.
Hey!
I don't think we're going to get Liam on. Sorry, buddy.
Whoa, what's up with Liam?
No, he's a Jets fan. He's like whatever, but he's not a huge sports fan. He won't want to come on.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I think it's going to be Justin Fields. Mac Jones looks despondent right now, by the way. They're showing him on the ESPN. All right. Taylor, who you got the Broncos taking here?
I personally think it's going to be Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons or Ryan Slater. I think
Slater?
Those two are the best picks, in my opinion, especially considering the recent quarterback acquisition with Teddy Bridgewater. They're already going to have a quarterback situation in Denver right now. So bringing in a third guy, that's going to make a little bit of a mix, even though I think Fields is better than both of those guys. Absolutely. But I think they go Micah Parsons here and try to build that Denver D back up.
Gotcha. Well, the pick is in. So, Austin, let's get your call real quick here before TV spoils it for us.
Yep. So I think for Taylor's sake, he's hoping for Micah Parsons here. We're at the place we're at earlier. I'll just show you real quick. It's a pretty cool little place here in Oklahoma City. He's got the Micah Parsons card. So what we did is we've got some local radio guys here sitting across from us doing their podcast as well. And what you do is you draw from like one of those like roll wheel things. You draw like an envelope out, and then you get a name. I got Jalen Waddle. I thought I would fall outside of the top 10. Jalen Waddle went inside of the top 10, so I won a $50 gift card, which was pretty awesome. So I won $50 to this place. Yeah, it was awesome. So they're giving away prizes if your guy that you got is selected in the top 10. So Taylor's hoping for Micah Parsons. I think it's a great bet. I had Micah Parsons mock drafted here at pick number 9 in a couple of my drafts. Actually, it was funny because in the one specifically that he was mocked in, it was actually a pretty boring draft. Not a whole lot of trading up happened, and I just saw him falling here, and I thought that it would be a good pick for Denver. Briefly, I thought maybe Denver, holding the most cap in the league, would be a great spot for Aaron Rodgers to go.
Right.
I thought that would work out. A report came out that Denver might not be the landing spot for Aaron Rodgers. That doesn't look like it's going to happen.
Shocker.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to happen. But, I think the consensus, Micah Parsons is a great pick here. I don't dislike it, although I will say, you guys know another cornerback
Here we go, boys.
that's on the board. Patrick Surtain, we could go here. We'll see who it is here.
All right, give it a couple seconds, by the way, guys, because they're streaming. Wow.
It did.
Yep. So that's what I thought. So, yeah. So there it is. I thought it could be him. I mean, look, it was a safe pick. I'm not going to say the name until you guys clear it.
Yeah.
But I thought that could be a safe pick.
Yeah, we got it.
Ladies and gentlemen, Patrick Surtain off the board, crushing the hopes of one Gerald Jones in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Yep. That's going to be a bummer for him. Couldn't happen to a nicer person.
Devastator, dude.
I mean, so does he start on this defense?
Yeah.
Like, I guess he does, but
He's the best
I like
quarterback
Bryson
in the draft.
Callahan. I like Kyle Fuller. I like Ronald Darby. Like, they have some good quarterbacks already.
They do.
I mean, I know
really
they're
do.
a really built team, but still.
Real quick, by the way, I think it needs to be mentioned. I'm going to share our mock draft that we had done, and there was one person who called this, and he's not with us anymore. That was Zach. Patrick Surtain at number 9 to Denver. Didn't even have a chance to get it in before he had to go take care of the dog. Absolutely brutal, but an incredible pick by him. All right, so Patrick Surtain gone. J.C. Horn gone. That is who we assumed the Cowboys would be able to take here. Taylor, you look despondent. You look about as despondent as McCorkle did. Who do you think that the boys are going to take?
At this point, it's going to be Slater. There's nobody else it's going to be. It's either Slater or they trade back. And personally, I hope they trade back.
That would make.
I hope they trade back and they get JOK or somebody like that later on in the draft and address more needs, get more draft picks, get more things to get this team in the right position to win for the future. So, but it's going to be Slater.
Not a bad call. I think the trade back is actually a great idea. I would not be shocked if they're on the phone with some people. Austin, we got you here right now. Speaking of on the phone, and who do you think the Cowboys are going to take?
Yeah, I'm in that group of people who would like to see the Cowboys trade back here. I mean, you've got 2 quarterbacks on the board still, 2 very capable quarterbacks. So, the potential is there for a team who wants to trade up. Obviously they're not trading up inside of the top 10. They're trading 2-10. So maybe a great opportunity for somebody to spend a little bit less draft capital to get one of those guys that they like. And look, I like Fields a lot. I would like to see Fields go here to somebody at 10. I don't know who it would be. We haven't seen a lot of conversation come up about 2 teams in particular who I am very surprised about, and that's the Washington football team and the Chicago Bears. We've heard a lot of people talking about, hey, Bears fan right there. We've heard a lot of people talking about what teams might trade up, and the Patriots being one of the top teams, but not a lot of conversation going around the Bears or the Washington football team about them trading up.
You know who Jerry Jones's best friend in the world is, right? It's Mr. Daniel Snyder, owner of the Washington football team. And if it's just picks, like we're not trading some franchise guys or anything, that's a deal I could see being made. Again, division rivals, so there's obviously a hurdle there, but it's not like they don't have a working relationship. They literally hang out in the offseason. I think Washington and Chicago are playing chicken with each other. That's what I think's happening. Because at this point, Fields is falling. Mac Jones is falling. There are 3 teams we think would take a quarterback. There's 2 quarterbacks left. So you don't want to be the team that wastes the trading up.
Yep. We talked about. We talked about this earlier.
I think New England is now a lock not to trade up. It never felt like a Belichick thing.
Yeah.
I can't imagine it is now. Herms, we've obviously talked a bit. We haven't yet gotten your thoughts. Who are you thinking?
I think there's a big possibility that
We're gonna hold off
I
on
need to
saying
wait for you
anything. You guys
guys
see
to see this.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Did we get a trade?
We are getting some breaking news here, guys.
What
So-
else?
Throw it out. I mean, it's fine.
Okay, so
Not
the
yet.
Eagles. I was right about this division trade. The
Not
Eagles
yet.
have traded up.
Okay.
Ooh. Dude, they're taking Parsons.
Dude.
Yeah.
That is, I
Parsons
think,
is the
very
pick.
They gotta
possible.
take Parsons.
Yep.
Gotta
Who?
Parsons is the
Dallas?
No,
Unless
it's
they
going
go and
to
get
be
Devontae Smith.
Well, so
It's
that's the
already-
thing. They traded up. They won a wide receiver. Waddle's off the board. Devonta Smith's going to New York, I think, if the Eagles don't take him here.
Yeah, it's one of those two. It's got to be one of those two.
What an intra-division trade? What a better way to do it than to fuck over the Giants?
I guess
What
that's
if they?
true.
What if they're fucking over Jalen Hurts, man? I don't know.
Hey.
I don't think so either. But
Oh,
it's fine.
It is still Howie, so we'll see.
It's
Only-
possible.
This
Do you
is
think
so on
you
brand for the
have,
NFC East right now. Am I right?
hey now.
Dude, they've realigned.
I-
Eagles. Sorry, good.
I was going to say, do you think Jalen Hurts is the franchise quarterback?
I think he'll be the starter for this year unless he totally sucks at some point in the year.
He should be the starter this year, I think.
He should be. He really should be.
I think
Franchise, long term, we'll see.
I will say though,
Yeah,
like
I'm already gonna call that out.
from every Eagles fan that I know, they always say how like taking a linebacker in the first round is just like a thing that would never, ever, ever, ever happen. But at this point, I mean,
Actually,
I don't know, man.
all right, this has to be said. I almost forgot about this. So, earlier in the offseason, I made a deal that if the Philadelphia Eagles, who are now on the board, drafted a quarterback with pick number 6, I would let someone hit me in the face with a 6-inch meatball sub.
I saw
The
this.
meatball sub is here. It was purchased from Wawa earlier today. It is here. It is now a foot long because they were going to have the number 12 pick at number 11 now. If they take a quarterback when my girlfriend gets home, I will be hit in the face with a meatball sub.
I'll be honest with you. I wouldn't let that sub go to waste, whether he is picked, whether a quarterback is picked or not.
No. Hit in the face, not thrown in the trash. I'm still going to eat
Well,
it.
no, I'm
afterwards.
saying, oh, okay. Well, I would say it would be better used if you were hit in the face.
Yeah.
It would
No,
be more
so
fun.
if the Eagles take Justin Fields here, who has fallen dramatically, may I add, and they just traded up, I will be hit in the face with a meatball
Right.
sub.
I mean, no one-
I'm locking in Smith. I think it's
It's Smith.
Parsons was the initial one, but I'm locking in
All right.
Smith. I think
Yeah.
it's
And
Smith.
here,
That's
and
my
I'm
lock
behind.
in.
I'm getting behind that, and here's why. They just got Eric Wilson, who he's not so great against the run. He's fantastic against the pass, but they got Singleton. I think they've got 2 capable linebackers. I don't know why they would need another one. So I think that Smith is probably the pick here. Although I do want to add that Justin Fields being available. Anybody in the room think that Justin Fields is not a better quarterback than Jalen Hurts?
I think that ultimately, if they panned out to be about the same, it wouldn't shock me. I think Fields has the potential to be a little better, but I actually really like Jalen Hurts, and I think he's going to end up being just fine. So they're not that far off for me.
Okay. I would take Fields. Yeah, I would take Fields.
I probably would, but they're not that far off for me.
Really?
But at this point, if I already have Hurts on my roster, I'm taking someone else. I'm not taking Fields here.
Yeah.
I'm taking
Agreed.
Smith. I'm
Pick
taking
is
Smith.
in. And actually, now I'm even more worried because I forgot this is pick 10, not pick 11. Giants have pick 11. The Wawa foot long is technically a 10-inch sub. So I'm very, very concerned.
Oh no.
Hey, just take it with your mouth open, bud.
That's what they always tell me.
Who else is gonna eat it? It's gotta be thrown in there. Come on, throw it in there.
I think
gonna
this
be
is
good.
Smith.
I think
I
it's
think
Smith.
Fields would be a solid pick as well, but I definitely think it's Smith. But back to Parsons real quick before they make the pick.
Yep.
Their starting middle linebacker is T.J. Edwards. Who?
Yeah.
So
For sure.
I don't think
Parsons is a real possibility. He would, I'd say, on a pure talent level, have fallen objectively to most analysts at this point.
Is there any chance this is
I personally like JOK better, but that's just on a personal level.
Is there any chance this is Farley? Any chance?
I mean,
There's
there
a
had been
chance.
talks about them going for a cornerback. Herms, if you want to speak on this.
Yeah, dude. I mean, because I know a lot of people are concerned about the back. The health history. That's what I'm referring to. But yeah, just God, I'm really torn between picking Devonta Smith but now that Caleb Farley has entered the chat, I mean, I'm just gonna say Devonta Smith, dude. Like, I'm locking it in.
Lock it in.
Well, Roger Goodell's about to lock it in.
Devontae Smith, that's who it's going to be.
I think so too.
I feel like if you're Dallas and you trade up and you trade away to get the Eagles to let them get a franchise quarterback, you can't do that, right? Like, I feel like they must. You know what I mean? Like, could you really do that? That would blow my mind. There we go.
Yo, dude.
No meatball sub for this face, you fuckers. I get to eat it now.
All right.
Which is good because that was my dinner for tonight. So I really didn't have any other options.
Hey, I got to
capitalize the Z.
Yeah, if you guys got to go, I know you wanted to be here for the Dallas pick. Obviously, things didn't go that way.
No, I'm here. I wanted to ask you guys a question here.
Absolutely.
Now that Dallas selects at 12, do you think Caleb Farley is a possibility at 12, even with the back issues?
100%.
Jesse, you seem to know the cornerbacks pretty well. So if you want to speak on this a little, you're more than welcome to, but I think it's a yes.
Sure. I do feel like the injury history will have him slide. I don't think he makes it past Arizona, so I could see him. I could see him go there. I think it'd be a great pick, honestly. I think it'd be a really good pick. So I think it could happen. I think the injury history does worry teams, but I think it shouldn't.
I completely agree.
I'm going to hand you the reins here for just a quick minute. I got to hop off and take care of a technical difficulty.
100%, my dude. I got you.
Right.
Hell yeah. Oh, we're back to the Herms-led show, baby. It's your boy. We're doing it big. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my. Yo, for real, though. But when thinking about what Dallas could possibly do at 12, I mean, like, Caleb Farley's that dude, especially when it comes to his man-to-man coverage ability. Absolutely fantastic. But, as has been referenced the entire time, I want to say that the back issue is the second of his that he has had. So it's like, there's a little bit of nerves around that for sure. But it's such a big need for the team that, like, the only way I don't see them taking Caleb Farley is if for some reason the Giants don't take Rashawn Slater here and they go wide receiver. That's just me personally. I don't know. Jesse, do you have thoughts on that? And then we'll kick it down and around.
Who I think the Giants will take, yeah.
The next two picks, honestly, just speak to it.
Yeah, I feel like it should be Slater at this point. They don't need a linebacker. I don't know who else they would consider here. I mean, I didn't really like they got Butler in the offseason, right? I don't really like him that much. I didn't like the contract. So cornerback could be there, but I think they go Slater here. It makes sense. The guy opted out. He was the Patriot before, right? Solder opted out last year. Kind of feels like he's on the way out. They could use him. I mean, to be fair, like the Giants, I think feel like are pretty set with a lot of their team too, besides maybe the offensive line, especially the interior. But I think Slater's the pick here. He's fallen a little far, so I feel like this is a good spot for him. So he's that. And then the next pick for Dallas, I mean, they could be in the sweepstakes for Micah Parsons, right? I mean, Sean Lee retired. They haven't really had healthy linebackers in a while. They're in there. So he's who I'm feeling it a little bit, but I mean, take me there next time after the Giants pick. We'll see if I'm still there. Whoa!
Wait a minute.
We got a trade here.
Okay.
There it is.
Yo, let's go Bears. Take.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Oh my Lord.
Hey. It's about to go down, boys.
My dad's gonna be so happy. Let's go.
Dude.
Apparently, I came back just in time. Holy crap, they're about to take Fields.
I'm geeking,
Let's
dude.
go.
I'm geeking. This is insane. Holy wow.
So now you got to go back to Dallas real quick and think that
nuts.
Slater's gone.
Yeah.
Slater's gone to Dallas.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be – I know that's not necessarily the position they're looking to address, but he's just so clearly like the best on the board for them because they don't need a quarterback, obviously.
Yo.
No.
Wow.
For real, though. You know who I really want to hear from about this Bears pick, though? we got a friend joining the show. What is up? What is up, my dude?
What's up, guys? I just took a minute to wipe tears out of my eyes after that dumpster fire of a pick that the Eagles just made.
Wow.
I
love it.
am miserable. So thank you for this platform to vent. As soon as Slater started slipping down the board, I was kind of doing the math in my head, like Cowboys are going to take Surtain, Giants are going to take Devonta Smith. He's going to fall right into our laps. And to trade up and to pass on him and even to pass on Justin Fields and go with the 166-pound wonder, Devonta Smith, it feels bad. It feels bad for sure. But I think the Bears are about to get real lucky here with Justin Fields. Although, I mean, are we really going to put it past Ryan Pace to draft Mac Jones here?
Oh my God, that would be amazing.
Or even Kyle Trask.
McCorkle's realistic.
Oh, okay.
It is.
I want the record to show that Kyle Trask is not getting drafted in the first round. It's just not happening. I refuse to acknowledge that as a possibility, and I will not hear it discussed on this.
I don't think it's a real possibility.
You're probably not. You should be, but probably not.
For fantasy though, I think you might see. I don't know if you'll see Devonta Smith kind of get the same treatment Jalen Reagor did last year, which is like a lot of opportunity, so he goes high, or if people fade him because Reagor didn't work out last year. I don't know what's going to happen with that. So I'd love to know what you guys think about him fantasy-wise.
Herms, you want to take it?
I'm typing things.
Okay, Jesse.
So Devonta Smith is really good. I think he's really good. So I love him. I love him for fantasy. He was my second receiver on the board. I'm a big fan. I didn't really care where he ended up, honestly. The Eagles needed a wide receiver, so it made sense. I'm very excited for him. I don't have like a good place in my mind where I would take him around, but he's my second favorite wide receiver in fantasy of the rookies so far right now, because I like Waddle better.
Gotcha.
I like Chase and Waddle better.
That's a different take for sure. I wasn't high on Smith pre-draft. I'm not a film guy at all. I just, doesn't have the age-adjusted production that I like, and doesn't have the prototypical size. I know we haven't seen a lot of guys his size, so it's not like he's a bust because everybody this size hasn't worked out. He's just an outlier, which worries me. For him to succeed at that size would make him an outlier.
So I'm not a huge film guy either, but I have a girlfriend who went to Alabama, so I watched a lot of Alabama. There's a reason both Smith and Jones were Heisman finalists and why Smith won. Like, they had an incredible connection, and they both boosted each other's value. Like, they're really good. I wouldn't be that concerned. I'd be more concerned about the ability to get him the ball regularly.
Bears pick coming in.
I'm a big film guy. I like Smith's film.
The pick is in, and it's a draft-a-thon ad. You've got to be kidding me, Roger Goodell, you absolute piece of garbage.
The mad lad here, dude.
So real quick, in my mock that I did earlier this week, Rashawn Slater probably would have went to the Giants if they would have traded down.
Austin, you should turn up just a little.
Yep, I got you. So in the mock draft that I had earlier this week, I was saying that I thought Rashawn Slater would be picked with the Giants pick. And then I was looking down a little bit further, and I noticed that after that I had the Eagles taking Patrick Surtain at 12, Jalen Waddle at 13, Darisaw at 14, and then Caleb Farley at 15. So just looking at what the Cowboys need for that upcoming pick, I think Caleb Farley's in play, just to kind of go back and circle back to that earlier.
Yeah, I would agree. He's my pick.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
All right.
This is a big move for this franchise.
Let me just say something real quick because I got to go call my dad.
Huge.
But it's amazing. The Bears made the right move finally for a long time. They need a franchise quarterback. Andy Dalton might still start for a little bit, but it's great. So
I don't think he will. I think that's over.
Wow.
Okay. Real quick, the group thoughts on this Fields pick. Paul, good pick.
I mean, fantastic pick for the Bears. Congratulations, completely outmaneuvering the Eagles and every other team on the board. You know, good for them having a terrible quarterback and not being content with it, unlike the Lions and the Panthers and the Broncos, who decided to take positions that just don't matter in comparison to the quarterback. Bears made the right call here. I don't know what it does for Fields fantasy-wise. Allen Robinson got to be feeling good right now. Finally gets a good quarterback.
Shares. I'm very, very happy.
Yeah, man.
Herms, your thoughts on this?
Oh my God, dude. First of all, if I'm Allen Robinson, I am out streaking, running laps around whatever neighborhood he lives in because, like, oh my God, this is, dude. Okay, first of all, like, just, great pick. Darnell Mooney stonks to the moon. Allen Robinson stonks to the moon. Cole Kmet stonks to the moon. I'm here for it, dude. Like, this, oh my God. Like,
So actually,
man.
I think that gets at the most important point from a fantasy perspective about all this. We're not going to see the impact this year, but we will next year. If this goes well this year, the Fields-Robinson connection, will he resign in Chicago? Herms.
Why not?
Maybe.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. That was easier than I thought it would be.
I mean, I'm sure he's mad about getting franchise tagged twice, but I mean, if Fields can, you know, propel him to Pro Bowls and they can take him to the playoffs, I mean, why not?
I mean, my only concern would be if they don't go to the playoffs because they now have a rookie QB who could understandably perform well but still miss the playoffs on a team that was like right around playoff contention anyway. And if they miss the playoffs, they'll fire their GM, they'll fire their head coach potentially, which then creates an even more tricky situation with the front office and team that Robinson wasn't super getting along with. Like, there are red flags, but I think overall this is good, and if it works out, it'll work out forever.
Well, I think this creates an interesting dichotomy in rookie drafts. I mean, you've got your Zach Wilson stands. I don't really understand them, but if there are any in here, I apologize. But I think this creates an interesting dichotomy at the 102. Do you go for Lance, who's perceived to be in the far better offensive situation at this point, or do you trust your pre-draft analysis if you had Fields at number 2, and do you stick with Fields going to, you know, a worse overall situation?
I mean, I've got to default to the dynasty nerds here while we have them. Guys, who are you taking with 102 in that super flex? Are you leaning Zach Wilson or are you leaning Justin Fields now that we know where he is?
You want to take it? You want me?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Man, that's really tough. I think I like Justin Fields. I mean,
Bailey, what about you?
I'm actually one of those guys that I really like Zach Wilson. I think you can make an argument for him to be one of the most, if not the most accurate quarterback in the draft. Now, I'm not saying T-Law is not accurate by any means. He's obviously the best of the best, but Zach Wilson he's that dude, man. I think a lot of people are underestimating his abilities, and I think when he comes in from a dynasty perspective, he's going to put up points, man. He's going to put up points now. Justin Fields, he's going to be a solid dynasty player for sure. I think he's more athletic than Zach Wilson. He may put up more points. Who knows? Depending on what he can do on his legs, I think he's a lot more athletic than Zach Wilson. But from a throwing standpoint, Zach Wilson, yeah, he's that dude.
So just to reiterate, you are saying that Trevor Lawrence is a bust, right? That's what you're saying.
Do what?
Ryan's not allowed on the show.
Yeah, I think that's what we heard.
That's what we heard.
So, Herms, Cowboys, the pick is in. Who do you think it is?
I think it's going to be Caleb Farley, but there is somebody else that I really want to ask the opinion of, if that's okay.
I think that's totally fine.
There's somebody coming on, my homeboy, the coolest dude, the coolest cat out here in the jungle. Yo, dude, who do you think the Cowboys are going to take, Sam?
Man, Micah Parsons maybe, because he's up there right now. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know what they're going to do, just because the Cowboys have a bunch of needs on defense, so they could go cornerback, linebacker, whatever. I'm not really sure. You know, I still think Rashawn Slater is the best player on the board, so, you know, I don't see why they built an amazing offensive line, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go Slater.
That's facts.
Fair. Okay, Taylor, we brought you on specifically for this pick. It's officially time. Are you sticking with Caleb Farley?
I don't think they're going to go Caleb Farley. I think they're going to go Slater. I would love if they went with Caleb Farley because without the back issues, I think he's the best defensive player in this draft. I think he has the most upside when it comes to the corners and all the DBs in this draft. But I think it's going to be Slater.
All right. Well, I think it's going to come here right now.
I'm going Parsons.
Paul, who you got?
I saw who it was, so I won't.
Okay, we'll let you. Hold off.
Oh wow.
Sleeper alert.
Significantly ahead of us.
Well, it's not on the TV yet.
It was Bleacher Report.
Twitter's been telling me who's being drafted before the actual show, but
interesting.
Staying off Twitter.
Yeah, I've
I'd
got
be
it on
super happy if it's Slater or Farley.
I think it's Farley. I think they wanted a cornerback. He's still plenty damn good.
Yeah.
Like
If Farley's good, yeah, I think it'd be a great pick. Oh man. Oh man.
I'm so here for this.
I'm geeking.
I'm so here for this. Oh man.
Sorry.
Dude, I love it.
He's killing it.
Hey, they took Micah Parsons, right?
We don't know yet.
We don't
They took Micah Parsons.
Yeah, they did take Micah Parsons. Oh baby.
That is a good pick. I think
It's a solid pick.
I think you can't go wrong.
I will say that I've seen a lot of people on Twitter say that they would really hate the Micah Parsons pick with Dallas at 10 and probably think the same thing at 12. I don't hate it. I think he's a solid player. I think he was the best defensive player available right now due to the back injuries of Farley again. With the back injuries, it sank him, but without those, I think without a doubt, we wouldn't have even traded back. But Micah Parsons is a solid player. He can play all three linebacker positions. Like I said, JOK, he was my number one just because of the coverage aspect of it. But if you play IDP and Dynasty, Micah Parsons is going to be that dude. He's going to put up massive points for you. He's going to be able to get you tackles for loss, sacks, the whole nine. He can fill the holes. He can fill the gaps tremendously. When it comes to the run, he can stop the run. He's great at rushing the quarterback. He's decent in coverage. I mean, he is a solid pick, and I do like the pick. I'm not mad at it or anything like that.
Gotcha. Yeah, dude. All right, I got 2 points here. We're going to go through the grid, see who thinks I'm right, who thinks I'm wrong. Los Angeles that pick has got to be it. It is Rashawn Slater. Everyone thinks they were going for O-line. He's best on the board by a mile.
It's a steal. It's an absolute steal.
Not for the Vikings fan, though.
No.
Number 2, Mac Jones is your next quarterback of the New England Patriots, and it is done.
Yep.
That I'm less sure about.
I'm not sure about that.
All right. Let's get some takes here. Herms, we'll start with you.
Well, okay. The Charger. This is going to be so anticlimactic. We know exactly what's going to happen.
Let's focus on New England for this. We're all in agreement on Slater.
Okay.
I am in agreement with that, but who else could be there? So.
Sure.
That's
a fair point to make.
I can see it. I mean, I think Slater should be the pick, but I feel like he'd be there. So.
It's worth the mention.
I just know that it'll be alignment.
Yeah.
Like.
Anyway, Herms, New England. Why won't it be Mac Jones?
Because it makes too much sense. It feels too good. You know what I mean? It feels way too good. Like, Bill Belichick thinks he's smarter than fucking everybody, dude. You really think he's going to sell out and take a fucking quarterback in the first round? Fuck that, dude. Nah. Man, he's gonna go with some he's gonna find some D3 fucking, I don't know, just be like, see, look at how smart I am. We're on to Cincinnati, and it's just gonna be like, all right, cool. Like,
no, he was smarter than everyone. He didn't trade up, and he's gonna use his pick to get Mac Jones, the QB.
Not for real though. I mean, I think there's a very real chance it's McCorkle.
Jesse, what about you? Is it McCorkle time?
It could be. There's a good chance for sure. It doesn't feel like it's gonna be.
Who do you think it'll be then?
Look, I did a mock draft where I had Rondell Moore going there, and I feel like something like that could happen. He also might take Jay. there are guys that I think Belichick likes, especially defensively, that he could definitely take. And I think he's honestly more interested in a later round quarterback than the first round, like a Jamie Newman or maybe someone like who else do I have on here? Maybe Davis Mills, who's not skyrocketing up boards. I think it's more likely to take someone in the second than the first.
Mills would be interesting. I think if he doesn't take Mac Jones, Kellen Mond feels so right in the second round. Paul, what about you? What do you think? New England, that 15th pick.
My really informed analytical take on this is I don't think they take Mac Jones just because my gut tells me they're not going to. That's it. That's all I got. If the fit makes sense, he's an accurate quarterback. He's not Tom Brady, but he's definitely in the mold of Tom Brady. He's more of a statue, and he's going to put the ball where it's supposed to be. He seems like he would be a good scheme fit in the Patriot way kind of culture. But I don't know. I think Mac Jones is going to Washington. That's kind of that's my feeling.
I think if he falls to Washington, that is as far as he'll go. I totally agree. I still think New England ends up taking him. Taylor, what are you thinking? Thoughts on Mac Jones at 15?
Why not at 14?
Because Minnesota.
I was thinking it.
I mean, how good is Cousins?
Right? We got a Vikings fan right below you.
I'm ready to talk about it, but we'll.
You're up. Go.
Why not at 14? But at the same time, yes, I do think it makes the most sense at 15. And if they don't decide to take him and they take someone else, I think New England ends up with a guy like Trask or Mond or what's the dude's name? Mills from Stanford. So, I think it makes most sense at 15, but I wouldn't count out the Vikings just because I don't think Cousins is that dude.
Austin, we're going to finish with you. Really but Sam has to defend Kirk Cousins' honor here.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to be super brief. And
okay, go ahead.
Sam take the mic. And I've got one thing to say. So every mock draft, and I told Taylor this earlier this week, every mock draft that I did, when I got to Minnesota at 14, I was like, oh, God, I hate this team. And I felt like they were a great candidate to trade back. And it's plausible that it could be anyone. I mean, obviously, it's not going to be New England. New England has no reason.
Saints.
But maybe Washington, maybe the Saints
would be so interesting.
Yeah, maybe Washington or maybe the Saints. But this was just a pick for me that, based on the board and how it worked out, and it's basically worked itself out at this point. Because obviously we know Slater is going to be off the board. I could see Darisaw going here to Minnesota, but outside of that, they're great trade back candidates. So yeah, I don't see a reason they couldn't be trading back here.
Honestly, for me, with the trade back, and it's interesting that you bring up the Saints, because it wouldn't be for a quarterback. I think it would be for a cornerback. You vault over Arizona and you get Caleb Farley before they do. We know that they wanted a guy.
I can see it.
We know he's still on the board. And we know that they were trying to trade into that top 10 to get a cornerback. And now that we saw the top 2 cornerbacks go in the top 10, it makes a lot of sense as to why.
Right.
That's a ton of capital to give up to try to trade. That's the one thing I didn't understand. What in the world were people talking about? Like, oh, the New Orleans Saints are going to trade into the top 10. Well, first of all, what have you got to give up to get that? Second of all, you're going to do that for somebody other than a quarterback. That's the part that I was hung up on, and I just couldn't see it happening. Now, 14, maybe that's more plausible, but top 10, I always thought it was a smokescreen.
And all the way from pick 28, so they would have to give up an arm and a leg to go up. So if they're not going up for a quarterback, I don't see why. But at 14, it's a little more reasonable, and you can possibly get your cornerback there without giving up, an arm and a leg. So,
Anyway, Sam, defend Cousins' honor.
Well, yeah. So I am a huge fan of Cousins, but if you can see, my cheeks are kind of red because before I hopped on, I was absolutely losing my mind as Fields was falling because I was just hoping and praying that he would fall to the Vikings.
Oh man!
And then the Bears did that, and I just broke my heart. So that was right before I got on here.
Oh man!
I actually do really like Mac Jones as well, and we're gonna have to extend Kirk Cousins again after next year, and so it makes a lot of sense to me to take someone like Mac Jones, have him sit behind Cousins for a year, and then move on from Cousins after that. But I do love Kirk Cousins, and so I could see him taking Darsa or even Elijah Vera Tucker has been mocked to the Vikings a lot. But trading back, actually the Caleb Farley pick too is an interesting one because Mike Zimmer and his quarterbacks always got to have those cornerbacks. So
Gladney just got in trouble, didn't he?
Yeah.
Wait. Whoa.
Yeah, Gladney got arrested for some serious stuff.
And
I got him on my fantasy team, so I know.
Oh no.
I stay up on that.
Yeah.
I thought I just saw the Chargers picked Elijah Vera Tucker and I almost lost my mind.
Oh, okay.
I thought that did happen. Oh shoot.
If they
Hey,
take Vera
by the way,
Tucker,
guys. Oh, sorry. I think we're gonna actually hop off. We were just here for the Dallas pick.
No, totally understand.
To kick it
You're
with you
good.
guys and hang around. And thank you so much for having us on. But we just want to give the other guys an opportunity to just hang around and do their thing.
No sweat. It's been great having you guys on in Austin. If I am correct, we'll be seeing you later tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be back making the picks for the Ravens. I'm a Chiefs fan myself. Chiefs traded their pick away, obviously. Great trade. Loved it. Excited about it. So I just went ahead and picked up the Ravens.
All right, man. Well, why don't you stick around for just a second, see who your division
Sure.
rivals took, and then we'll let you go.
No problem. Man.
Mostly because it's a good segue. It's really the only reason.
Yep.
Rashawn Slater. All right, moving on.
Easy.
Easy peasy. And we are
All right, guys.
See you guys.
Yeah.
See you
All
guys.
right, Sam, this is why we had you on, so that we could get the shot of you looking despondent as the guy you wanted got taken one pick ahead of you.
I'm just
I'm so sorry. Oh,
Just taking
sad.
advantage of our pain.
I'm just sad, man.
My team took Trey Lance. I am ecstatic. There is
Dude, that's
nothing you can do.
That's fun stuff. I mean, they should have took Justin Fields, but Trey Lance is exciting, absolutely. So
Minnesota, who do you think they're going to take?
Oh man, it's so tough because I think they're going to go defense here. I think Darsa and Elijah Vera Tucker are interesting prospects for the offensive line, and personally, I would go that route just because that offensive line has just been so bad. We lost our best offensive lineman from last year in Riley Reif, and I just don't know who's going to be able to protect Kirk Cousins. And we know for a fact that if we want him to be his best, you need a decent offensive line at the very least, like average. That's it. So I want them to go offensive line, but I think they're going to go defense, whether it's Caleb Farley or Jalen Phillips or Kwity Paye. It's going to be defensive end or it's going to be cornerback. So
yeah,
I think that's pretty much all I got at this point.
Makes a lot of sense. Paul, what are your thoughts? Who do you think Minnesota is going to take here?
He knows the Vikings a lot better than I do. My friend, I was actually on a Zoom call with some friends, and one of them is a Vikings fan, and he was begging for Slater to fall as well. So
Same.
I'm sure he feels the same way.
Yeah.
And he also he had his fingers crossed for Fields as well. So I think you guys are in lockstep. But I think he's rooting for Darrisaw. That's what I would guess, something like that. But what you say about defense makes sense too. Wouldn't be surprised if it's Kwity Paye or one of those other guys, maybe Caleb Farley.
Right. Well, so if they take a defensive end like Jalen Phillips, I mean, we keep Daniil Hunter. We get who's the guy we signed from Baltimore last year? Defensive tackle. We signed the defensive tackle from the Giants. Our defensive line is going to be Tomlinson. Yeah, our defensive line would be pretty nasty at this point, and so I would see kind of like I said this on the show the other day on the Lateral when I was the weekly happy hour or whatever.
That's here.
Yeah, and I said that if they go defense, I just see more of a 2019 Vikings where it's mostly defense and we're going to run the hell out of the ball. We're going to be up there for least amount of pass attempts, in the league with, Tennessee and Baltimore. We're going to be competing for that. And so I just think that's the route I see us going at this point. But I don't feel great about it. Let's just say that.
What do you think that does then? Oh, the Vikings just traded the pick to the Jets.
What
the man? I'm not surprised they're trading that.
Wait, really?
That's really I
Jets?
just broke.
The Jets.
Travis
All
Etienne
right.
is not
Dude, the
coming
Jets
off
are
the
taking
board.
Farley.
Najee Harris. Najee Harris is
No, it's
coming
not
off the
Najee.
board.
At 14,
No way.
No way.
No,
it's not.
don't say it. Don't say it.
Najee
no
Harris
way.
is coming off the
You're
board.
Herm's gonna cry, man.
I gotta
Herm's gonna
go.
cry.
I gotta go. I can't handle this. Maybe I'll be back later.
Herms, you don't want
gotta.
Najee, dude. You want a lineman. You want a
Okay.
lineman, dude.
You guys all seemed pretty opposed to it being Najee. Herms, we know why for you, but Jesse, why do you not think it's Najee?
Forget it. I gotta run.
So bad. I mean, look, I really like the guy they got in the 5th round last year out of God, Virginia. I'm forgetting his name totally, but I really like him. But they need a cornerback. Did Herms actually leave? Oh my God.
Yeah.
Yeah, but no, I think they traded up to get Farley, and I think they should.
Man, what did they get to give up to move up from 202?
Yeah, it's a lot.
Yeah. So
For
what was
23.
their second
23.
pick?
They
at?
traded 23 probably, right?
Gotcha. Man.
Oh wait,
They had
the first
pick
one, right,
23.
Yeah.
That is right.
Gosh, I really hope Elijah Vera Tucker falls to there somehow. Then I'd be happy, because that would make sense to trade back, because they were in kind of a weird spot where it's like you don't love every pick there. There's not an obvious pick for them, and so like if you move back, get some draft capital. I know that Rick Spielman loves to try to get back in the second round, so
Trading back
I'm kind of
is
hoping
always
that's.
the move.
Yeah,
I like
I'm kind
that.
of hoping that he was able to get back into the second round after he messed up last season.
If they're looking to get an end too, trading back to like 23 is pretty good, I think. There's a lot of ends I think could go in the last part of the first round, and I think it's a really good spot for them. So
Okay,
Right, for sure.
Well, the pick is in. So, Sam, who do you got?
Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna trust you on this one and say they're just gonna go quarterback. I think they gotta go defense, man. Their defense is just trash. So I'm gonna say defense.
Okay, Paul, who do you got?
I only know offensive players, so just going to be honest with you. Cornerback makes sense. I would be surprised if it's a running back, and I'm going to tell you why. Joe Douglas used to be with the Eagles organization at a time when we made competent draft picks. So I believe that he knows what he's doing, and Howie Roseman doesn't. So any
I guess they
opportunity
could be
for me to
taking-
just trash the Eagles, I'll spin it in that way.
Right.
Well, let's see what our next guest has to say. Jordan Van Eck, he's here.
Yo.
He's live. He's in a beautiful white Panthers jersey. Totally dig it. Jordan, welcome.
Welcome. I'm glad to be here. I'm having
Absolutely.
I'm having
you
a
couldn't,
interesting time.
Yeah.
well, you
I'll
couldn't
say
come at a
that.
more opportune time because Sam is here, despondent again, because the Vikings just traded away the pick. And it looks like the Jets are up. The pick is in. Who do you think they're taking? I think it's Najee. I think it's finally happening.
I think they're trading up for an edge. I got a feeling that they'll go either like Kwity Paye, Jalen Reed, or Phillips. I feel like they wanted to get ahead of Miami for something.
That makes a lot of sense.
Edge is one of the positions they really needed. I know running backs are everybody's going to keep mocking it. I don't think Joe Douglas wants to pay a running back. I'll be honest.
No
and
shade.
coming from
No
that
shade.
Shanahan type of
makes
mindset,
sense.
it's like we're going to get a running back in the third, fourth, and just use that guy. We just rotate.
I think this is cornerback too, no matter what. It could be also Newsome. They really like him, I
Yes,
think.
that's
It
fair.
could be Newsome.
Corner.
I think this is cornerback no matter what. I mean, it could be Edge, sure. They did. I mean, I loved what did they bring in, right? They brought in Lawson, huge fan, Carl Lawson. They also signed Curry, who I like too, but they could take an Edge, sure. I just don't think it's as
Barrymore.
corner.
Pair Barrymore or Barmore with Quinnen Williams.
It could be, but they
I
just
feel like
signed.
they could have gone Barmore at 23. That's the only
Well,
thing
they just
there.
signed with the guy from New Orleans, Rankins, right? For a 2-year deal. So
Oh,
Hendrickson?
really?
Hendrickson?
Yeah.
Hendrickson's a DN though. All right.
No, they signed also.
Oh,
They signed
Rankins.
Rankins. Yeah, for 2
I'm
years.
just trying to think of the other D linemen that are left right now.
Right.
My bad.
Yeah.
Who could they be?
I mean, it could be Edge. I feel like it's probably gonna be corner, but it could be.
I'll be shocked if it's running back. I know that
Yeah, I'd be
everybody
shocked.
really, really wants that. It's just
Caleb
it doesn't seem like
Farley would
Douglas.
make a lot of sense. Caleb Farley would make a lot of sense. You know Arizona's going to take him most likely.
I
if
think
he falls
that's likely to. Yes, I'm locking that in too, Farley. I'm locking it in. Could be Newsome, but I'm locking that in.
I agree.
Anyway, Jordan, while we're waiting for that pick to come in, how are you handling the Panthers' choice?
I'm not upset. I'm like, basically the way I look at it is J.C. Horn was my corner one, and then Matt Rule just talked about it. He's 33-inch arms, 42-inch vert. He ran a 4.4 or 4.3. If you actually, the one thing I got sent that I've seen from a few of my like good friends are like, oh, well, at least you got this. There's a thread of him guarding Kyle Pitts, and Kyle Pitts didn't get off the line of scrimmage. So like
saying that, yeah.
The Falcons just drafted Kyle Pitts. Now we have Bouye, Horn, and Dante Jackson who can actually keep up with, Godwin, Mike Evans, Antonio Brown, Michael Thomas, and the Saints and whatever they got going on, and then Julio, Kyle Pitts, and Calvin Ridley. Makes sense. We're fighting fire with ice right now, and I don't think we're winning, but we're trying.
Good way of looking at it.
I'm upset it's not Slater or Fields. I mean, I'm happy for Fields to go to Chicago, and also Chicago might be one of those teams like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and what their front office did with Aguayo. They picked Aguayo in the second and still had that same GM. Let's just remember.
I will say I was a little surprised that the Panthers didn't take Slater. I am a little surprised that he fell as far as he did. I am not surprised that he didn't continue to fall any further.
They just announced the pick.
I will.
I don't know how this works.
We had some people on stream, but I've got it on ESPN here, so I've been announcing it for the most part.
They just announced it on my screen.
Is in. So let's see. ESPN. Oh, Greeny, go away.
I just got the pick.
Yeah, I got it too. Actually, I got it on Twitter.
Oh, well, I thought we said
I didn't mean to.
I thought we said.
I can announce it if you want.
Go ahead, because I know
he just wants to do it. He just wants to announce
Enjoy.
the
With the 14th overall pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Najee Harris. No, I'm just kidding. Elijah Vera Tucker.
Oh wow!
So I have to say, I love this pick.
Yeah,
a lot. I actually had Elijah Vera Tucker rated very highly. In fact, if we go to the Laterals mock, you will see Jordan that I actually had him going to your Panthers. I thought he was incredibly versatile. They could play him inside. They could maybe just play him outside. He just fills so many roles on that line, I think. I get why the Jets would want him. I now feel a lot better, honestly, about the Jets taking Zach Wilson, not because I think it's still the right choice, but now, like, instead of Becton and Sewell, they'll have Becton and Tucker on that line. Like, I'm okay with that. I can
my brother, or the charity mock draft right now going on, you're in 5th right now.
Hey, I'll take that.
My brother actually had Elijah Vera Tucker going at this pick just to the Vikings. So he got everything right, just the wrong team.
I'm a little butthurt right now.
He had the first 7 picks right. He had the
what
first
did the Vikings
7.
get?
They got
So they went back to 23 and they also gave up the 146, but they got the 66 and 83, I believe. So it's like they have like 4 third round picks right now. Yeah, they have like 4 third round picks. I guarantee you the Vikings move up into the second.
Well, we'll see if the Vikings move up, but for now, we have another awesome guest. We got Casey Kasem.
Howdy.
Huge guest, awesome guest. So good to have you on. React to that trade. What are your thoughts?
I don't have any because everything that I was thinking overtook everything in my head, and now I just have nothing in there. I don't know what to think about that trade. I don't know.
Well, what do you have to think about the Patriots having their pick in already? Is it Mac Jones? Is this it?
Wait, it's in already?
It's in.
Yeah, it's already.
Adele's walking up. Casey, as you just joined us, what's your pick?
Yeah, I want to go with Mac Jones here.
Okay. All right. Rest of the group, Mac Jones. Yay, nay.
Cam Newton, best ball share.
I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna say they're taking Christian Darrisaw. They're gonna go offensive line. I think.
Really? There's worse talent.
I just feel like they. I just don't think they want Mac Jones, but it seems obvious. It seems very obvious.
Yeah,
if I were them, I think I would
want
take
them to want Mac Jones, or as we call him, McCorkle.
McCorkle.
That thing, by the way, Casey, that drop has been just a godsend. Jeff Crisco just hit us with it right at the beginning because I was like, don't call me McCorkle. And we've just been able to mine that for gold the entire night.
There you go.
let's see if I can change the banners. Herms actually had to step out. So let's see here.
Yeah, real quick, I am going to say this is in my mock too. I guess I'm going Jones here. It just picks in fast too. I think this is just where it ends up. I'm a little surprised, but this is where it's at, I think.
Oh,
I think I'm going
Mac
there.
Jones, Alabama. It's
Yeah.
in.
It's in?
Awesome.
It's in. Mac Jones, Alabama.
Also, I
Wow.
love that the Patriots just like locked it in as soon as they got it, because like so many teams just wait, and it's like, dude, just
do it.
just lock it in. Let's go.
The dog
Especially if
that's
it's
sending in
more
the
like
picks doesn't wait. All right, he
Nike does
types
not
that
wait.
in
This is
and just
correct.
puts
All
that
right,
in.
Mac Jones.
But my dad
can just
pointed
see-
out something. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just
Go
gonna say
ahead.
I could just see Roger Goodell being like, no, you have to wait like 2 more minutes. You want to get some more content out, and Bill Belichick's like, nah, we're going.
Send it. My dad pointed out that Jalen Hurts is throwing to Devontae Smith and Tua is throwing to Jalen Waddle. And he's like, now I want my Falcons to go get Mac Jones so
And Jamar
Mac
Chase.
Jones can throw to Julio and Calvin.
Right.
All the Alabama connection.
Yeah.
All right. So our instant reactions here, Casey. How are you reacting to the pick?
I mean, that's a good. I mean, there's another quarterback for the Patriots that I'm probably not going to like. Maybe for a different reason than Tom Brady just being the GOAT. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what happens. I think that's very Patriots-like. And I think that, Cam Newton wasn't going to be the future, So, yeah, I like it.
All right, Jordan, we already got your thoughts a little on Mac Jones. You got anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, I think it'll give some more stability to the Patriots. And this free agent class that they brought in are a bunch of guys that fit roles. And I think Mac Jones will help that out, just being accurate. I know Cam is going to be a fun guy for fantasy, but when inevitably that kind of fades wayside, they bring in the New England way of just getting the ball out in space to these guys. Mac Jones has been everything for the Alabama team is just accurate. He's just been an accurate guy. Yes, they're wide open a lot, but accuracy is still accuracy. You got to get on the ball.
Yeah, I totally agree, Sam. Your thoughts on Mac Jones? Oh, actually, the pick is in for the Cardinals. It's in quick, real quick. Going to go around the horn. Casey, is it Caleb Farley?
Probably, yes. I'm going to say yes.
Okay, Jordan, Caleb Farley.
Christian Darrisaw. That's what I'm going to go with.
I like it a lot.
Marcus
Sam,
Gilbert just retired.
Yeah, I'm going with
Farley?
Christian Dar. I think it's going to be Christian Darrisaw as well.
I like that a lot. I like it. He, to me, is definitely one of the top talents still left on
Yeah.
the board. Paul.
Right.
I don't have a strong feeling, but I'll say Farley.
And Jesse, I know you're a cornerback guy.
Yeah, I was wrong on Farley before, but I think he doesn't get past this, so I think it's Farley.
Gotcha. Okay, so for our Darrisaw people, Jordan and Sam, why do you think Darrisaw over Farley for Arizona?
Can I real quick talk about Mac Jones?
Yes, you can talk about Mac
Sorry,
Jones.
real quick.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this makes New England a legit contender now. They have a quarterback. Their defense is legit. The coach is great. They have the quarterback they want. This makes them a contender for sure. Just wanted to say
Couldn't
that.
agree more.
Yeah, and I'll just piggyback off that. I think Cam Newton's gonna have a really short leash when it comes to how long he's gonna be able to not be able to throw down field well or whatever. His accuracy issues or whatever it is. So I think Mac Jones will start plenty of games this year. So I'm excited for that. I think it'd be cool. Christian Darrisaw here just makes sense just because their offensive line has been so bad. Kyler Murray has just been constantly on the run.
Yeah.
I mean, I've watched some of those games and it's sad to watch because you're like, dude, this guy, Kyler Murray is absolutely insane athletically and he's just zooming around the field. But, they traded for Rodney Hudson for center and now they can shore up their offensive line with Christian Darrisaw and they don't need, Kyler Murray to run 100 miles an hour for, full 3 hours.
Yeah, I mean, that all makes sense. Real quick, can you guys hear me? I think my mic might have accidentally muted.
I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Perfect. Awesome. Okay, so Casey,
Yo.
you obviously new to the live stream here, the Mega Hour special. What has been your most exciting pick of the night so far?
Well, for emotional, it would be the Cowboys Micah Parsons pick.
It was a good one.
Was very emotional. Yeah, I'm starting to warm up to it it's only been a little bit. And when it first happened, I was like, what? And now I'm like, what? Okay. So, yeah, I think that one, so many guys have gotten picked in spots that I never in a million years thought that they
Right.
were going to go
There's been a lot of, there's been so many picks that I'm like, what is happening?
So like they've all been. I mean, basically not the not the first one, but everything else has been kind of gradually getting. And then it's like, what the heck?
No, it's been a great draft. This draft is definitely better than last year's draft.
It's crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
I have to say everything from San Francisco down has just been a absolute roller coaster, and I think the Cardinals may keep it going here. Let's see. It is Zaven Collins.
Ooh.
What the heck,
Whoa.
Oh.
I don't like my linebackers 267 pounds. I don't know about you guys.
Well, why don't you speak more on that? Because I'm shocked.
I love Zaven Collins at Tulsa. I got to actually watch him live when I was recruiting for UCF because I was on the field for those games and stuff like that. So he's a baller. Like, no, he's a very good leader. I just don't see why they would like. I don't think he's going to be agile enough to stay on the field as a linebacker. If I'm a defensive or offensive coordinator and I see him going on the field, I'm maneuvering my defense to match up Kyle Pitts with him and just be like, try to guard him.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But wherever he's in coverage, I'm going to.
Yeah, I have to say I'm a little surprised too because Arizona tends to like more hybridy guys, and he seems like the least hybridy guy.
Yeah.
Can he be like converted into like a blitzer? Am I mistaking him for another guy? I feel like he's also a guy who can who's like a pretty good pass rusher, right?
He's a three. He could play out O-line or outside linebacker for a 3-4, but you have J.J. Watt and Chandler Jones. I don't see.
J.J. Watt's a great 3-4 like end though.
No, they're great. I'm just saying I don't see why adding there over offensive line and corner because
I agree.
You can't if you can't cover anybody, that's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, totally fair.
Are we still? Have we recovered enough from them not taking Farley or Darisaw? By the way, Darisaw now falling.
Yeah. If he makes it past the Raiders here, it is going to be an atrocious.
Well, the Raiders
mistake.
don't have any offensive linemen,
Right?
So
exactly.
They have to pick Darisaw.
They traded him away.
Do they have to pick Darisaw? Because I'm not sure they do.
Well, they can't.
Jesse,
take Henry
let's
Ruggs.
start with you.
I think it is Darisaw here because he's my next offensive lineman on my big board. I think it makes sense, but they really should take offensive linemen. I heard people saying that they want to their defense is very young. Look, they've drafted 2 cornerbacks in the past 2 years in the first round and the second round. They have a safety they drafted 2 years ago, 1 year, 2 or 3 years ago. I don't remember. They have 2 linebackers that they like. I'm pretty sure. They have a pretty good defensive line that is also young. I don't really know where they fill in on defense, especially early on. So I feel like they got to rebuild the offensive line. I feel like they have invested so much capital in the defense already, and it's young. Why would they go there again? Kind of feels like offense here should be the play.
All makes sense. Paul, your thoughts on who the Raiders are going to take here? O-line is a logical choice.
Kadarius Toney.
Oh my God! That would be the most Raiders pick ever.
I don't think it happens, but it would be the most Raiders pick that you could possibly make.
Oh God!
They're holding Mike Mayock back from doing it. He's trying to rush the card up with Kadarius Toney, and they're like, no, come on, let's talk about this.
All right, but the thing is, Kadarius Toney, while it would be an absolute reach to take him, he would be able to slot into that offense. Wouldn't Najee Harris or Travis Etienne, a third high-caliber running back, really be the true Raiders pick?
That would be a Raiders pick. You got to bring the teammates back together, right? Najee Harris and Josh Jacobs.
And Kenyon Drake. It's an Alabama
backfield. That's perfect.
Oh, man. All right, Casey, who do you think that the Raiders are going to take here?
You're asking the wrong person about that.
Who do you want them to take?
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, well, so then let me ask.
You guys are all selling me. I don't know as much about defensive players as a lot of people do. I don't know a lot about a lot of guys, and this is rookie guys. So that's what I'm here to learn.
Well, okay, so one question I will have for you, and then I'll go to Jordan and Sam on the pick here. Who is the offensive guy you're currently the most excited about that's been picked so far? Casey.
Me?
For redraft.
For redraft, probably Trevor Lawrence. I know that's like the easy pick, but
it's why he went there.
That's why, yeah, exactly, and that makes everybody in that offense so much better. I can't wait to see how these guys step up. And if you have them on your rosters now, like you can only, I mean, you've known for a while, but now it just feels real.
Do you think he'll be a QB1 in redraft in 2021?
I'm gonna say yes. I do think he will be. Just the quality of quarterbacks on some of the teams right now versus him going into an offense that has the weapons there. Yeah, I can see that path being definitely.
Okay, well, the pick is officially in. Jordan, who do you think it's going to be?
So the Raiders have a thing. They're going to basically pick from a champion type of team. So you got Alabama, Ohio State, Clemson. With getting rid of that offensive line, I think totally if this guy had a Zoom meeting with him, you picture Landon Dickerson with John Gruden in a room.
That would be it.
They just got rid of Rodney Hudson.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if his medical history will pan up for them to actually, do it. But for me, I feel like a Gruden type of guy would be Landon Dickerson. Just for someone to just get into a room and mesh well with someone, that's it.
Guys, real quick.
It's going to be a reach.
I feel like I'm looking at Mel Kiper's big board here. Is Elijah Moore not the most Raidery pick? Have we just been...
I just got it spoiled for me.
Okay.
No. I hate that.
Well, real quick, Sam, what's your pick before it comes through?
It's gonna be a reach. I just don't know who. They're gonna. That's what they've done for the past 2 years. It'll be a reach. That's what I'm convinced.
I'm gonna switch mine to Tevin Jenkins. That's
okay. Tevin Jenkins still a first rounder for me though.
Yeah, I know. I just that's what I'm feeling right
something.
now.
Okay.
I love the way
we're waiting for this pick to come in real quick. Kyle Pitts, tight end 1 in redraft this year. Yay or nay?
Yes. Okay, that's the offensive
I'm
player I'm most excited about.
We'll come back to that once this pick comes through. Alabama was right. Alex Leatherwood.
I should have said that. I was going to say Leatherwood.
Oh my God, you nailed it, dude. You nailed it.
I was going to say it. They always
absolutely nailed it. You had the wrong Alabama guy, but
I was going to say if his injuries don't pan out, they should go Leatherwood. If they don't like his medical history,
wow,
they always go to freaking Bama. It's the
dude. If Christian Darrisaw falls to the Vikings, I will be ecstatic.
Considering your trade down, if that happens, that's a huge win.
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. Hey, I gotta hop off here. I know I can't make it to the Vikings pick, but thank you so much for having me on.
Absolutely,
it's fun talking with you guys and meeting all of you. So
it's been a pleasure. Take it easy.
Happy draft day.
Happy draft day indeed. Luckily, I have someone else to bring in. Seth, nod your head yes if you are ready. I see you in the green room there. We got Seth from IBT.
My guy.
How's it going, man?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Thank you for having me, Malcolm. Appreciate seeing all your guys' beautiful faces this evening. It's been a wild one.
Yeah, it definitely has. Speaking of a wild one, we got a first, I think, real reach of the night with Alex Leatherwood, the offensive tackle from Alabama. What are your thoughts on that pick from the Raiders?
Well, that's nothing we haven't seen from the Raiders in the last couple of years. It seems like anytime they have any draft capital, they're willing to burn it. So not surprised by this one, honestly, Malcolm.
Fair enough. And again, as you may have caught, Jordan was absolutely not surprised by it. He had it borderline spot on. He had him reaching for an Alabama O-line guy, and it just, so close. Okay, well, Jordan, I'm going to go back to you here. Who do you think Miami's going to take here? It's, I think, either Najee or Darrisaw, and I'm not sure which one.
With Miami, it's a tough one because I think Jalen Phillips or Kwity Paye make a lot of sense as well.
They do.
They don't have any real edge rusher there, and that's a bothersome thing. And this edge class is very thin. We haven't even seen one go off the board yet. All right,
which is surprising because there felt like there was a fair amount of first round talent available at the position, but not a ton after that.
The thing is with like drafts like this specifically, I look at like how would you rank them for previous classes, and like they are first round talent when you compare them to this class, but then when you bring them into the Chase Young type of class, you're just like, wow, this guy shouldn't. This guy's a second round pick. I wouldn't be surprised if they reach for like a Gregory Russo for his potential.
I could see that. I think someone will.
I coached Gregory Russo when he was like 6, 7 years old. Like I've known him since it was way little. Pop Warner, Coconut Creek Eagles. He played wide receiver in high school and in middle school, like when he was young. He's a freaky athlete. His pro day numbers did not show it, but I would like to see him go to a spot like Miami where they'll give him the chance to actually develop and not just throw him into the fire.
Well, Paul, this could be an offensive guy. This could be right in your wheelhouse. Who do you think this pick's going to be for the Dolphins now?
I actually think Darisaw makes a lot of sense because they just traded Eric Flowers to Washington. They kind of let it slip that they want to move Robert Hunt inside the guard, right? So that he was their right tackle. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes.
Playing right
I think
tackle.
that all sounds correct.
So they have an opening there now. I thought they were going to take Sewell. I still think they should have, but I think this would be a good consolation prize for them to get Darisaw and give to us some protection.
Okay, Jesse, real quick before it comes down, who you got?
Yeah, Jalen Phillips was my guy originally. I'm sticking with it.
Great. And Casey, do you have a pick you want to throw in?
No.
No Najee Harris? Am I going to be the only one?
Let's go Najee Harris. No. Time out. I know Najee Harris. See, you guys, look.
Okay. Well,
it's been a night.
Casey, let's talk about Najee Harris.
Oh
Is
my
he
God,
the RB1 on the board for you?
Did you announce the pick? Wait.
Yeah, it's Jalen Phillips.
Cut out for me. Oh, Nate wants.
Nate will be in just a minute. I am the only one running the show here, people.
You're doing a great job.
Casey, real quick, speak to us on Najee Harris, what you love about the guy, while I type up this pick and bring Nate into the show.
I mean, what isn't there to like? I mean, to me, the limited amount of information that I've taken in, which is poor on me, but I'm trying to learn, is it just looks good. He passes the eye test for me, and that's my first go-to on things. Is like when I watch you, like, do I think that you can actually come into the NFL and actually play at an NFL level? And so, I don't know. That's just me spitballing here.
Okay, and then real quick, we had talked about Kyle Pitts. What makes you so sure he'll be a tight end 1 this year?
Okay, so with Kyle Pitts, first and foremost, Julio Jones isn't catching touchdown passes. They're not getting him the ball, right, in the end zone. So I think that, sure, Hayden Hurst is there, but that's not – I mean, this is a guy who is a once-in-a-lifetime type of tight end, and I know that rookie tight ends don't usually hit coming right out the gate, but he's just one of those guys who just looks like he's going to just – you can't treat him like a tight end. You have to look at him as just as a pass catcher. You know how Jimmy Graham changed it to catch passes or whatever. It's basically what he's going to be, that guy.
All totally makes sense. I think it'll be really interesting to see what his ADP ends up being. Nate, thank you so much for coming on. Real quick, I do have to one-up you, though, with one of your IBT people. We got Munder Difflin himself checking things out in the chat, and he actually called Leatherwood. I missed it because I have been running back and forth between the private chat, the Twitter, et cetera, but dude, shout out to Scott there for just absolutely nailing it.
Well
anyway,
done.
Nate, Washington on the clock. Pick is not in yet. Are we going to see a wide receiver here? Is this possibly Rashad Bateman time, or who do you think they're going to take?
I could see Rashad Bateman, possibly. I thought they were going to move up for a quarterback, honestly.
Oh, we missed that boat.
Totally. Unless they think that Kyle Trask is worth a first-round pick.
I've said it once already on this show. I will say it again. Kyle Trask is not going in the first, and I will not allow this to be a platform to promote blasphemy.
I agree with you. He shouldn't go in the first round. I've heard people today talking about Kellen Mond going in the first round, and I think that's nuts.
I'll tolerate that one, even though I don't buy it.
You'll tolerate that one, but not Trask? Oh, my God.
Kellen Mond's better than Trask.
I agree.
I don't know about – I don't know, man. I don't know about that. I don't know. The thing about the draft, and I've been watching the NFL draft for 20-plus years, we all think we know what's going to happen, and then the teams do something completely different. The Broncos, I want to go back to the Broncos pick real quick.
Sure.
Justin Fields was on the clock. He's on the board, and they took Patrick Surtain the second. They didn't need a cornerback. They needed Micah Parsons, and they didn't take Micah Parsons. So anything's possible. Literally anything is possible.
Well, let's see what else is possible here real quick. Paul, I know this is your last pick with us tonight, so I want to get your pick here. The pick is in for Washington. Even though it is a progressive commercial, who do you have?
I also kind of had been thinking this whole time they might make a move for a quarterback. To be honest with you, I don't think they have a lot of needs, big needs. I think they're a pretty solid roster. Their defense is really strong, especially their front seven. So, I think they're in a position to kind of go best player available here. So that could be Darisaw. That could be a wide receiver. I mean, I think Bateman would be a really good fit with what they already have there. Wish the Eagles had maybe taken him instead. But
if Bateman does show up in Washington here with this pick, what is that going to do regarding Terry McLaurin, Curtis Samuel, as far as your projections for 2021 go?
I think that I don't generally buy into the too many mouths to feed sort of thing.
Okay.
And I think Terry McLaurin would obviously remain the alpha there, with Bateman being a rookie for the first season. So I think it would be a slight knock for McLaurin. I think maybe increases efficiency, draws attention away from him, brings the offense up on more scoring opportunities. But I'd still see McLaurin as kind of like a high end wide receiver 2, and I think it would cut into Samuel the most. Honestly, I think it would bring him kind of down to that low.
So
end wide receiver 3.
you weren't really projecting McLaurin as a wide receiver 1 anyway.
He's right on the cusp for me. I think if Fitzpatrick can show up and be the gunslinger that we saw, with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and at times with the Dolphins, that I think he can be a low-end wide receiver 1. But yeah, I think I see him more in that wide receiver 2 range. I just think they want to run the ball in Washington, and I think they're going to spread it out a little bit.
Oh, he's going to be Fitzmagic.
Think so?
I'm telling you right now, he's going to be Fitzmagic.
I think he will be at least, some weeks.
Some weeks, yeah.
Hey, Jordan.
Hey, Nate.
Hey, it's way past your bedtime.
Hey, man, I did pick Justin Fields.
Wow!
So I'm staying up.
Oh, my God. The pick
What
is
a pick.
in.
What a pick.
I haven't gotten there yet.
I must be behind right now.
I'm muted. Yeah, wait, hold on. Can
I love the pick. I absolutely love it.
Is it Jay okay?
No.
It's not Jay okay?
Are you ready?
No.
I'm going to add it.
Here
I'm
it
going to add it
comes.
to the stream.
Ooh,
Hold on a
it.
minute.
At least it was a linebacker.
I love it.
At least it was a linebacker.
Jamin Davis is a really good linebacker from Kentucky.
That's a good pick for them.
Very athletic.
I mean, their
and
defense
very
just went
skilled.
from great to great.
Like he'll basically be a young Thomas Davis for what Ron Rivera's scheme is.
Totally.
I thought it could have been Zaven Collins, to be honest, coming off the board there.
He went to Arizona.
Was that when I was right coming on? How?
Probably.
Okay. It's okay, Seth. I know you're drunk. It's okay.
Seth, no dedication. I watched the first 5 picks in the shower.
Bro, my brother right now on his mock draft has 10 picks right to the team.
Wow.
He got the Raiders. He has right now, on our charity, he's killing it right now. He's got the Raiders with Leatherwood, Jalen Phillips, Mac Jones to New England. He had Elijah Vera Tucker to Minnesota, but obviously not the Jets at that pick. And then he got the first 7 picks right with Sewell, Waddle, Chase, Pitts. No trade ups, just chilling.
Wow.
I'm surprised.
Okay.
And he had Micah Parsons going here, but Jamin Davis.
So we've got the Giants now up on deck.
Wow, yeah.
Washington definitely, other than Jordan's brother, just blowing the field out of the water with that one. The Giants, obviously, they traded down to this spot. They were like, okay, we can't get whoever we wanted. Seems like it might have been Devonta Smith. And so we're down here. Rashad Bateman's available here. Lots of wide receiver talent is available here. Do we think that they use the pick to take that, or do they go somewhere else? Again, Darrisaw's still here. So, Jesse, I'm curious as to your thoughts.
I think they can go a lot of different ways here. Wide receivers on the board. I think edge is also possible.
Yeah.
I don't know. Darisaw could be one for sure. I thought they'd taken a lineman where they were. But I think it's going to be Kwity Paye here.
Okay, that's a solid one. He's definitely got the talent to be picked at this spot. Paul, what are you thinking?
Well, gotta get out of here after this, but I'll guess. I think Kwity Paye makes sense. I would not be surprised if that's the pick. I won't be surprised if Darisaw is the pick. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that they're gonna pass on wide receiver in the first round. I think they're content with Galladay, Shepard, and Slayton. I think maybe they would have taken Smith. Seems like that's why we moved up, but I think they'll wait for now and go somewhere else.
All makes sense. And again, dude, it's been a blast having you on. I'm so glad you can make it on, and for much longer than we originally anticipated. Casey also had to go. Casey also had to go, unfortunately, so I just wanted to shout her out as well. It was a blast having her on, and we're definitely going to want to have her back on. But luckily, when one guest leaves, we're able to find another, and we're bringing on Courtney. Courtney, if I recall correctly, had previously written for going for 2, but she can correct me if I am wrong here.
You're right.
Awesome. So, Courtney, blast having you on. As we saw Washington going a little outside the box there with Jamin Davis, though, our boy Jordan here kind of loves the pick, unless I'm misreading things, Jordan.
From Washington?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love that pick for them because right now they're fine at wide receiver. There's no quarterback that would actually be like a world beater for them. What makes you better next year is Jamin Davis. They have the edges to just – I mean – Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah from Notre Dame would have been a nice pick as well.
That's where I would have gone.
But I felt like Jamin Davis inside the box and being more of a better like linebacker, better than that hybrid, is where I see his role being. And Washington's been killing it. I actually think this pick with the Giants will be Jeremiah Owusu-Koramoah just for the versatility and playing with a New England type of scheme.
I like it. I like it a lot. Courtney, you got any thoughts on this Giants pick? I know we're bringing you on specifically to talk about one guy in particular. Do you think maybe they take him here?
Oh, no. I was actually kind of thinking, what about Christian Darrisaw, offensive tackle?
Yeah.
I like that one. I like that one a lot.
Yeah, you want to talk a little bit more about that, Courtney? Like, why do you like that pick so much?
Honestly, I think that this could be Daniel Jones's year if he has some protection. And I feel like that's our biggest thing, right? I mean, he's kind of a pocket passer and he's not that great outside of it. But if he has the protection, then he could be successful. And, we're waiting for him to come on and actually do something. So, pick us in. But I think that they need protection. I think they do. And we could open up some lanes for Saquon Barkley too, right?
That would be nice. All right, so Courtney is going with Darrisaw. Nate, are you leaning Darrisaw as well?
So I think it's going to be either Darrisaw or we're probably Darrisaw or Koramoah, but probably Darrisaw. I mean, he's been the higher graded offensive lineman, and the priority has to be protecting Daniel Jones and opening up lanes for Saquon. You do those two things, and that offense, I mean, really their wide receiver core isn't bad. Darius Slayton, I like Darius Slayton. I think that he's talented. And now you've got Kenny Galladay. And if you can give Daniel Jones the time to throw the ball with the added threat of here's Saquon Barkley, who might run for 2,000 yards this season because he's basically Adrian Peterson after ACL surgery. He's the more talented offensive lineman. You get the best one on the board. He's the best one on the board. The pick makes sense. We are about to find out.
I have to ask though, where does he play? Because Thomas was drafted as the tackle the other side of Solder. Does Solder not play, or does Darrisaw go inside?
I don't think Solder plays.
Okay, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fair, I guess. If that's the way to go, because I feel like they need interior more than they need a tackle.
They do,
but I mean, I like Darrisaw.
I definitely like that a lot. Seth, haven't heard from you as much. So let's see if we can't change that real quick. The pick is in. Who you got?
I'm gonna eat the chalk, man. I'm gonna go Darisaw or Jeremiah Owasua. I mean, it's tough though. But I'm gonna eat the chalk on that one, Malcolm.
Well, it was Kadarius Toney. You're all wrong. Thanks for playing.
Wow.
Wait, is it actually? I can't.
It's actually that. It's
Is it
actually
really?
that.
It took Kadarius Toney.
Is it on my board? I don't hate it.
Yes.
Oh, I hate that pick.
Wow.
I
R.I.P.
mean,
Darius Slayton.
I feel bad
Sterling
for
Shepard.
I feel bad for Tony because Jason Garrett's his play caller, but like the role he fits is something different than any receiver they have.
You guys, Steffi Smalls is not going to be okay.
No, she's not.
No,
gonna be
she's
happy.
not.
No, she's not. I don't think Tony's
No, the
the
Colts
guy.
pick is in like immediately. Is this Darisaw? Oh wait, is it not? Oh, it said it was
Not in yet. I'm
Oh,
still,
it
I'm
said
still
it flashed
working.
real quick. My bad.
I'm still working on the banner.
I really hope they. I really hope they get a new OC because Tony's not going to work with Garrett.
Is
That's
that
not
yeah.
going to fly.
I mean,
So-
are we sure
'cause
he's going
he's
to work
like a-
with Joe Judge?
Tony, yeah, no, he'll be fine. I think Tony's got a lot of skill. It's just you need to be a creative OC, and with Garrett, there's no shot. There's absolutely zero shot.
Fair.
I was not expecting that at all.
Yeah,
No,
I think we're all floored.
The Bears won that trade. I'll tell you that.
I mean, I don't love the talent, but I mean, I do love the talent. But sure, if it doesn't work in the system, then it's not going to work ever. So it's fair.
Thoughts on this comment?
Giants have an interesting roster. They're going for it. I don't know what they're doing, but they're going for it.
Well, the Colts also have an interesting roster for sure, in that it's a very good roster. And Seth, I'm curious here. What do you think they're going to do? O-line, I think, have been kind of the consensus, but I'm curious to see what your thoughts are.
Yeah, the Colts, I mean, they come in, obviously Carson Wentz, he's at quarterback now, so it's a little more secure than it was a year ago. The offensive line is still, somewhat bolstered. I think Trevin Moring, the guy from TSU, the safety down there.
Safety, yeah.
Yeah, he's been rated pretty heavily. Anyone who can play defense in the Big 12 is okay by my standards. I'm sure Jordan, he's kind of a film buff here, so I'm sure Jordan's looked into him a little more than me. But that's the pick that makes sense for me. I think Indy needs to bolster that D, or they're going to get tore up by Buffalo and Patrick Mahomes once again.
All makes sense. Courtney, what are you thinking here for the Colts pick? And real quick, also your reactions on that Tony pick to Giants. Clearly a shocker.
I was floored by that. My husband actually is in the other room and was just like, ha, 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 ha. I told you the Giants were going to take a wide receiver. And I was like, no.
I mean, I thought they were going to too. I just didn't think it would be the most.
I truly thought that Tony was going to fall to the Ravens. I really did.
That's where I had him going as well.
Really did.
Yeah.
But, I know that the Colts need defensive help, but who did I have? Let me see. Who did I have here? I have them going with Tevin Jenkins.
Okay, that is definitely a solid pick. I'm trying to see if anyone had that here. I think we might have all had Tevin Jenkins a little later.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, real quick, I think Indianapolis could go with offensive tackle here. That's totally fine, but they have no edge rushers. They need to pound edge in this draft. And I have Ojulari going here. I think that's the pick.
Quiddy Pay. It's going to be Quiddy Pay.
Could be
It's going to be. I feel like it's going to be Quiddy Pay.
I've seen too much about the Colts with Quiddy Pay for me personally, just like seeing through Twitter, and he's just the pure edge.
So some of you guys
Yeah,
maybe
he
seen
is.
a little more film, done a little more deep diving. So I'm curious what you think of this pick that I'm going to throw up here. So I'm bringing up the mock that we did, and I actually have. Oh, come on, work with me here. Is it loading? It's loading.
Yeah.
I've got Samuel Cosme actually mocked to them. Thoughts?
I like Samuel Cosme. I just think he's more developmental. I like.
He is.
Like I think he's got a ton of ceiling, but the Colts are in a weird spot where they're good enough to win and they can't wait on it.
Right.
That's
Fair
with me
enough.
personally. Like, I think if they're going to go tackle, Tevin Jenkins makes more sense because he's right now better than Samuel Cosme.
He's pro ready.
Yeah, he won't be
Sure.
better than Samuel Cosme probably 2 years down the line. That's the
No.
problem. That's what makes it really interesting for the draft.
And then I think Jesse had Aziz Ojulari. So,
Yeah.
Jesse, do you think you're sticking with that?
Yeah, I'm just going with it. It could be Quiddy Pay. I think they need to slam edge. They need to take at least like 2 edge guys in the first 4 rounds, I think.
They have to. They've got to start getting pressure on the quarterback. They're not
they have
getting
no
enough.
one there.
Quiddy Pay definitely fallen a little. I had him as high as 14 to Minnesota.
But see, I've seen him as far back as like mid-second round.
But that's just absurd.
He's my my edge. He's my 4th edge. So I see him falling. It makes sense to me.
Interesting. Well, the pick is officially in. Changing up the banner. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. Well, so there is someone that's going to come up, I think, sooner rather than later in this draft, and that's Elijah Moore. So, Courtney, you are a huge Elijah Moore fan. So I want to hear your thoughts on the guy while we wait on this pick from the Colts.
Look, I'm an Ole Miss graduate, and under Matt Luke, who was one of our most horrific choices for head coach, we produced AJ Brown and DK Metcalf, and Elijah Moore was 3rd behind those guys and waited his turn. He is a good slot receiver, but he's versatile. Like you could put him anywhere, but he is okay. He's small. He is on the smaller size, but he contests those balls and jumps. He gets hit, so I'd like for him to bulk up a little bit. But this kid comes down with the ball every time. Like, he's just good. He's really, really good. And being an Ole Miss fan, I've been watching him, and I've seen him progress, and I've seen him get better. And A.J. Brown actually has been quoted saying, I want him with me. Like, he considers him like a little brother. And I'm telling you, it would be I'm a huge Saints fan, by the way, huge Saints fan. But it would be so much fun to see those 2 guys reunite with Tannehill throwing to them. It would be, I think they would be unstoppable. And I think it would be a lot of fun. He's fearless. He's fearless.
Yeah, I have him rated pretty highly. In fact, I'm not the one who had it rated the highest, though. If I'm looking at this correctly, the Lateral's own Zach has him going this pick to Indianapolis.
I would be shocked if that's what happened. I feel like they're pretty loaded at wide receiver, and it's going to make me really mad for my Michael Pittman love.
Yeah, same.
So it almost makes me wonder if I accidentally messed something up. Like, that's how surprised I am by it. But yeah,
no, I've seen people mock wide receivers to them. I've seen it happen. Yeah,
that's.
But
weird.
Jesse, you've got Elijah going to Tennessee, so you think that's what will happen as long as we're talking about Elijah Moore?
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I like him. He's my 5th wide receiver on my big board, so I can see it happening. I think it would be fine there. They need a wide receiver, so it makes sense to me.
Okay,
but they go 2 different ways. So
with Rashad Bateman still on the board, do you think there's a chance Tennessee takes him instead of Moore?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. I've actually got more going to the Saints, Courtney, so you might get lucky there. The Colts are announcing the pick now, though. Let's see who they take.
Dude, could Roger Goodell take any longer to walk out? Like, dude, stop strutting. We're all sitting here like, butts.
Quiddy Pay, let's do
What's going to happen?
Is that I never know what's actually like true or not.
Yeah.
Do any of you guys remember watching the NFL draft when it wasn't a spectacle, when it was all on Saturday, like 7 rounds? I remember I was working in a kitchen as a cook, and the Broncos took Jay Cutler at 11 at like 11 o'clock in the morning. Quiddy Pay. There you go. Quiddy Pay.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's about the amount of attention that Jay Cutler probably deserved. So,
for sure, he actually married a girl that my wife went to high school with, Kristen Cavallari. Yeah, she went to
high school with Kristen Cavallari.
She was her younger sister's age, but yeah, they knew each other from school.
Wow,
that's actually
She ended up on, what was it called, Laguna, the Hills or whatever. I don't know how she ended up on that.
I should ask my girlfriend. Hey, Sloan, Kristen Cavallari, the Hills or Laguna Beach?
The Hills.
This is not fair.
She's telling me I'm sleeping on the couch, I think was the answer. Yeah, so did we land on the Hills?
I think it's the Hills. That sounds right.
Well, we definitely landed on Quiddy Pay to Indianapolis. So that means Tennessee is up next.
I think that I think Tennessee's going to take Elijah Moore. I mean, Courtney, you have convinced me that is the best thing they could do. And considering that they let Corey Davis and Johnny Smith go, so they're sitting on what? Adam Humphries?
And Josh Reynolds?
Yeah.
Josh Reynolds. And I don't hate Josh Reynolds.
No, Adam Humphries is with Washington now.
Yes.
Yes.
Reynolds was brought in to replace Humphries.
I mean, I guess
Nate. You're old.
is
We get it.
if Joe Burrow
Go to bed, Jordan.
Then AJ Brown can get Elijah Moore, you know?
True. What about the other Moore? Do you think it could be the other Moore?
I hope not.
Rondale. I don't think someone who's 5'6" should ever go in the first round. I'm sorry.
I'm so down on
You know what,
Moore.
though? What about, okay, so you say that, but Wes Welker was what, 5'8"?
Yeah.
And look at what he did in the slot in New England and Denver.
Yeah,
I'd like to point out Eddie McCaffrey, who was like as thin as a freaking pencil, and that dude balled hard. Size matters depending on the offense, but if you can put a guy in the slot, I don't care how big Rondale Moore is. If he's tiny, put him in the slot. Put him in the slot.
I will just go ahead and say that Tom Brady and Peyton Manning with the slot receiver would make most people. Austin Collie was a fantasy relevant guy for a little while.
That's true.
But,
fair point.
But what I will say is Rondale Moore has all the talent. I think he'll be awesome in the slot. I just don't like we're asking Tannehill to throw to him, I think.
That's not bad.
I wouldn't try. I think like Tannehill would rather. I mean, not rather, but.
Well, real quick, I want to get Seth's thought on Kwity Paye because unfortunately his time with us here over at the Mega Hour-ish is coming to an end. Seth, it's been a blast. Let's get your closing thoughts on this pick.
Yeah, first off, Malcolm, thanks for having me, man. Big fan of everything you guys are doing over here at the Lateral. Kwity Paye, as a Penn State fan, I can attest. This guy's a playmaker. He gets it done in the backfield. He's going to stop people for losses. I think pairing him with the likes of Leonard and DeForest Buckner, like you can't get much better there on the defense. I think it's going to be a good look there. I think it's a good pick overall.
Yeah, I would agree, especially paired with Buckner, who I miss dearly every day. Though I still actually like that trade. It's bittersweet. Dude, again, Seth, thank you so much. Let's get one more parting shot from you. Offensive player that has not come off the board yet that you're the most excited to see get drafted.
Oh, man, I'm a low-key Rondale Moore guy. I think he's going to – I don't know if he'll go in round one.
That's all the time we had.
I don't know if he'll go in round one, but look for someone to make a splash in day two, probably with him early day two.
Gotcha. I think day two is the right landing spot for him. It will be interesting. I'm a little down on him. I know there's definitely some talent there, though, so you could ultimately be the one that's correct there. Again, Seth, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
We'll surely see you on the Lateral again.
Bye, Seth.
Thank you, Malcolm. Let's go Kyle Trask to Pittsburgh. Let's trade back in and get him at the end of the first round. Let's go, boys.
Wait. Before you can go, you want Kyle Trask?
You guys keep talking about Kyle Trask.
I'm used to Big Ben. I'm used to slinging it. Let's go.
We'll talk about this tomorrow, dude.
I will boot both of you. I swear to
They
God.
want Dwayne Haskins, Kyle Trask, and Mason Rudolph all in the quarterback room.
Dude, that sounds like the worst quarterback room.
I'm so here for this now. You have my
Trevor Siemian, Brock Osweiler, and Chad Kelly.
I'll take that. I'll take that one.
I'll take Chad Kelly if he doesn't drunkenly, nakedly walk into someone's house and get cut.
No, I want that.
No.
Yeah.
If you want Chad Kelly, you only want it drunk and naked. That's the way you got to have your Chad Kelly.
Yeah, come on.
But he's Jim Kelly's nephew. Like, I just felt like there was so much there. I was so excited about him and Kyle Sloter too, which turned out to be nothing. So don't trust my grade on quarterbacks.
Okay, real quick. The Titans pick is in. Scott says, I guess Farley to the Titans. What are we thinking here? Courtney, going with you. Just real quick, what do you think the name will be that's going to be in it?
It's going to be Elijah Moore. It has to be.
I love it. Nate?
I think it's Elijah Moore.
Okay, I love
makes
that
sense.
too. Jordan, who you got?
There's too thin at corner for them not to go Farley. They don't have Adoree Jackson. They don't have Malcolm Butler. I'm not even sure who they're starting at corner right now.
Malcolm Butler.
Malcolm Jenkins. Fulton's good. I like Fulton a lot. Christian Fulton, second round pick last year.
LSU, yes.
I like
So
him a
they have a
lot.
rookie. They have him, and then do we know the DB too?
Yeah. They signed what's his name from? Who did I say? What's his name? They signed Malcolm Jenkins or Malcolm Jenkins? Was it Janoris Jenkins? Janoris Jenkins. Sorry,
Janoris Jenkins.
Yeah.
Maybe not. Maybe
They have a pretty complete defense. Not gonna lie. I mean, they signed Bud Dupree too.
I think it's going to be Farley. I think he's fallen enough. He's clearly talented enough, and they really do need the defensive help. I do love the idea of a wide receiver going to him, and my only issue is I have Bateman higher than Moore.
Hey.
I do too.
I love Moore. Moore is my guy right behind Bateman.
Moore is the guy right behind me right now, actually. So
true. Yeah, I've got Moore going here as well. Before we get to pick in.
So Angelo _fantasy on Twitter sold me on Rashad Bateman. I loved him before, but then he did an analysis piece on Rashad Bateman that just blew my mind. Like almost putting him like almost step in step with Devontae Smith for me in this class.
Interesting.
Wow. So what blew you away then?
So he's quick off the line. He's really good. Like his stutter step is very confusing, and he's so quick out of the stutter step, and he cuts so quickly that he loses defenders like within the 5-yard line. So if you're looking at a guy that can run deep routes, he's going to shake his corner, and unless that safety help is coming over the top immediately, he's going to be blowing guys away and wide open. And he does it consistently, and he can do it at any point in his route. If he's running a post, he can run it straight normal and shake his guy on the post and cut across the middle of the field and be wide open. And he's got good hands, so he gets himself open, and he can catch the ball, and he's been undervalued because he came from Minnesota.
Guys, the pick has been made.
Who do we got?
Yeah, Farley.
Oh, there we go.
Who is moving?
Courtney.
His mother's
Courtney,
house
we
in
lost.
Pierce.
No.
Well, Courtney, this means you get more on your Saints, though. I actually think that's a real possibility.
Well, I do. I agree with you on that too, and that would make me the happiest. But I was really excited to see them paired back together, just because that would have just been
cool.
a match in heaven.
Definitely understandable.
I just know the Titans don't listen to their players like the Cincinnati Bengals listen to Joe Burrow.
Well, it's Joe Burrow.
That's
I
true.
mean,
AJ Brown's a
it's Joe
pretty cool
Burrow.
guy. I don't know.
He is, but he's not Joe. He's not smoking a cigar with his legs crossed after the national championship. Cool.
But what he was one of those. Isn't his like Twitter profile him in glasses, just like chilling on the sideline?
What's wrong with people in glasses?
Yeah,
I was just saying he's just like
Jordan.
chilling at the sideline. Hey, he's just chilling. All right.
By the
He's
way,
got his cool pick.
I am so bummed right now because we don't have Sam to enjoy the fact that that Darisaw has in fact fallen to his Minnesota Vikings at 23, which is a huge win for him and a huge win for us because Herms is back.
Oh,
Herms!
He's going back for the
Hey.
Steelers pick. What a guy.
Yeah, what was I gonna do? Leave y'all hanging? Man, I gotta react to the Steelers pick on the home turf with the lateral, 100%. I got another obligation, but I was not gonna miss being here for that pick.
Well,
I was
okay.
sweating bullets there for a little bit when Miami was picking. Just part of me being a little nervous. Oh my god! But hey, dude,
Herms, I think it has to now be said, you guys are the front runner to get Najee Harris.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy, dude. Oh shit, dude. My reaction is going to be something. I don't even know what's gonna happen, but dude, if this works out in the way that I want it to, I'm gonna lose my mind up in here.
Lose your
RIP
clothes.
DMX.
Just
Herms,
keep your clothes on.
keep your pants on, please.
All right.
Or don't. But
Joke's on you. I'm wearing shorts.
Real quick, why don't I get your thoughts on Christian Darisaw now likely falling to the Vikings here at 23 while I go take care of a technical issue?
Can do. And I gotta say, dude,
Is this a Lamar Jackson technical issue?
There's certain things that are empty and certain things that are full, and I've got to take care of them.
There you go. But hey, dude, I gotta say, if the Vikings end up getting Darisaw here, they are serious day one winners. I mean, good Lord, this
But
has
are they?
been a dream scenario for them.
But Kirk Cousins is still their quarterback.
Okay, yeah, sure, whatever, but still,
bro.
I'm just saying, bro. Like,
there's a
I'm
tweet
here
that
for
just came out that's really, really bad for the Denver Broncos.
No, what is it?
Teddy
Yes, say it.
Bridgewater. After acquiring Teddy Bridgewater yesterday, Patton said he cooled on quarterbacks for the 9th pick. Didn't want to give up on Drew Lock's potential and adding Bridgewater as a leader mentor for still a young offense.
That is a smoke screen. So something I something I have learned in the short time that George Patton has been the GM here is that dude doesn't give away anything, and if he does, it's not real, or maybe it is real, but it's hard to tell. I drew over a picture of Aaron Rodgers with an orange Broncos jersey and a blue Broncos helmet, so it has to happen now.
All right. I will say the Vikings Darisaw makes a lot of sense here, but don't count on edge.
Yes.
They can still take an edge. I think that's well within the thing that can happen. And it'd be great for the Steelers because they can take Darisaw and then be way better than running back. So
Does anybody know what's happening with Daniil Hunter?
it's like before tonight? Or
No, I'm saying like you guys have seen like the reports about like him wanting out or him wanting a pay increase, his back surgery or whatever the heck he had last year. It's just that scares me.
There he is.
Yeah, me too.
By the way, just
I like DJ
in
Warner,
case anyone was wondering if I was just making that up about the meatball sub existing, it's right here. I've got it. It's real.
So is it a
It's
Wawa?
going to taste delicious once this live stream is over.
Wait, how about you commit to eating it in 1 minute and 30 seconds on this live stream, Malcolm?
No. I won. I picked correctly. I get to enjoy my meatball sub however I damn well please.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, I think Edge is. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Was someone talking?
Probably.
Shoot.
Courtney's
Okay,
trying
I
to
thought I
figure
heard
out who the
someone
Saints are
talking. Oh my God,
picking.
Yeah, I mean, I could still really see an Edge here. I don't know why Darashaw is falling. Maybe they know something that we don't know because I feel like he should have been gone to tackle needy teams like possibly Tennessee and also Indianapolis. But
I'm going to Washington.
Or even Washington could have taken him.
I like Spencer Brown. I like that guy. I don't know if you guys have watched Spencer Brown just manhandle people. It's a fun highlight tape, I will say. He's such a big dude that just takes people and just throws them. Like he has no technique whatsoever. Big man in woods. I could also see what's his face? The guy from Wisconsin Whitewater. I can't think of the guy. The guard.
Miners? Quinn Miners?
Yes.
Yep.
I can see if they want to move him to the guard role, if they want a guard instead of a tackle, I could see Minnesota going here because he's mean too.
I feel like it's a little early for him, but I could see it.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those teams. NFL teams do a lot of weird stuff, like pick Nicole Hardman and JJ Arcega-Whiteside over DK Metcalf,
trading up for Mitchell Trubisky.
Oh God,
Yeah, there's the Philly. The Jaguars, my Jaguars are a testament, so it's okay.
But they made the right dude. They've made some good moves. I'm excited about that Jaguars offense.
I think it'll be better than last year, so that's all I care about right now. You know,
I'm a Laviska
Christian Darrisaw.
It's Darrisaw.
Darrisaw.
Cool. Makes sense.
Yep.
Oh God, guys!
And announced it.
Oh God.
There. My Vikings friend needs to calm down. He texted me. He's like, dude, why did we trade back? There's nobody good left, like freaking out. And I was like, hey, who would you have picked at 15th? I asked him immediately. He's like, well, Christian Darrisaw. And he's like, we didn't even get a second round pick and we traded out of it. And I just texted him. I'm like, bro, so 2/3 in Darrisaw. How does that feel?
I mean, this is a brilliant trade back for them.
Yeah, really, it really is.
They got the guy they were probably going to pick and 2/3. And it's not like late thirds; it's 66. It might as well be a second.
That's a great trade in retrospect. Steelers, Herms.
Okay,
the floor is yours.
All right, dude. Okay, first of all, I got one request. When the time comes,
I'm muted.
I will be watching this. I'm on a delay.
Yes,
Let me have this moment. Okay, don't say anything. Let me react in my real time.
That's fair.
I need this.
That's
all I ask.
I would also say the Jaguars are next too. I request the same.
as well.
They can't pick this guy, but can I just leave Alex Leatherwood looking really mean in a Steelers jersey up? Just like a very angry Alex Leatherwood.
There's something about that Steelers uniform that is
makes me
just like
mean.
there's a history of mean.
I would have loved that in the second round.
Hey, the Raiders loved it in the first. All right, so
Hey, good for them. More power to them. I
They
thought
think
that
he's
was
mean.
weird.
It's okay, dude. I have this one too.
Jenkins,
That makes
man,
me
like-
really sad. I'm gonna be real honest. This one really broke my heart.
Dude.
Fingers crossed for Najee for you, Bo.
Dude, fingers crossed for Najee. For me, I'm probably going to get him in our dynasty league. Like, I'm so
Dude.
here for this.
So that Democratic Chaos League that I'm doing,
Uh-huh.
where the rules are nuts. I got Trevor Lawrence with the 104 rookie pick last night.
What are the rules?
Yo.
Yeah. Well, because
So-
they're wild.
They're wild, dude. They're nuts. It's insane. Matthew Berry actually created one of our rules for us. So you couldn't pick the same position in consecutive rounds in the startup or the rookie draft. The person with the lowest points every week has to drop a starter.
Ooh.
It's minus 0.69 points for every incompletion from your quarterback.
Nice.
Interesting.
That was a Troy King rule.
Okay. All right. I'm putting you guys on mute. I'm enjoying this in my own time.
Okay, so should
Can we
we?
just all make fun of Herms?
Yeah,
I would
should
never.
we tell them that they traded or that they got Kyle Trask?
I think
This is
dude,
the
you
one
should
time
just-
I'll allow it. This is the one time.
Dude, I mean,
This is you should just make him the big screen and
Chubba
leave all
Hubbard.
away from
They got Chubba Hubbard.
Chubba Hubba?
Chubba Hubba.
yeah, make him the big screen, dude. Honestly, that's like fucking dope.
Let's see if I can.
Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Dude,
Guys, he
I
can't
am
hear me.
not ready for
Can you
this.
He
hear
has
me?
no idea that
He can't
he's
hear
a
us.
big guy.
I don't know. His headphones are really close, but it's Najee, by the way.
Is it? Okay.
Oh my god.
I'm going back to him. I'm going back to him.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I love it. He doesn't even know he's the big screen. That's the best part.
I'm also a closet Steelers fan, by the way. I love it. I love it.
Let me know when I can drop the banner.
Hurry up.
Oh my god,
Oh my god.
How you doing,
Bro.
Bobby Boucher jersey. I love this kid already. I don't know who's here.
Oh yeah, so this is Austin. He had been on earlier. He is now going to be back for the Ravens picks at the very least. But
Hey, guys.
Herms has to react to this pick here. Your thoughts?
Najee Harris is a Pittsburgh Steeler, baby. Dude, oh my god, I got
70 touches inbound.
I need this jersey more than anything. Oh my god.
Herms, do you have a Nick Chubb right now?
I do not care to disclose, but I mean, dear
He's
God.
certainly he's at least on the Kareem Hunt for a Nick Chubb.
Dude, this is oh my god. He was born for this. He was born for this, baby. Oh my god.
I will say it does feel right. I will give you that.
It does.
Does feel right.
I don't care if it wasn't the need. I don't care if it was like whatever. I don't do. Oh, Najee Harris is a Pittsburgh Steeler, my dude. What is up?
Wow. Alabama has 6 selections so far, and I bet you they add at least another.
Oh, dude. Saban's program is elite. They're elite.
I mean, as an Alabama fan, like Landon Dickerson deserves to be a first-round pick.
And I think he will be. I've got him going to the Balmer, I think, right now.
Hey, I actually really like Ole Miss too. You guys got a lot of good things going down there. Lane Kiffin's my hero. Lane Kiffin started this all,
I hate
to be
Lane
honest.
Kiffin.
Whoa,
You're not wrong. He's a good coach.
No, he's a fun coach. Like Ole Miss is the perfect.
Yeah, but he
school
coached
for
the Raiders, which just like sours me on anybody who walks through that franchise.
That's fair, but he also left them really, really fast.
Well, left, you mean got fired?
But we're gonna call it leave because he chose.
Yeah, he looks like Daniel Tosh.
Yeah,
think
I love
throws a
that.
shot sometime.
As host of the show, I'm gonna pull a column like I see him here. Lane Kiffin definitely at least a bit of an asshole.
Oh, definitely.
Like at least a bit.
But he
If
has
not-
to
If not a complete raging, gaping, massive one.
Did you hear the rumor that he started a group chat with all the former Alabama assistants, and that
No, but
they
that's
just literally all
amazing.
talk shit about Saban? And he like disclosed the group chat, like he
Dude.
accidentally like mentioned it in a press conference.
Nick Saban is one of those guys who, while he is a phenomenal coach, nobody actually likes him outside of his family because he's an asshole, but he gets results.
Yeah, well, athletes like him. There's a lot of athletes that like him
True,
because
they do.
get him. He allows them to go to that next level.
All right. Well,
They-
Jesse's team is about to pick. And so, Jesse, I want to know your thoughts first. Who do you think Jacksonville's taking here at the 25th pick?
You know, it's a new organization, you know, new GM, new coach and everything. So I feel like they'll probably take someone who is like a Barrymore or a Morig. So I'm going to go with Trayvon Morig. I think that's who they're going to take. They need safety help, but it's such a deep class. I kind of don't want them to, but I think that's the pick here. But, you know, just going best player available, whoever they think the best is, I'd be fine with. I can also see Pat Freiermuth sneaking in here. I think.
But you guys
it's
are signing
possible.
Tim Tebow.
Yeah, it should be. You know, he was on the Mets, which is another one of the teams I like, and he's gonna be on the Jaguars. So I'm not really a fan of all this, but yeah, I mean, this could go a lot of different ways. So almost anything would be.
Austin,
would be
who you got the Jags taking here?
Yeah, I had mocked all week Trevor Morg as well, so I think I tend to agree with Jesse here that Trevor Morg is probably the pick.
And for the record, the survey says, as I bring up our lateral mock, yeah, we also all had Trayvon Morig, though with various spellings.
Is there
But yeah.
is there
No,
a corner with entry problems?
There's a hyphenate there. What's up?
Is there any corner left or any guy we know with injury problems? Because Trent Bulk seems to love to do that and pick the guy with injury issues. I mean, is there anybody? I don't know.
Nothing comes to mind.
You know, that comes to mind really quick.
I mean,
that they would consider taking. I hope.
Okay, real quick, Courtney, it's been a blast having you here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Malcolm. I appreciate the invite and thank you so much, guys.
But I want your one last pick here. Where's Elijah Moore going? Is he going to your beloved Saints?
I've already said a couple prayers up in my head, so that's where I'm going to go with. Okay, if I couldn't have him with AJ Brown, I'm going to go with the Saints. Yes, yes.
All right.
And if I have a small child that I need to go put to bed, I'd stay with you.
Absolutely. No, thank you so much for joining us. It has been a blast having you talk about Mr. Moore.
Thank you.
And we're rooting for you as well here. Trust me.
Bye, guys. Have a great night. Happy draft day.
Take it easy. Happy draft day. And then there were 6, which is impressive as we're at now hour 3, minute 36 of hour 3. We have been going since 7:30, boys.
I've been online doing streams since like 5. I'm fucking like I'm
Nobody
having,
likes
I'm
a
having
Dude, you have been on.
No, I'm just saying I'm having a day, dude. I just like oh my god, like dude, I'm honestly though, I still feel lightheaded. I have not recovered from the whole Najee Harris thing yet. I'm still losing my shit, dude. I mean, oh god.
I was here earlier for the Dallas pick, and I left. I come back, and he's in a Steelers jersey. So, so clarify where the Bears jersey went.
Well, that's Cole Kmet. Shout out the Cole Kmet Club. You know, that's that's just it's a little inside jokey thing, but like,
gotcha,
dude. My parents are from Northwest Pennsylvania. I was born into Steelers fandom. I didn't have a goddamn choice. It didn't matter where I was born. Because like growing up in like the DC area, like the Washington football team is my favorite NFC team. But like I said, I mean, like you'll find pictures of me, like 2 feet off the ground and like a Jerome Bettis t-shirt, like all that stuff. So I mean, like that's where it's at, dude.
All right, real quick before we move any further, unfortunately, it's now and now there were 5. Nate, thank you so much for joining us. It has been a blast having you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I got one final question for you. Who does Tampa take with the last pick of this round?
Dude, I have no idea. No clue.
Terrible guess. Who do you think Jacksonville takes here?
Jacksonville, they're probably going Mooring. I mean, that makes the most sense.
Oh my God, Goodell is sitting in a fucking lounge chair.
It's the chair. It's the chair.
Travis.
Dude, he's been walking back and forth for like 3 hours now. He's tired.
Oh my God,
James Robinson
stonks
down to the down. He's done. I'm sorry.
He's not done. He's not done.
Oh my God.
Could he be done?
Yeah.
I feel like we could get a new commissioner and things would be good.
No, I meant Travis Etienne and James Robinson being done.
James Robinson's not done. It's not true.
No, he's not done. He's not done. I'm not worried about
this.
You don't draft a running back in the first round to let the other running back get over 150 touches.
Yeah, that's brutal.
I don't see Etienne personally as even a good running back. So, but that's my opinion.
Are you happy
Big.
with the pick at all, Jesse?
No, I'm furious. Fuck this pick.
Okay. Nate, it's been a blast having you on.
Thank you, guys.
Way to get off. Right timing.
Jordan, go to bed. Dude, you're
will.
going to be grounded for the entire weekend.
I'm going to be late for work tomorrow, but it's okay.
I'm going to be late dropping you off for pre-K, so there you go.
I can't believe that just happened.
I can't believe that just happened.
But you just paired Trevor Lawrence and Travis Etienne.
And yeah, that's probably part of why it happened. I mean, Travis Etienne, I guess they could use him as a Kamara and Robinson as an Ingram. It's not impossible, but you're hoping at that point. You're hoping.
Look, I'm not gonna lie. I thought this was a possibility.
I kind of did too, but I didn't think it would happen.
Urban Meyer
I'm
is
so glad I bailed on James Robinson in Dynasty, though.
I mean,
Urban Meyer is a smart coach. Urban Meyer is smart. On this note, I am leaving. Urban Meyer is a smart coach. Don't sleep on what he can do in the NFL.
You, Nate.
Sure.
Love you, Herms. Malcolm, guys. Love you all. Jordan, go to bed.
I will.
I mean, Herms, at least to get James Robinson, I only gave up Zach Moss and Tyler Boyd. I feel like it could be worse.
Well, yeah, because you just got, Jamar Chase just killed Boyd.
Exactly.
And
I got Brian Edwards too. So really, I feel like I slightly upgraded.
Why do we have to make this about? I mean, come on, we're having a good time, but like,
no, I think Jesse's distinctly not having a good time.
It's fine. I mean, I'm very mad.
I'm sorry to Jesse. I don't want to make you even worse right now, but it's Jalen Ramsey for Clavon Chasen, Travis Etienne, and a 4th round pick this year. That's what the trade ended up to be.
That's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
Great.
Look, Etienne was my 5th running back.
We've
on my
seen
board.
immediate ups and downs.
I drafted J.C. Horn.
The guy in my league just traded for Robinson, I'd say a month and a half ago or so.
I just drafted Robinson.
He holds the 102. So almost forcing his hand to pick ETN with that, right?
I mean, if it's a 1 QB league, I would think quite possibly.
It is. Yeah.
I'd still pick Pitts or Chase.
I don't think I'd take Pitts at 102.
Well, is it PPR?
Yep.
Any tight end premium though?
No premium.
Yeah, I'd still probably take Chase ahead of Pitts in fantasy.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
And I'd still probably take Harris. And if he's got Robinson, and maybe in general, I'd maybe take ETN. Pitts for me is kind of around there.
Yeah. God, I hope he does.
All right, who do we think the Browns will take here? Austin,
Jeremiah.
Your thoughts?
Sorry.
Man, Browns. This is an interesting pick. I think I had mocked a linebacker to them, if I believe. Let's see.
Well, they've got one that fell.
Yeah. So I had Jamin Davis going to the Packers. I had David Collins actually a little bit later going to the Browns. So, joke right here. I think in one mock I had JOK going right here. So maybe that's the pick here.
What do you think,
Makes sense.
Jordan? I think you're thinking the same thing.
I think it's Jeremiah or Wusa. I can't say his last name.
Jeremiah Owusu Koramoah.
Koramoah.
We can go with JOK. That's what I go with.
Yeah, JOK is the.
He's the Joker who will play the Joker.
I mean, I think at this point that's a great pick for the Browns. I actually saw them getting a potentially similar value. I thought Gregory Rousseau would fall to them here and be kind of a value with that kind of fall given his talent. And it seems like they might get even more of a sure thing, in my opinion.
I've got Barrymore going here. I think that's a possibility, but
it's not impossible.
Yeah, I think JOK is the right pick though, for sure. They need linebacker help so bad.
Yeah,
let's find
they
out.
Need both. It sucks.
Survey says.
It's killing me.
I've already got something typed out, to be honest. I'm shooting.
This is pretty fast too, so I wonder. That's interesting. What do we get, Browns?
Herms, for the record, it's not a spoiler what's in the banner. It's just a typing thing.
No, that's fine. I'm having such an amazing experience right now. I am living off of this high, dude. I am like, dude, okay, like I have not been talkative. I've been leaning back on screen. I've been having my phone. I'm just like, I am enjoying this night for what it is. Because I mean, like, this is the best. This is the best, baby. I mean, oh my God.
You guys, real quick, do you guys think a receiver goes here before the pick comes out?
Wow.
They just announced
okay,
it. Greg Newsome. That's a great pick.
I would have said maybe, but that's a good pick, though.
They have the two. They have Ward. Who's
Greedy.
the other corner they have?
Greedy Williams.
Yeah, Greedy, and then Greg Newsome. That's a good
pick.
You
They've
got
been building the shit out of that defense, man. You know, like I mean, I'm obviously I root for a rival team, but the one team that does have a soft spot in my heart in that division, like it's the Browns, man. You know what I mean? Like they've been down for so long. You know, like at this point, I am okay with their come up and them finally getting theirs. So, like, honestly, like, kudos to the Browns, straight up. Like, I'm a very empathetic fan. You know what I mean? Even though I actively root against them in the case of my own team, it's their time. Let them have it. Like, good for them.
It's very
All right.
of you.
Well, Austin, we brought you on for this very reason to talk about the baller pick here at 27. Who do you think they're going to take?
Yeah, so I think because of New Orleans and Green Bay sitting right behind them, I think they're probably with this pick going to take Terrace Marshall.
Really? So you see Rashad Bateman continuing to fall?
Oh, that's tough, man. Yeah, that's crazy too because I actually had Bateman going to the Bears. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe Bateman. Maybe this is where Bateman goes. That's actually a really good point. I guess I was just going off of my mock. I totally forgot about Bateman, and he's like one of my favorite receivers in this entire draft. And another one that I had mocked was Moore, not Rondale,
Elijah.
Elijah to Tennessee, and I thought he would be off the board right now. So obviously he's still there. So Baltimore's got a lot of options right here, but I think receiver's probably where they go.
Yeah, I would agree that it's definitely going to be receiver. I think the question is going to be which receiver do we take? Herms, are you still with us?
I am still with you. Which receiver? That does get a little difficult. I mean, honestly, like, okay, look, I know that like I could get flamed for this, but like I think Rondale Moore would be an excellent fit. I don't give a shit what people are gonna say. That's just my vibe. I think it'd be cool if they could just like swap out Willie Snead, put that motherfucker in, and let that shit roll. That's what I would do. But at the same time, you know, because like there was a little conversation right there about Terrace Marshall. I think that would be very interesting because I feel like the things you got to do, you either got to do one of two things. You either got to get a little tiny dude to just do the Willie Snead thing better than Willie Snead can do, or you got to get because like the whole like Miles Boykin thing that just didn't work out. It just didn't work out. So in the way, you know, the way that the offense is schemed, I mean, like it is very well schemed. It's just they don't have the personnel to execute that. So if they get a bigger body dude to help free up some space for Hollywood, I could definitely see that being something that would be cool. So I mean, I'm a little all over the place because there are certain dudes on both ends of the spectrum that I feel like would, help, propel this offense forward. But honestly, I don't really see a scenario in which they go wrong. I mean, those are the two guys that I would highlight specifically. But when it comes to the receivers, I mean, like, goddamn near any of them. They could find a way to make it work. The Ravens offense is very interesting.
The pick is officially in. What are your thoughts? Who do you think the Ravens take here?
Yeah, I had Bateman in my mock on my website, and that's what I'm going with. He's my sixth receiver on my big board. I'm a big fan. I like him. I like Moore a little bit more, but they need a guy on the outside. So makes sense to me here.
Man, the time has come for things to get a little loose up in here.
Yeah, I got
there we
one.
go.
Let's go.
I think I agree with that. And going back to your point, too, I think that I definitely think Marquise Brown is that little guy that's going to work underneath and be better than Miles.
I would agree.
That's fine, yeah.
So and that's why I don't hate Terrace Marshall here. I mean, a guy is 6'3", right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think in a vacuum, Terrace Marshall, not a bad pick. I actually had him mocked here at one point. I think just Bateman's better, and I'd want to take Bateman. Jordan, I'm curious to your thoughts.
I'm actually going away from receiver for this pick.
Ooh.
I think they're going to take Tevin Jenkins because I think he is the perfect Orlando Brown replacement.
I like that. And
then take receiver at 31
after, because I mean, let's just say make the Packers pick one. I mean, hey, go for it. I don't see a big difference for the Ravens specifically between Elijah Moore, Rashad Bateman, and Terrace Marshall. And they have the pick. What? They have the third. I don't think the Bills are taking receiver. So you can assume.
And even if they did, there's still 3 receivers that fall, and then Ballmer, could be worse.
I just think Elijah Moore, Rashad Bateman, and Terrace Marshall are all on the same tier, while Tevin Jenkins is ahead of them. Oh God, Herms, don't do it.
Herms, no spoilers.
No, I don't have any spoilers. I just realized something.
What'd you realize?
McCorkle.
What about McCorkle?
I forgot that happened, and I wasn't here to comment about it. McCorkle.
Well, we have a moment. There's still a commercial. They're coming back. But what do you think of McCorkle to New England? Is this Tom Brady 2.0?
It's awesome.
Good for McCorkle. You know what I mean? I forget it because we had that whole running joke, and I forgot. McCorkle. Good for McCorkle. I'm so happy. Hey, what's the deal with McCorkle? Is his name Mac? Is his name McCorkle? Who knows? Oh, but seriously, dude, McCorkle. Good for him, dude. Just shout out McCorkle. I don't know.
For the record, my name is Malcolm Alford McMillan. I'm about as Scottish as they come. I have never heard a fucking McCorkle in my life. I've been to Scotland twice. I have no idea where that came from.
I'm just saying, dude. Shout out McCorkle. That was a cool pick. That was a cool moment, man. Good for McCorkle. Bro.
I hope they don't take JOK here because I like the linebackers.
I mean, they're focusing on Elijah Moore's house right now.
Oh, bro.
It would be.
Don't do this to me.
I don't.
Now they're on Bateman. Now they're on Bateman. Now they're on Bateman. Bateman's telling people to simmer down.
They're all got their video cameras out. I think Bateman's going to be the pick.
I think it's going to be Bateman because Bateman told people to just quiet down.
Yeah, and they're also all
shit, bro.
I don't know. They all have that film going.
Let's go.
I'm going to mute myself.
Geeking.
Oh, yeah. Shoot. Is everyone muted?
It's Rashad Bateman.
Oh, man.
Nice.
Right.
You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
I dig the vibe. That's a super, super good pick. I definitely like how he's going to fit in there, man.
I trust Lamar.
how you feel about him though? I'm throwing this out there just because I'm really curious, and I was having this conversation in another stop along this fucking wild ass journey. Some of these receivers, especially in because rookie mocks are going to be a huge thing that we're all going to be doing very soon. How are we feeling about Rashad Bateman now that we know for a fact he is going to be on the Ravens relative to some of the receivers we've already seen being taken? Because, obviously Chase probably going to be the first wide receiver taken in a rookie mock. But, there's some weird landing spots, some interesting landing spots for a lot of these dudes. I kind of just wanted to put out some feelers and see how we're feeling about it for the context of Dynasty rookie mocks. Because, like, we're starting to see some pieces being put together.
My answer is pretty simple, but Jesse, why don't we go with you? What rank do you have him now in your wide receivers? And then at what pick are you trying to take him in a rookie mock?
Shoot. Honestly, I might be one of the worst guys to do this because I've done zero rookie mocks in my entire life. Yeah,
you
go
up.
ahead.
For me, and if we're talking Dynasty Superflex, I think he's probably the 201.
Okay.
If you assume 5 quarterbacks, I think Javonte, the 2 running backs will go. So we got 8. And then Smith, Waddle, Chase, Pitts.
Maybe Pitts, yeah.
I think he's the 201. I'm going to put him over, unless obviously Green Bay drafts a receiver right here, or even the Saints. Like, it will change, but it won't, like, don't be afraid to pick the talent, because at the end of the day, if Greg Roman goes, who has got probably 1 to 2 more years left if he doesn't figure out that passing game, then Bateman's the wide receiver 1 with Lamar Jackson. Lamar Jackson's capable. like he's not a bad passer.
Well, so real quick, Austin.
Yep.
What are your thoughts on that Ballmer pick? Do you like it? Is Bateman now further up on your board?
Well, so the thing about Bateman was he was always high on my board as far as at receivers. So, yeah, I mean, wide receiver 1 was always Chase. For me, it was Bateman was probably somewhere in the 3 to 4 range, and it would just depend probably on landing spots. I didn't love. I do like the pick for the Dolphins earlier with Jalen Waddle. Don't really care for the Devontae Smith pick as far as from a fantasy perspective, but although I believe in him. So I don't know. I mean, here's the thing. We've got 2 more picks coming up in between the next Baltimore pick with New Orleans and Green Bay, and I think both of them could be in the market for a receiver. And I think if Elijah Moore goes to either one of those places.
I was going to say, who do you think that New Orleans takes? Because I think it's Elijah Moore.
Yeah, I think it's Elijah Moore. I think it's probably Elijah Moore.
Jesse,
I think it's
Elijah
a better
Moore?
choice.
Anyone?
What?
I was going to say, Jesse, do you think it's Elijah Moore here?
I hate myself. Yeah, it could be. I kind of feel like that's where I'm leaning right now, but it could be linebacker. They really need linebacker help. And I could see it being, who's the guy that didn't go? Not Zayvon Collins, the other guy that I like. Oh, JOK's still on the board, right?
JOK is still on the board.
Yeah.
Kind of think that would be okay. I also am a big fan of Nick Bolton, but maybe it's a little too early for him. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna go with Moore. I think Elijah Moore's my pick here.
Okay, and Jordan.
I feel like I always have a fun, different one. I think the loss of Janoris Jenkins, Marshawn Lattimore having that gun charge, I believe. Asante Samuel Jr. could be the pick here. He's a guy that was a late riser, big time, and I don't know. I think that at FSU he was great. It just sucked that he was at FSU.
He's literally
like one of those
He's
things.
great. He's got great instincts.
Yeah.
I'm a big fan.
He's got his dad.
He's literally his dad, dude. Like, it's crazy. I don't know how much zone they play, but he's great.
What are you thinking here? You think New Orleans goes wide receiver? If so, do they take Elijah Moore?
I've had it mocked that way. I think that would be really like, dude, imagine that offense, dude. Imagine that offense. Because, like, look, okay, we've been waiting. Traquan Smith, probably not going to be a thing. Marquez Callaway, interesting, like, super deep guy to keep on your bench stashed. But at the same time, are we really sure that's going to pan out? And even then, as much as people like to talk up, Adam Troutman, like, tight ends take some fucking time. All right. Like, the Saints still have the pieces to do fairly well and to try to win now. So if they're going to continue to try and build this, like, Elijah Moore is a perfect fit for that, that offense that Sean Payton likes to run. I think that would be incredibly cool, especially because at this point, the other big concern for them was cornerback. Like, what the fuck are you going to do with cornerback now? I don't fucking know. Reach on somebody? Fuck that. I don't give a shit. Sure, they could go with like also linebacker still, it may be a possibility, but like, bro, at this point, with all the buzz that's been going around, like, bro, I'm fucking here for it. Let's get that Elijah Moore shit, dude. Ooh, shimmy, y'all, dude.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Elijah Moore, a hometown kid. He's from Louisiana.
I'm not sure. I don't remember. No, he's from South Florida. Is he? Okay. Yeah. I think he's from like I forgot the area, but I just had the pick spoiled for me, and I won't say it.
Elijah
wow.
Moore.
Should I
pairs
do it?
well with
Should I
Elijah Moore
buy the
pairs
Najee
well
Harris
with-
jersey?
Elijah Moore went to St. Thomas Aquinas. He
Okay.
actually was,
Oh, nice.
South Florida. So
Very
he's one of
nice.
those guys. And I didn't know you're a Ravens fan, but I grew up right next to Lamar. like I've
I
known
think
Lamar for
Elijah
quite
Moore
some time.
pairs well with Michael Thomas. But how about another Moore guy? Are we out on Rondale Moore going this early?
Dude, it could be too. I feel that.
Yeah,
I've
I mean,
never-
honestly, I'm not out on that.
I've
That's
never
what I
been
mocked.
big on him, so
That's
that's,
what I mocked.
why I'm not like.
Yeah, I'm not super big on him either, but I think it could happen for sure. I think it definitely could happen.
It's
here.
not. It's not impossible. I really like. It's going to be so interesting because wide receiver makes a lot of sense for them, but there have been some defensive guys that have fallen, and it's possibly the better value to get the defense. I think.
I think
the Barrymore even.
And
I think Rondale's just the guy nobody's talking about right here. And Elijah
to me, he's just such a day two guy.
Yeah. Elijah's the second
Okay.
best route runner in this class, in my opinion. Maybe third.
He's pretty damn good.
He's really good.
Whoa!
Yeah, I was gonna say that's the pick that was
I am
spoiled. I was
glad
like,
you did
wow.
not spoil that.
Okay.
That nobody. He was a late riser. I saw today,
Okay.
but I didn't think this high. I think the Fontenot not being in the Saints draft room is going to hurt him because Atlanta drafted Kyle Pitts and they drafted Peyton Turner. I don't trust it.
Can I ask a question?
Okay.
Yeah.
Who is
Who
Peyton
the fuck
Turner?
is Peyton Turner?
He's a DM from Houston that's really athletic. He's 6'6", 298. Like he's not no little guy. He's
All
just
right.
it's just one of those things that I think the Saints needed elsewhere and they went edge.
Yeah, because like, look, I'm up on shit. Don't get me wrong, but this huge blind spot, I had. like, I've seen the name before. That was literally it. So like, okay,
I didn't like break down his tape, but like he's a dude that is just a big dude in this.
So correct me if I'm
14th
wrong.
ranked.
You do
There's so many
not
better
like
guys
this
here.
pick, Jordan.
It's insane.
No, I'm not a fan of it because like they just accepted Marcus Davenport's 5th-year option. They have Cam Jordan. I know they lost Trey Hendrickson, but like they lost Janoris Jenkins. Marshawn Lattimore's in trouble. Not sure they have the right wide receiver core with Traquan Smith, but hey, I guess maybe they believe in him or in the 2nd-round pick. I'm shocked. I'm very shocked.
Yeah. Okay. Well, will we be shocked if Green Bay does the right thing and take a wide receiver here?
Yes, I will be actually shocked because I just don't believe in them. I think they'll go like
I will be
lean
back
on
in a
like the
quick
Notre
minute.
Dame tackle or something crazy.
I
Yeah.
have them taking.
Jared, take a pick joke.
They could. They need to improve that defense.
I feel like we've been saying
It's
that
not
forever,
fair,
still
but
good.
like
still good. Like,
Austin,
this hurts.
Austin, Green Bay taking Elijah Moore here, finally getting Aaron Rodgers a weapon, or are they just like Aaron Rodgers is going to go host Jeopardy, so maybe we just build our team instead?
So I mocked Jamin Davis here, and that's why I don't hate the joke pick.
Yeah.
So
drink
although
real
I
quick.
would say they probably should draft a wide receiver, I think that would be a great pick, and I would like the receiver that goes there. But maybe joke here. Maybe that's where they go.
So the impression I'm getting is nobody thinks they'll take a wide receiver here. We
No.
want them to. It makes a lot of sense, but nobody actually thinks it'll happen.
Well, that ship sailed like 3 years ago. We've been wanting them to for like 3 seasons now, and they're not doing anything.
I think it's still possible, but I had mocked here. I had Jabril Cox, so I obviously don't think either. So I think they need linebacker help for sure. So JOK is another definitely in play guy.
He's falling
I don't know
so
why
much.
he's falling so far, but
I don't either.
honestly though, it kind of feels like these hybrid guys are jack of all trades, master of none. They don't really do anything. They don't make any immediate impact. Like we didn't see Simmons make one last year, except for that one pick against Wilson, whatever. But yeah, it kind of feels like maybe that's the way they're looking at because they were high on him last year, maybe not so much this year. And I kind of agree, but at this point, I'm fine taking a risk on a guy who could be great. And I also just really like him as a cover linebacker, which is what Green Bay needs. So
Agree with that 100%. And then I just want to go real quick, go back to the Saints pick. So Marcus Davenport's on a deal. So he's expired. His deal's expiring. So he's playing for a contract. But I'm really surprised at that pick too, because isn't Jason Owe still on the board somewhere?
There's plenty on the board.
Rousseau's on the board. Yeah, I mean, there's guys there for
That's
sure.
insanity.
There's got to be a bust. there's always a team that does the head scratching move, and the guy in the second round is better.
Yeah, true.
Anybody worse than the Raiders on that this year?
Oh, God. I mean, well, it's the Raiders, though, dude. I mean, like, what were you going to expect? But also, I want to say something real quick, just if that's fine.
No,
it's not okay. Shut up,
dude.
You should give us the option.
Okay, well, all right. Well, I'm gonna do it anyway. Honestly, like anybody who has watched this, been as on as a guest for this, anything, any shape or form, thank you. This has been an amazing night, dude. And like I'm just having so much fun. Like, dude, like this has been like one of the coolest experiences.
Who is it? Who is it?
Just I had to throw that out there. Like this has been so much fun, and I really like doing the lateral with all this, all you people, all this stuff. Like it's a good time for me. Like what's up,
Eric Stokes? They picked the corner.
Okay, all right. We can get back to my emotional shit later. Okay,
for sure though. But
I mean,
okay.
Screw Aaron Rodgers. Screw Aaron Rodgers.
I mean,
fucking right.
Well,
fuck him.
Because fuck them, that's why.
So all right, hear me out here. If San Francisco trades Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance and some other picks to Green Bay will now have Jordan Love, Trey Lance, and Jimmy Garoppolo all as potential replacements for Aaron Rodgers. They'll have as many dart throws as they could possibly want, all fairly quality. Like, who says no?
I left my tinfoil in the kitchen. I'm sorry, buddy.
Alien ways.
All right, I think this is honestly as good a time as any to talk about, though, because I think Buffalo's pick is going to be edge.
I'm on the
edge. Offensive line. They
Really?
desperately need that. Their offensive line was really bad last year. People expected it to be like
especially for run blocking.
Yeah. I think Tevin Jenkins, I'm going to keep mocking this guy until he finally gets picked. He might not get
fair.
I love that. I love that.
I don't think they tackle though, right? Like, I mean, Dawkins and Williams are both pretty good tackles, right? They could use
Darrell Williams is not that good. Darrell Williams can go on the inside. As a Panthers fan, we had him for 4 to 5 years. He played in both with us, and I feel like he was a better blocker, like a run blocker as the guard, and McCaffrey benefited from it in a little bit, but like not.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, gotcha.
It's just, or I mean, they could also go Liam Etchenberg. I didn't watch much of him. I just heard a lot that he's good.
I think they're taking away.
Yeah, I could see that. He's still a little raw, but
no, is he? He's a 4.3, right?
Yes.
Penn State.
Yeah.
Penn State runs a 4.3. I was thinking between him and Aziz, but they're not going to go 3-4 with McDermott's team.
True.
Ravens have an interesting pick because they're going to get. I mean, I feel like passing on Joke again. Like,
but they'll probably get Jenkins. Hopefully, maybe that would be great for them.
All right, so I have to ask at this point. I think it's not a complete nothing story. I think it's a largely nothing story. Do we all think that Aaron Rodgers is going to suit up for Green Bay Week 1?
No, I don't.
No.
Okay. I'm glad that I'm not the crazy one then, because I actually thought you guys were going to be like,
no,
yes, you're an idiot,
dude.
Because I don't think he is.
There's never been a quarterback that has been failed by his franchise more than Aaron Rodgers. Like, it's not even remotely like. There's the fact that they just don't like. Last year they prepared for the future and they're continuing it. Like, I understand the future is always a nice gamble for people, but win a Super Bowl. Like, draft T. Higgins. Nobody would have blinked an eye. Nobody would have cared.
I want to push back a little bit on this. I mean, he does have Devontae Adams. He does have 2 good running backs now. He's got a pretty good offensive line before last year. And I mean, they're building a defense to win a championship, right?
And
that's
to be fair, the past 2 years he's basically gotten hosed. They were really unlucky not to beat Tampa in the Super Bowl this past year. And the Niners just ran over them the year before, which it's like, yes, to call that unlucky is a bit of a stretch because the Niners were just the better team, and like Raheem Mostert ran for over 200 yards. And when Raheem Mostert runs for over 200 yards, you deserve to lose. That's how football works. The scoring is actually irrelevant at that point. If you look in the bylaws, there is a rule that says if Mostert hits 200 plus yards, the game is over. Would have been great for the Super Bowl against the Chiefs, but I digress. Like, if he had a better coach than McCarthy, he wins more than one Super Bowl. I mean, we all largely think that. I mean, they had a good defense 1 year and won the Super Bowl that 1 year.
I still think they have a good defense.
Jesse, you sound like someone whose feelings I've hurt. It's like, everything is crap. It's like, I thought it was fun.
See, but the thing is like last year, Jordan Love, A.J. Dillon, and Joseph DeGuria
it was a terrible draft.
Really hurt me because it's like, I get it. But like, well, and I mean, Eric Stokes, I don't believe is a first-round talent.
Me neither. Yeah,
he's a late second talent, and he's got a lot. I think Tyson Campbell's better personally. Watching him play at American Heritage when he was in high school, he was a freaking stud. Like, well, guarding the South Florida athletes just makes you a little different, but just, I mean, hey, I think the bridge is burned in a sense, and I think like if you're Denver, if you pull that off, you've got Surtain, Kyle Fuller. Hopefully, you get Von Miller and Bradley Chubb healthy, and then the Simmons from their safety spot. They're an instant fun team, and also the receiving core with Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Like, let's do that.
So good. Look, I also agree. I think they could have done more for sure. But I also love, if I was a GM in Green Bay, getting a guy like Love, securing your future and stuff like that. I mean, Aaron Rodgers, 38 years old. Sure, he just won an MVP. I get that. I just feel like I want to secure my thing. But I also get that they probably should have added a wide receiver. Like, it feels like this is overdue.
Okay, so. guys, they're really focusing on Aziz.
Ooh, Ojulari?
Okay. They're really focusing on Ojulari.
It's a good one.
It would make sense as a pick. This sounds interesting. I mean, here's the only thing I'll say about the Jordan Love pick. I'm not sure he's any good. I don't feel like a lot of people were sure he's any good. And so far, it seems like he might not be any good.
Wait, why?
They seem out.
I just had his pick spoiled, and
I just want to read between the lines. I just want to read between the lines real quick on the Aaron Rodgers still. I guess start back up.
Oh, here we go.
Wow. With Rousseau, who's very wrong.
Oh, shit.
Who'd they take?
Wow.
They picked Rousseau.
I fucking love that pick.
That's interesting.
Miami had 2 DNs go in the first round, and they're going to have a third go next round or a third.
I got to check in on our Dynasty League, Malcolm.
Yeah, I bet they're freaking out. We play in a Dynasty League with some guys from Buffalo. Okay, real quick, though, Sam, you were about to say something on the Aaron Rodgers stuff, and then I want to get to Austin on this next Ballmer pick.
Dude, the Packers just hate Aaron Rodgers?
Oh, yeah. We've already covered
absolutely, right?
Everyone here thinks he will not play for them again.
I'm not sure.
I mean, I could definitely see it being a Deshaun Watson situation, where he just puts his foot down and says, I'm not playing for you. Definitely has the clout to do it. But at the same time, how do you trade him? His dead cap's like $35 million.
Well, the Niners have a wonderful array of options that they can offer at quarterback. We can literally give them as many choices as they want. I mean, if you were going to move them, unfortunately, like the best time to move them would be literally earlier today. So it's only going to get harder. It's going to be tough. But I honestly, like, I don't think it's impossible that he hosts Jeopardy.
True that.
I think he would.
Like, I think he genuinely loves that, and I think. You could see a situation where if he sits out long enough, Green Bay just might be like, all right, screw this. We're not doing this again. You can go. Let us just try and get some good value for you.
I think it would be very ironic if they trade him to San Francisco, and as soon as he gets to San Francisco, he just retires. Says you should have picked me first 18 years ago. You missed your chance.
Sam, it's been wonderful having you on the show. Unfortunately, we've run out of time.
Yo, Swagman, can I ask you a question real quick?
What's going on?
How you feeling about your boys, man? How you feeling about your boys? Talk about your boys.
Devonta Smith. Dream come true. Dream come true. If you follow me on Twitter, I've been banging the table for months
Nothing makes me happier. Nothing made me more surprised than when we traded with the Cowboys, but he's the wide receiver one. Steps in there right away.
There you go, buddy.
Should have like 100 plus targets year one right away for him.
Congrats to you, buddy.
You felt
Thank
much better about that than Paul did, who seemed like deep in despair and sorrow.
I saw that. Yeah, he was not too happy about that.
We'll just have to see. I think it'll be fine. I think he's a good option as long as they can get him the ball. As long as Jalen Hurts produces, I think Devonta Smith's talented enough to get it done. Austin, Ballmer's up here. We already got the wide receiver off the board with Bateman. Seemed like a great pick. Who do you think they're going to take here with that second pick, that KC pick, the pick you gave up to get an All-Pro?
I think there's 3 options here, and I had mocked a defensive end here. I didn't think that Ojulari.
Yeah,
I didn't think that he would fall this far. I thought that they would just miss on him, and then I thought maybe they would go Carlos Basham. And I know a lot of people kind of have him as like an early second, but I think he's a pretty good player, and I think he was deserving. So I could see them picking one of those 2 guys, probably Ojulari over Basham now. So I think it's probably down to him. And then obviously, like you guys have talked about earlier, I think Tevin Jenkins is a good option. Although I will say, I do believe that they have a tackle already. It's let's see, I'm trying to remember.
They got a couple.
Yeah. So and I can't believe I'm blanking on his name because he's like an all-pro tackle, right?
Staley?
Yeah.
Wait.
Staley. Joe Staley.
Stanley. Ronnie Stanley.
Yeah. Ronnie Stanley. Yeah.
Not Staley.
But anyhow,
Yeah,
so I think
the
they
49ers.
So I don't know that it's a lock that they go tackle just because they traded away, their starting Pro Bowl tackle because they have somebody who can fill in quite nicely there. So I would not be surprised to see them go defensive end just because of that.
Yeah, Jordan, I'm curious to see what you have to say because with the defensive talent that's fallen here, I'm actually almost positive they won't go O-line.
I mean, yeah, no. Baltimore is the GM for Baltimore has just been a killer for years in terms of just getting value like this. And usually when he has 2 first-round picks, he pretty much one of them he just absolutely smashes. Last year they had Patrick Queen just fall into their laps, and now Azeez Ojulari is a guy that I think just fell into their laps to replace. Is it Judon who left for the Patriots?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That outside, that just edge type of dude. I mean, hopefully Azeez doesn't have the same penalty problem that Judon had because he had a weird issue with the Chiefs. I don't know if you remember watching those Chiefs games, just the unsportsmanlike conducts and just random stuff that he would get. That would just cost you guys like a 3rd and 13. Now it's first down for the Chiefs. I think Azeez will be nice to go after Mahomes, but now rushing against Orlando Brown, it might be a little bit more difficult.
Well, they'll know Orlando Brown's weaknesses, I suppose, seeing as they did just coach him. Jesse, any thoughts on this Ballmer pick here?
The Baltimore pick, I feel like they should. I know tackle is pretty deep. That's fine. But I feel like they should just take Tevin Jenkins here and call it a day. I think they need to replace him. Just do it. I'm a big fan. But they could go edge here, too. I really like Ojulari. He just knows if he gets to the quarterback, he's insane. And they can do that. But I think they could just get him. They can get an edge later, and they love developing those guys and letting them go for comp picks. So that's totally fair. But I really think, trading away Staley, whatever it was, and just getting a tackle to replace in the first round just makes sense. Get a receiver, get a tackle, go run with it. Perfect.
Yeah, I think we landed on Stanley as being the correct one. It
Ronnie
always throws me
Stanley.
off, too.
I think it's the old guy.
Sam, who do you think they are going to take here, the Ravens?
I think they're going to take Tevin Jenkins. I think it, like Jesse said, it makes sense. He fits right in there at right tackle for them. Guy's got a ton of run blocking experience for Oklahoma State. He blocked for Chuba Hubbard there. It's a perfect fit. And it wouldn't shock me to see them go defense here, but I do think that they need to fix their right tackle situation now that Orlando Brown is gone. And this is just, a pick that fell right into their lap, a guy who should have been picked like 10 picks earlier.
But again, I would say with Baltimore's situation, don't they really have a tackle at each spot still anyway? Isn't that part of why they were able to give up Brown?
Yeah.
Does Villanueva really come in and be a right tackle? I mean, he's old.
That's a
He's
fair
like
point.
30. He's
No.
like 38. He's
That's
like
a fair
38
point.
though.
He started to age a little poorly there, and as much as I
Yeah.
love him, like that's one of those dudes. Like, I'm sad to see him go from Pittsburgh for the locker room purposes, but in terms of his on-field play,
No, that's a fair point, and I think that's actually kind of something that was, at least from what I saw on Twitter, echoed by Steelers fans. I think they all kind of had this. It's like, sucks ass to end this way. It sucks that he's going to Balmer, but like it was also time to move on.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really, it is so interesting that I think Balmer literally could pick just about anyone.
Right.
And as long as it's not a kicker, sorry, Linda. It just would be a weird one for them, admittedly, since they have such a good one.
2 kickers,
Justin
Tucker and whoever. No.
Yeah.
Oh,
seriously, like they don't need to replace Justin Tucker. They don't need to replace Lamar Jackson. They're pretty good at running back, but like otherwise, they could have filled a spot anywhere for depth because they're so good to begin with. I think they have a lot of options here and could definitely take the best player on the board. And Roger Goodell's vamping for time, it appears, because maybe Kings of Leon messed something up. I don't know. Like, what's going on here, Raj?
Shout out Kings of Leon. Hell yeah. Big fan.
We will never shout out Kings of Leon.
I love Kings of Leon, man. Dude, they're such a good band.
I guess you got to use somebody.
There you go.
Jason Owe.
Yeah. They got him. I was gonna say they also lost Ngakoue this offseason too.
Yeah,
and then just a side note for the Packers, Jason Decoa tweeted it out. The last 18 picks, the Packers have not taken a wide receiver. They've went 18 straight draft picks without taking a wide receiver.
Okay, real quick, guys. This is the last pick of the draft, and it is in, or at least the first round. It's all we're covering today. I need a break after this. I have a meatball sub calling my name. Charlie, Herms.
What's up?
Who have you got? The final pick of the first round. Is it going to be Christian Barmore? We've all kind of thought it'd be Christian Barmore, but some people have fallen. Anything's
Kellen Mond, just for chaos. Why not?
A pick for chaos. I love it. Jesse, do you go Team Chaos or Team Reasonable?
Kyle Trask.
Oh,
there you go. See, now we're talking.
I'm doing a trigger, Malcolm. No, I think.
Yeah. How do you like that? You triggering now? Huh?
I'm no longer triggered. I think go Barrymore.
No, that's, I think, a good call. Jordan, going to you.
This pick, this is tough. Thinking about, I feel like they might honestly just take. I can't go joke with Alante David re-signing with them. They have such a deep team.
They literally brought back all 22 starters.
Yeah,
I don't think that's ever been done.
No, it's ridiculous. I mean, with Tom Brady, you could just say running back. I'm just looking down this list of players.
Just hop on Team Chaos, bro. Hop on Team Chaos. It's a fun ride.
I mean, again, I would say with all their starters back, they technically literally could take anyone.
I mean, Trayvon Morwig makes sense to me. Just another depth in that secondary, or Asante Samuel Jr. I feel like Tom Brady just be like, "Hey, your dad, I intercepted my passes. Let's do it. Come on, don't be a part of the team."
Or Brady purposely blocks that one because he's still got a grudge to hold. Austin, what are you thinking here? Last pick of the first round. Who are the Bucs taking?
I think I hated this pick worse than I hated the Minnesota pick earlier, and I went Elijah Molden, so I'm thinking maybe Morrig since he's still there.
Okay, and Sam, real quick, the pick is not said yet. Go.
I was going to say Kyle Trask, but I'll go Trevon Morrig.
Yes.
It is Joe Tryon.
That's boring.
No.
That's not exciting.
Yeah, that's not exciting.
Wow.
Oddly enough,
I wanted Kyle Trask.
Oddly enough, Tryon was someone I had kind of seen as a potential riser getting knocked towards the end. So that is interesting. But yes, I agree. It is definitely about as boring a pick as it could get.
Malcolm, we the first place we tied in the charity.
You have to be kidding me, really?
No, they tied. That pick was the tie, the edge. Since it was an edge, they tied. My brother and Los Brofree, and then G-Man J came in third.
Awesome.
That's crazy.
That is so cool. Well, we also raised some money for charity.
$250.
Scott, by the way, with a little input here. He's like,
to be spiteful.
I could see it. I mean, they were pretty spiteful to Brett Favre, if we're being honest.
You're not
Dude,
wrong.
that Favre went to the Vikings. What a traitor! Oh my God! If I was like, if my franchise quarterback went to my division rival team, I would hate him for, oh God, at least 10 years. Like that was inexcusable in my opinion.
Oh man.
That is fair. Okay, well, the first round is over. I'm vamping a little bit for time because I think we're going to have one more guest coming on. So, Herms, give us your thoughts on what we just witnessed tonight.
All right. Thank you so much for coming to me first. I do have to bounce after this. But just before I even get to that, once again, thank you, everybody, for tuning in to The Lateral, a sideways look at fantasy football to spend your draft experience with. Make sure that you're following us and all the places we can be found, blah, blah, blah. Get that out of the way. Promo. Woo, fun. Dude, wow. Just today was really cool. And I feel like there were a lot of fan bases that had some dreams come true. You know what I mean? Like, I think that's kind of like my big takeaway from the night is like a lot of unexpected things happened well beyond the wildest dreams of a few teams there. And it's just like, I'm going to look back at this night as something that's just like awesome. You know what I mean? Because like I said earlier, you know, like shout out Bears fans for finally getting a decent, not even just decent, very solid quarterback. That's really, really cool. My boys getting, you know, Najee Harris, super cool. I have a feeling Dallas fans are losing their minds over somebody like, oh my God, dude, just like tonight was awesome. Tonight had a lot of really fun surprises for the first time in a long time. I feel like a lot of the surprises are kind of like head scratchers or like facepalm things or whatever, but like there were a lot of just really good, happy surprises, and that's something that I really liked out of this first round. And shout out Gettleman for taking Kadarius Toney because that was weird.
Easily my favorite pick of this draft was Kadarius Toney. Just unbelievable. Jesse, your thoughts on this pretty exciting round one?
Love you.
Yeah, it's exciting. Glad we got a quarterback, but I'm still really disappointed in the 25th pick. And that's kind of what I'm thinking about right now. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of guys who fell into day two that, you know, there's always those guys who fall. And I think round two is going to have a lot of really good talent. So that's exciting. I'm excited for that. Like Ojolari, saw JOK fall. Still think Pat Fryermuth is really talented. We'll see him go probably early-ish second. So I'm excited for that too. I think it'll be really fun.
Yeah. I think we're definitely, especially at wide receiver, there's a lot of wide receiver talent, I think, left on the board. So I'll be really curious to see where some of those guys drop tomorrow, especially because I think a lot of them will be day two guys rather than day three guys. Jordan, your thoughts on tonight's picks?
So I usually look at things from a fantasy perspective because that's just the way my mind works. And
not a bad call in the fantasy industry, admittedly.
I'm excited for a lot of these guys. I know people are going to sleep on Rashad Bateman, and now I'm just going to be drafting Rashad Bateman in a lot of places. Jalen Waddle. I felt like Miami was going to pick Waddle over Chase, to be honest, just because Tua likes receivers who show separation early in their routes, and Jamar Chase is a guy that just seems to fight with corners. Kyle Pitts is another guy who went to a great spot. Trey Lance is probably going to be my favorite rookie for redraft. Watching Shanahan do what he did with RG3 just is kind of like, okay, this is a bigger RG3. This is a guy who struggles with a little bit of ball placement and with a receiving core that you don't need to throw downfield to. So I'm happy. Toney, no, I'm not drafting him. ETN is a fun draft pick because I think people will draft him later because they're going to be scared of a split with James Robinson, and I'm not at all. Najee Harris to the Steelers is another 280-plus touch guy. Like, he's getting 280 touches next year. Book it. Just pick him. He's an RB2 at minimum.
He I think there was a lot of talk last year about CEH and the opportunity and him being like a round one potential guy in redraft, which was like, okay.
That's way too high.
Honestly, if you take Najee Harris in round 1 or 2, I'm not going to think you're crazy, depending on where in round 1, and not at all in round 2.
We talking about straight redraft?
Redraft.
Yeah.
I mean, for Dynasty, if it's 1 QB, he's 101, as far as I'm concerned.
Rookie draft, yes.
Yeah.
Not startup.
No.
I was like, oh my god, no guys, no.
I was like, McCaffrey, where is he? Where's he going?
No. Very specifically for rookie draft. Austin, thank you so much for coming on, man. It's been a blast getting to know you and to have you on. And I'm curious, we only had you on for a couple picks, but it was a blast. What's been your thoughts on the draft as a whole?
I mean, there were some surprises. I think I was more surprised that there weren't as many trade ups, especially in the top 10. I think a lot of people were disappointed by that. And then once we got past the top 10, it seemed like it did the exact opposite of what we thought would happen. Was we thought maybe it would die down some, and it actually picked up a little bit and got interesting there for a few picks. So I thought that was interesting. Overall, I think there were some really great landing spots for people. Obviously, like some of the ones that you guys talked about. I do like Kyle Pitts, but I feel like Kyle Pitts is just the guy that it'd be hard to not like wherever he landed. I think I do like the Jalen Waddle pick quite a bit, as I touched on earlier. And then, of course, Najee Harris is a great pick. So lots of great picks. And then if you're an IDP guy, I think there's a few good picks sprinkled in here and there as well. Yeah, lots of good stuff happened in this draft overall. I was, like Jesse said, I was surprised that there weren't as many facepalm moments, things like that. But, overall, it was a pretty good draft. The one thing that I will be keeping an eye on, and I'm actually excited about that I wouldn't be as excited about if some of those guys wouldn't have slid, was round 2. So we get to see Elijah Moore taken tomorrow. We'll probably see Javonte Williams taken early. We'll get to see Ojulari taken. I mean, there's a lot of really good talent left that's going to go early in the second round. So I think the second round is going to be really exciting as well.
I definitely agree, and I will be keeping an eye on it. And I have been keeping an eye on my computer screen, and we've got some awesome last-minute, very special guests. And here they are. It's Andrew. It's Unicorn. It's the Fringe Duo. What a huge surprise. I am so glad you guys were able to make it on. Saving the best for last. Apologies to everyone currently on here. I also think you're the best. I'm allowed to have multiple bests. It's my show. Deal with it. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for coming on. This was a crazy night. This was a fun night. I think after the first 2 picks, it got insane. And so I'm curious, what were your guys' thoughts on this round 1?
It was tough to sit through, to be honest. It was a rough night as a Cardinals fan, I feel like, because everybody that I was hoping, was going to land to us did, and then we passed on them. Like, it was tough to watch.
Yeah, we were really hoping Arizona would go Caleb Farley, but instead they took another linebacker 2 years in a row. Not that he's a terrible talent or anything. It's just not what we were looking for. We need corners in Arizona, so that was a little depressing. And then the draft, it went a little bit too close to what the experts said.
Yeah, I can see that. I think it did in certain places, though there was enough excitement to keep it going. So, I think in particular, the Minnesota-New York trade, it's basically 2 offensive linemen involved, but it was really exciting how that all went down. New York finally, they trade up big amount to get Vera Tucker, the first interior guy to get taken in the draft. And then, Minnesota, Christian Darrisaw was right there. Everyone's like, what are you doing? What are you doing? And then they get their guy anyway at the end. I do get what you mean, though, on certain things. I thought the other thing that was interesting was definitely Surtain going at 2 and just wrecking Dallas's plans temporarily.
Oh, yeah. Yes, absolutely. I mean, 2 corners go right before him. That hurts.
Yeah. So, Andrew, going to start with you, and then Unicorn, going to go to you next. What was your favorite pick of the night from a fantasy redraft standpoint that wasn't a quarterback?
I guess it would have to be Kyle Pitts, honestly. Going to Atlanta, that was huge. It was either Kyle Pitts or, unfortunately, Najee Harris.
What the fuck is up? I refuse to hear anything. I am so excited. I'm still lightheaded. I swear to God, I'm still lightheaded. I am I am that jersey. As soon as he's assigned a number, immediately into the Fanatics cart. I'm talking express shipping straight to my fucking house, and I'm wearing it every day. Just saying. Anyway.
I mean, I knew you were going to be super excited, and it was unfortunate because I wanted him as a Cardinal, even though I didn't think he was going to be. But I didn't want him to go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, that's gotta be a little rough.
Yeah.
All right, Unicorn, what about you? Your favorite pick of the night from a redraft perspective, but not a quarterback.
Not a quarterback. I'm really excited about the Dolphins taking Jalen Waddle. I think
Love that one.
That was a great pick.
Yeah, that was a good pick.
I don't want to talk too much about how I feel like that raises field stock for not a quarterback, but I feel like it's great for that offense as a whole, and I think Waddle's going to be great over there on the Dolphins. So I'm excited about that one.
All right, and then real quick, one last question before I go to Sam here and get his thoughts on the draft. Since we gotten you guys on here, I definitely want to pick your brain. Who is the day 2 person you're looking forward to the most?
For me, it's got to be Terrace Marshall.
Interesting.
I'm so excited about him. I honestly thought he was going to be a first rounder. When I did my rankings, I had him, and everyone thinks I'm an LSU fan, I guess, because I had him my second behind Jamar Chase, but it's not that. It's just that he's big, he's fast, he can do it all, and there's not that many wide receivers in this draft that can be true number ones, and I think he can be. Not saying that the other talents aren't, good picks for, NFL wise, but by fantasy standards, I think he could elevate to a, top 10 wide receiver down the road.
Yeah, I totally get that. I think a lot of people had Marshall Jr. as a potential round 1 guy. So I think you're a little crazy objectively for having him at number 2.
That's okay.
But not for having him in your first round. I think that's totally reasonable. Unicorn, what about you? Who is the person on day 2 you're the most excited about?
I'd have to go with Elijah Moore. I didn't think he was going to make it to day 2.
Yeah.
So
Same.
Yeah, he's exciting.
I'm personally shocked that the Saints didn't take him.
Yeah, I really thought they were going to also. Landing all the way down there, I was like, oh, this is a perfect spot for him to go. New Orleans Saints. They need other weapons than just Michael Thomas, but I guess they needed to end better.
Yeah, a one that we had not even really heard of, some of us. So that was certainly interesting. All right, Sam, your thoughts on this round 1? Go.
I really liked. I suspect I'm one of the few people on fantasy Twitter that actually likes Kadarius Toney. So, I do really like that pick.
I'm there with you, man. I like Toney a lot. I'm a big fan.
I'm a big fan, not only because I'm a Gators fan, but also just because I think he's the most electric wide receiver in the draft.
Not named Demetric Felton.
Wow.
But with Toney, you really get someone who can do everything for the Giants. It's not out of the realm of possibility to see Darius Slayton just phased out of the offense completely. Since he hasn't really done anything. This is going to be a Kenny Golladay and Sterling Shepard and Kadarius Toney offense completely, along with Saquon, and that's pretty good, honestly, for the Giants, considering they haven't been relevant on offense in years since Victor Cruz was there. So
it's been a while.
Possibly because Daniel Jones is throwing the ball. Something that's changing.
That's that. I mean, we'll see, but I don't blame Steffi for being upset about it. I don't think she's that upset about it, but I think she's relatively.
I think she's a little upset about it.
I think she's relatively upset about it.
I took a detour with the Dynasty duo. Shout out the homies Tyler and CJ. Tyler Karp, of DLF. He also noted Giants fan. That pick came down while I was over there hanging out, and similar reaction. The one of my favorite gifts of all time to put out there. The not great, Bob. Oh boy.
But apart from that, the Devonta Smith pick really jumps out for me for the Eagles. He's going to be a 100+ target guy immediately. Obviously, my favorite pick of the draft, my number one wide receiver in the draft. So I love that. I love the Najee Harris play. Like Jordan said, he's going to be a 280 plus touch guy like immediately. Like that, even with their crummy offensive line, and it is really bad, Herms.
I don't want to talk about it.
He'll make his way, and you know we'll see what happens with the creepy timeshare between ETN and James Robinson. I don't know if he's going to be completely phased out of that offense. I would expect it to be more even as we start the season, and you to go more and more and more to ETN as the season goes along. So I expect by the end of the year we'll see ETN kind of have that like DeAndre Swift type of ascension where he starts out the year, nobody really knows what he's going to do, and then by the end of the year he's the guy. So we'll see that. And Rashad Bateman is going to be really good in Baltimore. Buy the dip all day. Buy the dip.
Buy the fucking dip.
Buy the fucking dip.
I can't even believe there's a dip. It should be stonks through the roof as far as I'm concerned with
to
Bateman.
the moon.
All right, everyone. It has been 4 hours, 38 minutes, and now 25 seconds we have been going here. The first ever, hopefully the first annual, the Lateral Mega Hour-ish. Yeah, might have to work on that title. NFL Draft Special. Covered the entire first round. We had some incredible guests who I cannot thank enough for coming on, including those of us still left with us here at the end of the night. And because you're here at the end of the night, we're going to go around. You get to plug your stuff, let the good people know where they can find you. And I want your parting shot to be what your least favorite pick of the night was. We're the Lateral. We do things sideways. Let's end on a downer. Sam, let's start with you, and we'll go to Unicorn and Andrew next.
You guys can find me on Twitter at Swagger95. I write for 14 Personnel. I write for the Eagles for 4th and John, and I also host my own show at The Show FF on Twitter, and that's where Herms was the other night, and you can find our crazy, weird show there. And that's everything for me.
Well, Sam, real quick, this one is for you. This beautiful Wawa meatball sub. That's
Enjoy
for
it.
you.
They're great.
I know a John when I hear a John. All right. Unicorn, Andrew, I know the time with us was brief tonight, but I'm glad you guys were able to make it, even just for that brief time. Thank you so much. Andrew, you go first, and then Unicorn, plug your stuff. Let us know where we can find you, and then your least favorite pick of the night.
All right, so you can find me on Twitter at Andrew_Fringe. And my least favorite pick of tonight, you give it to the Raiders, taking a third rounder in the first round. Alex Leatherwood, just terrible, terrible pick.
Oh, God.
Unicorn, what about you?
So I hate to keep being a dead horse, but my least favorite pick in this draft was David Collins. I feel like we had so many other needs to fill. I don't understand why Arizona wants to just keep taking linebackers first. That one really hurt. That was my least favorite by far.
I feel that.
Yeah, I get that. I don't think that one was that well received here either, so I totally understand it. Honestly, everyone's least favorite pick, like we weren't fans of those either so far. So we're 3 for 3 on that front. Austin, thank you so much for coming on. Been a blast. Where can people find you? I know you're with Dynasty Nerds, and then your least favorite pick of the draft.
Yep. So you can find me on Twitter at DynastyNerd101. That's mostly where I do all my fantasy content from. Obviously, I write for Dynasty Nerds, looking and open to expanding my writing into other areas as well and other companies. But man, worst pick of the draft has probably got to be the Green Bay Packers choosing Eric Stokes. We sat here, we're on that. I was on with you guys when that pick came through, and I had stepped away for a minute, and we talked about maybe JOK being the guy that they would take there, needing some linebacker help and pooching the pick, if you will, and not taking a wide receiver. And they stayed on brand, and they made us look, they did even worse by themselves. So they ended up taking Eric Stokes, which is a second day cornerback. Look, nothing against Eric Stokes, but that wasn't the pick. And reading between the lines, going back to, we were having a discussion about Aaron Rodgers earlier. I thought the timing of Aaron Rodgers coming out and saying
he was unhappy in Green Bay. It almost makes me wonder, maybe I'm reaching or maybe I'm reading between the lines. It almost seemed like a response to the Green Bay Packers, who had come out earlier in the day and said, oh yeah, we received all this big offer for Aaron Rodgers from the San Francisco 49ers. And we said, no, Aaron, we said no. And then Aaron comes back and he's like, yeah, screw you guys. Like, I'm
Screw you
done
guys,
with you
I'm
guys.
going home.
Yeah, like, no. It was basically like his response. So it almost makes you wonder, like, what kind of speaking terms are they even on at this point? It was
I
almost
think
like
not great.
Yeah, it was almost like they were communicating through the media. Like the Packers were saying, hey, like, you're our guy, you know, we're doing right by you. And then he's coming back through the media and saying, yeah, no.
Well, so it seems that some stuff came out today that they were actually shopping him during the offseason. And if that's the case, I don't see how they come back from that. So I don't think you're reading between the lines at all there. I think you're very much onto something. And I think a lot of us here agree. I think we didn't love the Stokes pick, and I think we don't necessarily think Rodgers will be back in Green Bay. In fact, we don't necessarily even think it's likely. I think a
terrible
lot of people
pick. So,
all right,
I'm going to have to segue off real quick. So,
absolutely, man.
guys,
Thank you so much for coming on.
I'm getting kicked out of this bar I'm in. They're about to play that
Love it.
Masonic
Love
song.
it. We literally hit you to closing time.
Yeah, man. Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Take it easy.
Open all the doors and let you out into the world.
I could fall asleep to your voice.
Closing time. Yeah. I know.
Alcohol.
Yeah, oh my God, dude. Shout out Semisonic if you're out there.
I know.
They're out there.
Want to take me home. Okay, moving on. Jordan, you've been with us for a giant chunk of the night. Thanks so much for coming on. Tell the people where they can find you and what your least favorite pick of the night was.
So you can find me, Jordan Vanek 1 on Twitter. I'm a DFS analyst for the Rum Boys Network and Chalk Block with Scott Simpson and Bo are big time. Buy his sauce. It's great. And I'm a writer for Gridiron Ratings. And this year for DFS, you'll see all my projections there. And I'll be most likely giving them away for free for a little bit. We'll see. We'll see how long that one lasts.
That's free money, people. You make some bank.
I do pretty well myself in DFS, but my least favorite pick, as I was going through and looking through them, and I think it's going to be the Jaguars with Travis Etienne. I think a running back is a luxury. It's supposed to be a luxury pick for a team making that push for a Super Bowl, and the Jaguars in a rebuild. And I feel like, offensive line, corner, there's a lot of different positions the Jaguars need help at. And it just felt like one of those, we're going to pair our guys together. Like you have James Robinson, Carlos Hyde. That's a good enough running back core. And Trent Bulk, it's kind of funny that they stick in the script. The last 3 drafts he's had, he's drafted a running back in the first 3 rounds. So maybe he'll go for a 4th next year, which would just be,
You never know.
a very, very strange pick. But I can't. It's just one of those picks that I'm looking at the board and I'm like, there's so many players that contribute, and you're going to go running back for a team that doesn't need one.
Yeah, I think the really interesting thing, too, is like if they took ETN at 25, if Harris had been there, I think they take him too, and then Robinson's like really toast at that.
But he wasn't.
But he wasn't. Jesse, I feel like we're really putting you in a rough place and then asking you to end on a downer as well. But let us know where we can find you again. You are a part of this beloved Lateral crew. We love having you aboard with us. Tell the good people where they can find you both with our content and with your own. And again, your least favorite pick of the night. Though, actually, you know what? You've had enough of a rough time. I want your favorite pick of the night. You get the high note.
Sure.
Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
Not bad.
Yeah. You can find me Bacon Games Jesse. It's my @ on Twitter. Like I said, do work for the Lateral. I have my own thing, Bacon Games Fantasy Sports. Got a website and all that stuff. Yeah, it's really fun. I have a good time there. I think I can think of as my seething rage for the Travis Etienne pick. So
The world is
right
a
now.
vampire.
My favorite pick might have been the Penny Sewell pick because he fell a lot later than I thought. That was a really good pick for anyone past 5. So I'm really surprised about that, but good for them. there are a lot of good picks in the top 10, honestly. So you could pick almost any one of them. I'd be pretty happy about them. So, yeah.
All right, Herms.
Oh, well, okay. You can find me on Twitter at HermsNFL. You can find all of this stuff at the thing that's been scrolling across the bottom of the screen the entire time. Look at me. I don't have to shout out the Lateral and where you can find us for once because, like I said, it's all there across the bottom. Follow us, subscribe to us, all that shit. Yeah. Also, you can find me tomorrow night on Rum Boys After Dark as we continue the draft coverage over there, doing all that shit. That's super cool. And my least favorite pick of the night is definitely got to be the Steelers taking Najee Harris because it is going to make me an insufferable douche. So I'm not going to shut the fuck up about this. You know what I mean? Like, it's a great pick, but you have turned me into a monster. So in many ways, it is the best pick, but in other ways, it is absolutely the worst pick because trust me, when I get hyped about something, I mean, you all know. You know, I don't shut the fuck up. Okay, so like you're gonna see this.
The jersey edit looks pretty good on Najee, to be honest.
It really
does.
It really does. I like it a lot. All right. Well,
I'm sorry, Unicorn. I'm sorry.
My name.
I know I'm not. Hey, shout out Munder Difflin. You know what I did there.
My name is Malcolm, aka McLateral. You can find me at McLateralFF on the Twitter. You can find my work at The Lateral. Again, the scrolly thing tells you where to go, but so do various links in my profile, Herms' profile, and the blog's profile. So you got a lot of options. We should continue to have some good content coming out for you throughout the off season. I will be back here next Thursday with Robbie from Rum Boys and Seth from In Between Media. So that should be a blast doing the weekly variety hour-ish again, and this time actually an hour-ish, not 4 hours and 49 minutes and counting. I have to pee so bad. But I still got to finish strong, and I'm going to finish strong with a spicy take in honor of the last time we had the fringe duo, Unicorn and Andrew. When I threw out some spicy takes of my own then, my least favorite pick of the draft is Zach Wilson. He's going to be a bust and another wasted top 3 pick at quarterback for the New York Jets. You heard it here. That's it. That's the show. We're done. Good night.
Wait a minute. One more throwback thing. Hold on. Okay, look. Okay, hold on. Real quick. Stay with me. This is the first time you and I have been on together hosting shit that's not going to be turned into a podcast, and you know what that means? Fucking mouth sounds.
But I had the mic drop and I guess mouth sounds.
It's the Lateral. It's the Lateral NFL draft. It's the Lateral. It's the Lateral.